Pirates I Can Reject Everything Chapter 301 to 320. 301. Doflamingo vs Going Emperor Tesoro. Come on, Chris finally shows up. At this time, on the island of Coco Sido, Doflamingo is confronting Tesolo and others. Tesolo and his party, they would rather die than give in. However, this stubborn resistance made Doflamingo sneer again and again. Tesolo, you are so naive. Who do you think you are? Die with me. Are you qualified for this? Foo. Cruel look gradually appeared on Doflamingo's face, and there was a bit of ruthlessness in his eyes. I saw his fingers move, as if manipulating a puppet. Hey, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Bastard, put the knife down. Of Tesolo's subordinates suddenly shouted loudly. Opposite him, his companion suddenly picked up the knife and held it high, in a gesture of slashing at yourself. The man with the knife had a painful expression, his eyes were full of shock, and he said something trembling. I don't know what's going on, my body seems totally out of control. You run away, run away. He shouted loudly, but the companion opposite him was completely immobile. My body is out of control. Kacha, poo. With a knife, a deep ravine was cut out of the man's chest. Blood poured out, immediately. Lost its vitality. At the same time, the same scene was playing out all around. In just a minute, tragedies continued to happen. Companions cannibalize each other. Tesolo's subordinates are suddenly lost in half. Doflamingo, you bastard. Hideous, as if he was going to eat Doflamingo. He naturally knew that this was the ability of the Doflamingo line fruit. But he couldn't do anything about the scene in front of him. Could only watch his subordinates helplessly, killing each other, but he couldn't do anything. Very proud smile appeared on Doflamingo's face. Grin, Isho defiantly said, how about Tesolo, what do you think you can do FFFFFF? Tesolo was bloodless, unable to stand, leaning against the rock beside him. A sense of powerlessness rose in my heart. Doflamingo took 8 character steps and stepped forward with a smile. I'll give you another chance. Join my family, I can make you a family cadre. Follow me, let's enjoy the glory and riches of the world together, isn't it good? Tesolo snorted coldly and scolded, shit. You think I don't know what you're up to, Doflamingo? You are just coveting my ability and want me to create wealth for you. What kind of shit cadre is just one of your slaves, do you think I don't know? Knows Doflamingo too well, this guy only has interests in mind. Once they lose their use value, they will be completely abandoned. Tanaka-sama came to Tesolo's side, his eyes were firm. If you have the ability, kill us. If you want us to be your money-making tool, there is no door. Doflamingo shook his head slightly, frowned, and said with a blue vein on his forehead. Foo. One by one, really tough. It seems that you still don't know me well enough, do you really think I won't kill you? Tesolo, I will ask you one last time if you would like to join my family. Saying that, Doflamingo's tone suddenly changed, sharp. Tesolo and the others could feel the chilling killing intent in his eyes. It seemed that Doflamingo had already been pushed. If you can't get it, you must destroy it yourself. It's already at this point, and Tesolo has no reason to retreat. A man is only dead. If he surrendered at this time, wouldn't he have failed those brothers who died for themselves? Listen, Doflamingo. If you want to fight, I will fight. I, Tesolo, will never submit to anyone again. And, don't underestimate me too much. The golden fruit is not only capable of producing going. You haven't seen the true power of this devil fruit. Said, Tesolo officially entered the state of battle, and a layer of faint golden light gradually emerged from his entire body. Foo. Doflamingo raised his head and laughed loudly, and said with a very arrogant expression, I really don't know, why do you dare to talk to me like this? It's just a piece of golden fruit. Just by your current development of it, you are also worthy of mentioning the battle with me. You're just courting death, Tezzolo. 5 color lines. 5 fingers of Doflamingo's right hand, Vivi, are bent, and 5 long, almost transparent lines appear quietly in the void. These 5 thin lines, under the control of Doflamingo, cut directly towards Tezzolo. Going armor. Tezzolo snorted coldly, and a dazzling golden light gradually lit up on the spot. After the golden light dissipated, his whole body was covered with a layer of extremely dazzling going armor. The going armor almost covered Tezzolo's entire body and looked indestructible. Luo stood on the spot and did not choose to hide. Head against the Doflamingo line. 5 colored lines were cut, and Tezzolo's arms made a gesture of blocking. Transparent thin wire and going stalemate in place, rubbing against each other, making a squeaking sound. Foo, your going armor, is that enough? Raised his head in shock and looked at Doflamingo, who was indifferent. A lot of fine beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. Was surprised to find that there was a slight crack on his going armor. Doflamingo's 5 color thread could actually cut going. This situation was something Tezzolo never expected. Fang is a little too big for himself. Seeing the 5 color line, he was destroying Going's armor bit by bit, and he was about to break in. Mr. Tanaka looked anxious, and said worriedly, "What should I do? It seems that Lord Tezzoro can't stop that guy. Doflamingo is too strong, his ability is so strong, Going is so hard that he can be cut open." Deus looked at the battlefield with a look of panic. Damn, is the gap so obvious? The little fellows below were very worried one by one, and they started talking about it. Damn it, you haven't really shot yet, is Tessero-sama about to lose? 2 adults, if Lord Tezzolo loses, will we die here too? I don't want to die Tezzoro, do you see, your men are shaken, FFU. Doflamingo does not miss any opportunity to psychologically attack Tezzolo. Tezzolo naturally wouldn't be fooled, and snorted softly, "Don't be too arrogant." Saying that, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Tezzolo's face. Doflamingo immediately frowned upon capturing this subtle expression. He seemed to sense something was wrong. Immediately put away the 5 color line, and quickly retreated. "Have you reacted now? It's too late." Tezzolo shouted and chased away. At this time, Doflamingo's arm suddenly turned into a going. "Aroused by my going powder, you have already lost, Doflamingo." Tezzolo looked like he was winning. Just now, Doflamingo produced a lot of going powder while cutting the going armor. These powders attached to Doflamingo's arms, and Tezzolo is able to manipulate these. Going. Once Doflamingo becomes a going, it's not far from death. I really underestimate you, Tezzoro, foo. Doflamingo let out a long breath and looked at Tezzolo with sharp eyes. Then, the going on his arm was instantly cut by countless invisible threads, and the gold powder fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Tezzolo was very distressed and couldn't help sighing. It's a pity. The gold powder has not yet penetrated into your body, otherwise, even the most powerful enemy will fall. Tezzolo's face was full of disappointment. Today, his control over the golden fruit is still lacking. Doflamingo, on the other hand, is battle-hardened, experienced in combat, and responds quite quickly. Doflamingo is also wise, and he is no longer approaching Tezzolo easily. He kept a safe distance from Tezzolo at all times, and controlled the 5 color line to fight Tezzolo in the distance. The tough and sharp silk thread is almost invincible. Rao is Tezzolo's going armor, and it can't be completely defended at all. Foo, how long can you last with your turtle shell? Doflamingo sneered. His face did not hide his pride. That's all you can do, Tezzolo. It looks like you really don't even deserve to be a cadre. Said that, Doflamingo shot again, and the attack thread has doubled. And the attack speed has increased significantly, and every collision can bring out a lot of gold dust and sparks. The rocks around the two of them have been cut into pieces by silk threads. Mr. Tanaka frowned tightly, his face full of tension. "Lord Tazzolo, I'm afraid it won't last too long. This going armor is not absolutely tough. With Doflamingo's methods, it will break open sooner or later." Deus, who was on the side, also nodded, with a worried look on his face. "It can't go on like this." Tezzolo's face was covered with sweat at this time, and he could feel that the going armor was about to be penetrated. "Damn, since you can't prevent it, you might as well let it go." Suddenly, Tezzolo suddenly raised his head and shouted angrily, "Going tomahawk!" Everyone saw that Tezzolo's arms suddenly turned and became extremely huge. And at the same time, two giant battle axes appeared in his hands. They were extremely sharp. "Oh, can't help but shoot. In this way, your flaws will be more, foo. Doflamingo smiled disdainfully. If Tezzolo is just defensive, Doflamingo really doesn't have a good way. Can only keep attacking until his defense is penetrated. But if Tezzolo intends to make a move, then he can't take into account the defense level of the going armor. At the same time, his speed will become the biggest flaw. For Doflamingo, the slightest flaw is the best opportunity. Don't be too proud, let's talk about blocking my attack this time. Tezzolo didn't know this, but this is the case now. He had no choice. Said that, in front of everyone's eyes, his pair of extremely huge going arms suddenly stretched forward. Two going battle axes came to Doflamingo's body in an instant. Under Tezzolo's control, Going's battle axe was facing Doflamingo, just a meal, slashing. Mr. Tanaka was amazed when he saw this. Sure enough, it's Master Tezzolo, and he can already control it like this. This shows that he is one step closer to the development of the golden fruit. Deus's face was also full of joy. To soften Lord Tezzolo seems to have succeeded. This time, look at that. How arrogant Doflamingo is. Of the golden fruit is the hard attribute of going. And going's soft and ductile properties are just its advanced properties. Only by mastering this, Tezzolo can truly manipulate going at will. His attack methods can also become diversified. This pair of going tomahawks are huge and extremely sharp. Even Doflamingo has to be taken seriously. He will never do anything about being careless and capsize in the gutter. With the advantage of speed, Doflamingo can easily dodge the attack of Going's tomahawk every time. At the same time, he was constantly looking for the flaws in Tezzolo. Bounce. Suddenly, a smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I saw a flick of his right index finger, and a thin transparent line quietly emerged from the fingertip. This thin line, as fast as lightning, floated towards Tezzolo's abdomen. Immediately afterwards, Doflamingo snorted again, foot shaving. Doflamingo's right foot, along with his entire calf, became pitch black. Armament attached, his toes instantly. 8 transparent silk threads emerged, heading towards Tezzolo's head. Silk thread popped out, and the sound of splitting through the space could be heard faintly. It shows how fast the speed is and the sharpness of the line. Tezzolo secretly said that it was not good, and immediately put away the going tomahawk and quickly protected his arms in front of him. However, at this time he has fallen into passive, and can only choose to focus on protecting his head. 8 transparent thin lines hit Going's arms one by one, leaving deep imprints. A thin transparent line hit Tezzolo's abdomen quietly. It stopped in its abdomen for a while, and then directly penetrated Tezzolo's going armor and passed through it. Finally, it landed on a giant rock, penetrated again, and a long small hole appeared. A faint trace of blood was faintly visible. Ah! Tezzolo cried out in pain, covering his stomach with his hands. Although it was only passed through a thin thread, that kind of piercing pain was even more severe than being passed through by a knife. Broken everywhere, broken everywhere. Going armor started from Tezzolo's abdomen, and the fine lines stretched out one after another, and the entire going armor shattered. Tezzolo, proud defense was easily shattered by Doflamingo. Foo 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 foo. How, do you see the gap between us, Tezzolo? Doflamingo opened his arms and laughed arrogantly. It was too easy for him to deal with Tezzolo. Tezzolo knew that he was no match for Doflamingo at all. At this moment, a bold laughter came from a distance. No, is it over? That's no fun. Way ha 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 ha. 302. Tezzolo asks Chris for help. Doflamingo is furious and the atmosphere is extremely tense. The voice fell, a large group of people walked over. Everyone, all looked over. Bartolomeo looked at Tezzolo with a puzzled face. Isho, don't look at us, we are just passing by. You hit you, you're welcome. Poison Gia Isho said embarrassingly. Boy, you are not bad, this big gold brick is very valuable. Hawkins had a deadpan expression on his face, looked at Tezzolo with his eyes blank, and said something. Your luck is good today, don't give up easily. Maybe if you don't pay attention, you will win. Tezzolo thought that Hawkins was deliberately humiliating himself, and clenched his fists secretly. He cautiously looked at the squad leaders who were approaching. Who are you also with Doflamingo? Facing Tezzolo's questioning, the squad leader Isho ignored it. Lafitte carried a salute, straightened his shirt lightly, and said politely, don't worry, we have no ill will towards you. In other words, we are likely to be your saviors, but not necessarily. The remarks of the squad leaders, Tezzolo said in a cloudy and foggy way. Betty spit out the smoke in her mouth lightly, and looked at the traces of the battlefield casually. She immediately, having made a preliminary judgment on the entire battle situation, he said lightly, it's already very good to be able to persist until now. Looks like you forced Doflamingo to think hard too. Reiju looked at the ground, ravines, gravel and debris everywhere, and said something. The battle is still quite fierce. It seems that our new partner is quite capable. Nami's eyes stared straight at the golden wall in front of Tezzolo. Almost drooling. Let's not say anything else, just his devil fruit ability, I must let him on board. Karina and Nami have the same look with the same expression. Seeing such a big piece of gold, she couldn't move her feet and said a word. There is no hesitation at all, this person must be our partner. In this case, we will have endless going, just think about it and be happy. Corona happily circled in the air, and said with a smile, golden fruit ability. You can transform such a big going into a playful look, ha 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 ha. The moment they saw Doflamingo, everyone has been very clear. When Baccarat speaks of good luck, he means Tezzolo. Today, they are destined to cut off Doflamingo again. Luo Y hugged the ghost and cried, looking at Doflamingo with a gloomy expression, HMPH, dogs can't stop eating shit. That guy, Doflamingo, must be trying to coerce this guy to do something again. Kuro pushed on his glasses and chuckled, I've heard everything before. Looking now, the Chris Pirates and Doflamingo are really destined. Alvida was very attentive and could see at a glance that Tezzolo was injured. She frowned slightly, and said lightly, that guy Doflamingo is really killing him. It seems that today, he is going to kill these guys. Burgess Isho, looking strangely, did we delay his good things again? Baccarat folded his crimson hair, his eyes were curved, and he said generously, the person the captain likes must be obtained. Even if it was Doflamingo, he could only break his teeth and swallow. That said, the group has come to Tezzolo and Doflamingo. Doflamingo also noticed Chris and his group for a long time, and his complexion changed slightly. However, when he saw the figure of Chris appear, his face immediately full of smiles. Foo, long time no see, Chris. I didn't expect you to enter the new world so quickly, it's a bit unexpected. Chris stepped forward slowly, still wearing black clothes and black pants. He put his hands in his pockets, glanced at Doflamingo, and said calmly, no surprises, it's just a new world. It's not as terrifying as outside legends say. Doflamingo couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Myself, this Chris is still the same as before, arrogant and arrogant. But on the bright side, Doflamingo was still smiling. Nowadays, you Chris pirates are amazing. It seems to have become the hottest pirate group on the sea today. I'm afraid it won't be long before you will become another big force in the new world. 4. Doflamingo, such unintentional flattery, Chris dismisses it. He just nodded lightly and said coldly, "It's just step by step, I didn't think about it that much." Doflamingo gritted his teeth and felt a deep feeling of being left out. He could only keep smiling. "You're in such a hurry to come to the new world because of the Shichibukai alliance. I heard that you were going to attack the kingdom of Kudola." Doflamingo's eyes flashed joy and misfortune. Chris was not surprised by this. With Doflamingo's status and means, these news are not surprising. Kingdom of Kudora, that's a tough stubble, dear Chris, you have to be more careful, FFU. Facing Doflamingo's schadenfreude, Chris' expression was indifferent, born your words. As soon as I capture the kingdom of Kudora, the Shichibukai alliance will officially start. When the time comes, I don't want anyone to hold me back. Saying that, Chris looked at Doflamingo sharply. Of warning in his tone. If someone dares to break or betray the previous agreement, Chris will do whatever it takes to make that person disappear completely. Doflamingo found a stone at random and sat down, and asked playfully, "I don't know how many people have joined the Shichibukai alliance now." Chris gave Doflamingo a cold look, and it seemed that he was not very optimistic about his ability. "Besides you and me, there are also Empress Boa Hancock, Gecko Moria and Seaman Jinbei." Doflamingo can be considered to be very clear. Sure enough, as he had guessed, except Seaman Jinbei, all of them were Shichibukai's minor characters. The King Shichibukai, the only person he cares about is Mihawk, the Eagle Eye. If Hawkeye Mihawk did not join the Shichibukai alliance, then the so-called Shichibukai alliance would not live up to its name. So many people present, Doflamingo temporarily dropped his attack on Tezzolo. The first thing he has to do now is to quickly get rid of Chris and his party. Thinking of this, he rolled his eyes. Isho, speaking of you and I are really destined. Not long after you entered the new world, we met again. Just by fate, dear Chris, if you need anything in the future, just open your mouth and I will do my best to help you, Fu. Chris replied blankly, "Thank you. The Shichibukai alliance should help each other, if any of you are in trouble. I'll go there as soon as possible." Doflamingo was a little impatient at this time, and it seemed that Chris had no intention of leaving. Other side, Tezzolo, who was temporarily left out, heard it clearly. About Chris's name during this time. And from the conversation with the squad leaders just now, he probably guessed the intention of Chris and his party. After much deliberation, Tezzolo felt that instead of being consumed by Doflamingo, is better to follow the wishes of the Chris pirates and join such a potential pirate group, which is not a bad thing. Better than being driven by Doflamingo like a slave. As soon as he thought of this, Tezzolo made a decisive decision. He looked at Mr. Tanaka and Deus, then turned his head and said loudly, "Captain Chris, save me. If you are willing to take action and save me, I will voluntarily join the Chris pirates." Before he finished speaking, Doflamingo gave Tezzolo a vicious look. The last thing he wanted to see happen just like this. I saw that his face was gloomy and his teeth could be clenched. When Mr. Tanaka and the others heard the words, their eyes lit up. Seeing Tezzolo's affirmative look, Deus was the first to speak. "Captain Chris, we are all useful people. Let's join, it will definitely work for you." Mr. Tanaka also nodded quickly, with a firm expression. "As long as you can save us, Captain Chris, we will be loyal to you. From now on, our life is, Captain Chris, yours." The rest of the little gangsters also nodded their heads, and their eyes flashed immediately. Full of hope. They seemed to have seen hope again. Hearing the cries for help, Burgess burst out laughing. These guys seem sincere enough. And those two seem to have good strength. Way ha 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 ha. Cavendish chuckled and said proudly, it's still because they have the eyesight to ask for help. This little brother, this young master likes it very much. Luo was crying with the demon knife in his arms, staring at Tezzolo, and said plainly, that guy is very similar to me back then. It can be seen that he is a guy who values love and righteousness. I think it can be accepted. Enel tilted his head, dug his ears, and looked nonchalant. This god is quite optimistic about his fruit ability. A little tweaking, but it's promising. Hearing such a high evaluation from Enel, everyone couldn't help but be surprised and glanced at Tezzolo. Bellamy couldn't help but tut his tongue. After he joins, the competition for the squad leader will be even more intense. Van Auger's face, all right, only competition can lead to progress. I really hope that someone can challenge my position as the captain of the 2nd and 2nd Division. The poison on the side heard this, and gave Van Auger a roll of eyes, coughed and said something. It's cheap and good, just wait, you, the captain of the 2nd Division, won't be long. When the time comes, I will personally pull you off the horse, hee hee. Speaking of this, other people naturally reacted violently. Man-Demon Jin had a cold expression and sneered, poison, that position is not yours. If anyone dares to rob me, I will make him regret it. Caribou had a relaxed face and said with a smile, I said what are you fighting for, what do you have for the captain of the 2nd Division? If you want to challenge, of course, you have to challenge Luo. I've been greedy for his position for a long time. Vice Captain Lafayette's competition for the squad leaders, Isho dismissed. He stepped forward quite a gentleman, and politely confirmed, Tezzoro, are you sure you want to join us? Let me tell you in advance that not everyone can get on our ship. If you don't have hard power, you will soon be eliminated. Kuro also pushed his glasses, with a wise look in his eyes. You heard it just now, the competition for squad leaders is fierce. Even if you are fortunate enough to become an official squad leader, you will be targeted at any time. If you are challenged by others and succeed, not only will your status not be guaranteed, but you will not be able to hold your head up in front of everyone. Tezzolo felt a little new to the culture of the Chris Pirates. But he likes this, a place so wild but not mixed with intrigue. His taste. Tezzolo was very excited and nodded heavily. It's so good, I like this kind of competition. What's the point of living a lifetime if it's too easy? Seeing Tezzolo and the squad leaders coming and going, Lang Yuking and Concubine are interested. Doflamingo's expression became very ugly, it's completely pretending that he doesn't exist. No wait, Chris opened his mouth, Doflamingo's right hand jumped with 5 fingers, and said in a deep voice, Chris. This matter, you better not intervene. I don't want you to get involved in the grudge between me and him. Doflamingo's tone became colder, with a hint of warning. He immediately turned to look at Tezzolo. Tezzolo, no one can save you today. You don't have to do unnecessary struggles anymore. You've been reduced to today's end, and you're all self-inflicted. If you surrendered to me early, why would you be here? Luo, who was on the side, looked at this scene coldly, and seemed familiar. This fellow Doflamingo is always so disgusting. Tezzolo put away the golden wall in front of him and met Doflamingo's eyes. He said sternly, what you fancy is only my golden fruit. If you join you, won't you become your slave completely? A person like you is not worthy of a loyal subordinate. Sooner or later, one day, you will betray your family. Doflamingo laughed angrily and looked at Tezzolo with pity. Where did you get the confidence to talk to me like that? Do you really think that if you show your loyalty, Chris will rescue you? Foo. Something happened during the day. It's still 4 at night, and it will continue to be updated later. Please wait a moment. The author has been working hard to code words, and the automatic subscription does not rise, crying. 303. NO versus. Da Flamingo. Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, versus Line Line Fruit, which is stronger? At this point, Da Flamingo couldn't help but sigh. Tezzolo is so old, his thoughts are still so naive. Tell you, Chris and I are allies, we are a community of interests. Do you think Chris will fight for you and me? Da Flamingo suddenly burst out laughing, quite arrogant. Just now, he didn't just say it to Tezzolo. It was also talking to Chris at the same time. He's insinuating Chris, don't shoot at random and destroy their Shichibukai alliance. Not worth it for someone as small as Tezzolo. However, things are often unexpected. Da Flamingo still don't know much about Chris. Chris is typically domineering and never indulges anyone. Only other people will accommodate him. Chris looked at Tezzolo and said softly, I don't want to do anything to you either, Da Flamingo. But I very much hope that he can join my team. As for how to choose, it's up to you. Chris's words were short, but powerful. Da Flamingo's laughter also stopped abruptly. His expression became very exciting, with surprise, anger, and embarrassment. He never imagined that Chris would actually slap himself in the face in public. Completely disregarding the relationship of the Shichibukai alliance. Hearing Chris' words, Tezzolo and the others were overjoyed and immediately go to the Chris pirates. Tezzolo immediately bowed to Chris and said gratefully, Captain Chris, thank you very much. From now on, I'm yours, you can do anything you want me to do. I, Tezzolo, will repay my kindness, even if it costs my life for you, I am willing to do so. Mr. Tanaka also bent over and over again, and kept saying, Captain Chris's great kindness, we must remember it in our hearts. Thanks to your help today, otherwise I'll be waiting for everyone, I'm afraid it will be more bad luck than good luck. With a grateful expression on his face, Deus patted his heart and said, Captain Chris, if you have anything, feel free to explain it. Deus, I don't have any other skills, let me charge and never refuse. Lafitte smiled and waved his hand, and said modestly, okay, no need to say more polite words. The captain's strength is very strong, it's not your turn to sacrifice your life for him. If you really appreciate him, just do your part well. Burgess put his hands on his hips and laughed at Deus, your name is Deus, right? You, not small. Cultivation well, there is a chance we have a good fight. It's no fun to fight with other people, I still like the most primitive fighting, way ha ha ha. When Deus heard this, he nodded again and again, his face filled with joy. Fighting or something, he also likes it very much. Don't have any other specialties, but resisting beatings, ordinary people can't move at all. Foxy looked at Chris with admiration. The captain is. The captain, when he does things, he is always like this hockey. Wayapa nodded and said in agreement, it goes without saying that Captain Chris has always been bold, and he never hesitates in doing things. Man-Demon Jin was also full of admiration and surprise at this time, and Chris just slapped Doflamingo in the face. So simple and straightforward, it's amazing. But this thing is really cool to watch. I admire the captain's character very much, go straight. That's what a real man should do. Do what he wants to do, and be timid. What kind of man is he? Yoroge carried his giant pencil and said with a smile on his face all the time. The captain is daring to do what others don't, that's why I adore him. Pansfree also burst out laughing and slammed the ground with his big spoon. The captain is willing to save lives and heal the wounded, and he also has this strength. Sure enough, if your strength reaches a certain level, you can save all the people you want to save. Poisonous smoking Doflamingo, Gia Isho, Doflamingo, don't be so angry. Anyway, this is not the first time, you should get used to it. Saying that, he glanced at Luo who was on the side. Bartolomeo smiled and walked in front of Doflamingo. Don't slump your face like this, it's not good looking. Don't you know our captain, You can't beat him, you might as well fulfill us. Cavendish put his left hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist, and sneered, some people just said that no one can save Tezzolo. Isn't this not keeping our Captain Chris in the eye? We are really saved. Kuro stood aside, chuckled and pushed his glasses. What the captain wants to do, who else dares to stop them? There is really a person who doesn't have long eyes. If he dares to stop him, he will definitely regret it. As Doflamingo's nemesis, Luo glanced at him lightly, with a bit of sarcasm in his eyes, and said something. Doflamingo, this time is different. Should learn to bow your head. Last time you did very well, this time, you should too. The captain has left a step for you, and at the bottom, you can weigh it yourself. Van Auger carried the spear and said expressionlessly, I just like the look of Captain Hockey. Hockey is also a manifestation of strength. Since we happen to be here, it means that Tezzolo's life should not end, fate is. So. You should still respect the arrangement of fate and not fight for a moment, what do you think? Hawkins said with an expressionless face and a wooden look, since the captain has agreed. Then Tezzolo has become a member of our Chris Pirates. As long as Captain Chris is here, no one can move our men. The corner of Caribou's mouth evoked a playful smile, and said with a smile, yes, if someone dares to move, Chris will not give up. Enel sat cross-legged, yawned, and said casually, do you need to trouble the captain for this kind of thing? Since it's our partner, we don't need the captain to take action, we can settle it. The squad leaders expressed their positions one by one, unanimously to the outside world. Lafitte held a cane and looked at Doflamingo with a smile. You saw it too, now Tezzolo is our man. Are you sure you want to continue to fight him? Since the captain let you figure it out, I think you should be very clear about what you should do. After being ridiculed by the squad leaders for a while, Doflamingo's face was extremely ugly. His face was as gloomy as water, completely darkened. Doflamingo suddenly became furious and said sharply, Chris, are you so disrespectful to me? If you still treat me as your ally, don't interfere in this matter. Leave Tezzolo and the others at my disposal, I can pretend that nothing happened just now. Saying that, Doflamingo slowly got up and walked forward step by step, grinning Isho. As I said, no one can save Tezzolo today. If you insist on blocking me, beat me back again if you have the ability. I don't believe it anymore. I, Doflamingo, who is determined to kill, can let him run away. Doflamingo thinks about it. The more angry he gets, every time Chris comes out to hurt himself. This time, he won't retire. He doesn't believe it, Chris really wants to get serious with himself. Chris, hand over Tezzolo, let me kill him, and this is the end of today's affairs. Do you really think it's right to destroy our Shichibukai alliance for an outsider? You give me face today, and I will give you face in the future, foo. Doflamingo walked slowly, the momentum on his body became heavier and heavier, bringing a sense of oppression to everyone. This is his attitude, and he wants to express his anger with this. Use your own strength to shock everyone, and tell Chris at the same time. Doflamingo is also a strong man, not a soft persimmon to be needed. Do anything, it is best not to overdo it, just close it when you see it. Enel felt the pressure Doflamingo deliberately radiated. He finally stood up straight, a pair of dead fish eyes, and looked at Doflamingo who was approaching. On him, Enel felt the breath of a strong man. Of breath was the first time Enel felt after leaving Sky Island. What Gecko Moria met before, and Jinbei, the sea man, although they are also very powerful. But not like Doflamingo, with a strong sense of oppression. Enel can be sure that Doflamingo's strength must be higher than the other two. At this moment, his eyes are full of excitement, and the blood is tumbling all over his body. He was all excited, showing a state of excitement. Wait, Chris responded to Doflamingo, who was the first to say, Captain, let me meet him. Today's situation cannot be resolved without a fight. I can feel that this guy is the opponent I have been looking forward to for a long time, and it is just for me to bring fire to him. Chris glanced at him, then nodded slightly. Enel has been looking forward to a strong man for a long time, and since this is the case, he has simply fulfilled it. After getting Chris' approval, Enel rushed towards Doflamingo. Seeing Enel's actions, everyone was surprised. Lafitte seemed to have guessed it a long time ago. His face was indifferent. He turned his cane and said, "As expected, I can't help it. Also, for today's matter, there really needs to be a battle." Cavendish's eyes were hot, and he couldn't help but look forward to it. These two people will fight. It will be very exciting. Enel's strength is not weak. It should be worthy of a fight with Doflamingo. Luo, who was on the side, shook his head slightly. A worried look flashed in his eyes, and said, "Doflamingo, unlike Gecko Moria and the others, this guy's strength is the top among the Shichibukai kings. The battle of their level, we can't touch it yet." Who has always been defiant, nodded his head at this time, expressing his approval. "We've seen it with our own eyes, Doflamingo fighting the captain. Although he is not the captain's opponent, he is equally terrifying and must not be taken lightly." Burgess said angrily, "It's a pity that Lao Su's strength is not good, otherwise I would have been there already. I still don't live up to my expectations. If you want to achieve Doflamingo's strength, you have to practice for many years." The rest of the squad leaders were a little surprised when they heard what they said. It turns out that this Doflamingo is not just arrogant, people also have their own arrogant capital. Kuro looked at Enel's back with confidence in his eyes. Enel's strength is obvious to all, and it won't be much worse. The two of them should be evenly matched. Van Auger nodded lightly and tapped his shoulder with the gun. Enel hasn't been idle lately. His practice on the two-color hockey has gone a step further. If you fight Doflamingo, you should still have a certain degree of confidence. Hawkins said in a low voice. Since Chris nodded in agreement, it means that Enel and Doflamingo are not far behind. This battle should still have a lot to watch. Mandemon Jin had a crazy look on his face. He had been looking forward to such a battle of the strong for a long time and said, "Hey, what do you think about, just enjoy the whole battle? We have several chances to see this level of battle." Bellamy laughed, showing his big white teeth. "Jin is right, the most important thing is enjoy the process. I don't know if Enel can beat Doflamingo, but I can guarantee it will be a good fight. Also, even if Enel loses, it's no big deal. Where can there be a victorious general? If you lose, your skills are not as good as others, just go back and practice hard." Yoroge carried a huge pencil, smiled, and folded his hands together and said, "Enel is here to find a master to fight. Don't worry about him. It's not that you don't know how powerful that guy is. I think it's Doflamingo who has the headache. After all, Enel's speed is really fast." Hearing this, everyone nodded. Enel is his speed, his lightning-like movement, which is elusive. Betty gently spit out a few smoke rings, and said indifferently, "Enel's damage should not be underestimated, being hit by lightning with tens of millions of volts. That's no joke." It was a huge challenge for Doflamingo. Carrying a giant mace, Alvita said generously, "Chris said that the battle at this level is very complicated. The requirements for hockey and fruit abilities are quite high. I heard that Doflamingo's devil fruit has awakened. I wonder if Enel can stop it." Reiju's beautiful eyes flowed, and Isho said with a smile, "Enel's Logia Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit, is not a vegetarian. With the help of Chris, his development of Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit, has taken it a step further." Nami suddenly turned her head, blinked her big eyes, and looked at Chris. She asked curiously, "Chris, do you think Enel can win this battle?" The second update, if the automatic subscription increases by 3, it will be updated immediately. If it doesn't go up, it will be updated, but it will be later. Gentlemen, I am crying. 304. Doflamingo, s shock. Enel, s guro guro no mi, rumble rumble fruit, is awesome. Others are also more interested in Nami's question. Chris has played against Doflamingo and Enel, and his answers are more valuable. Chris put his hands in his trouser pockets and shook his head lightly. Enel is not hot enough. The understatement made the squad leader and others feel quite surprised. Everyone is optimistic about Enel, but Chris doesn't agree. Namilu frowned slightly, and there was a little doubt in her big eyes. How is it possible? Enel is already so strong, and during this time, he is also improving. Reiju stroked the hair in front of his forehead, and his eyes were as clear as water. Enel's logia fruit, shouldn't it be better? That Doflamingo is really that strong. Chris took issue indifferent and said, devil fruits don't decide everything. Besides, Doflamingo's thread fruit has awakened. Enel's current armament is still too tender. Chris directly pointed out Enel's Achilles heel. In this level of combat, the level of armament hockey is particularly important. Enel practiced observation hockey to a very high level during his time at Sky Island. But armament is ignored, even if his talent is strong enough. Under Chris's guidance, armament mastered it quite quickly. Pity that in the face of the old rivers and lakes of Doflamingo, it is still not enough to watch. Cavendish held the hilt with his left hand, his eyes resolute, and said, this young master is more and more aware of the importance of armament. If I can attach my blade to armament hockey, it will be more effective against the enemy. At that time, even if the poison is logia, I can cut it like this young master. Poisonous words. With a cold sigh, he said angrily, boy, my armament can be mastered earlier than you. You are already one step behind me. Do you need me to wait for you? Since the last battle of the squad leader, these two people have not liked each other and often fight each other. Everyone has long been surprised by this, and Isho dismissed it. Enel and Doflamingo have met during Cavendish's battle with Venom. The two looked at each other, fighting intent. At this time, Doflamingo was so full of anger that he had nowhere to put it. Also in the Shichibukai alliance, Chris didn't give himself face so much, he cut himself off for the second time. Even the best-tempered person must explode at this time. Not to mention a proud and arrogant man like Doflamingo. At this time, Enel suddenly jumped out again, actually wanting to fight with himself. I really can't be made of mud. What kind of small characters want to step on my feet, and are not afraid of being pricked? Foo 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 foo. Doflamingo's forehead bulged, and he glanced at Enel disdainfully, but didn't take him seriously. Instead, he stared at Chris in the distance, with a bit of coldness in his eyes, and said something. Since you don't give me face so much, I don't have to take care of your face anymore. Look at me taking care of your subordinates. If the tiger doesn't show his power, you really think that I, Doflamingo, is a sick cat. Doflamingo immediately made up his mind to use the most ruthless means to teach Enel a lesson. He has to show his attitude and let Chris see his anger. Hey, dead fisheye, are you in such a hurry to come out and die? Doflamingo looked at Enel coldly. Your captain never told you to keep a low profile, you'll die easily if you, so impulsive. Doflamingo's tone gradually became cold, and the surrounding air instantly solidified. Enel smiled nonchalantly. Fighting against the strong is his pursuit, life and death are not important at all. At this time, he was extremely excited, licked his lips lightly, and smiled wildly. You are a very strong opponent. I can feel that there is infinite power in your body. If you want to kill me, do your best to let me see the real powerhouse of Blue Sea. Doflamingo's face was gloomy, he could hear it. Enel is obviously using his own as a sparring coach, and he is able to pass the test. As proud as him, when has he been so despised by others? Very good, very good. Sure enough, the people of the Chris Pirates, like your captain, are all so arrogant. Chris has arrogant capital, but what about you? You're just a little bastard, how dare you talk to me like that? Foo 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 foo. Enel was indifferent to Isho, and said calmly, I hope you won't be surprised when you wait for a while to fight. If I were a little scoundrel, you should be able to defeat me soon. Enel's voluminous robes rattled in the wind. Under the calm expression, there is a surging power. Bellamy couldn't help but exclaimed, I have to say, Enel is really enough hockey. I believe he will make that, the arrogant Doflamingo, pay a terrible price. Caribou looked at the arrogant Doflamingo and said unhappily, what is so arrogant in that guy? Enel, use all your strength and blow him up for me. Lafitte turned his cane and said with a smile, Bai is the Shichibukai under the king, and he can be regarded as the pinnacle of the pirates. Besides, Enel is nothing now, and it's normal to be despised. Corona flew in the air, looking puffed up, not very happy, and said, That pink guy is still so annoying. A look of aloofness, what's so great? Baccarat folded his crimson hair together, smiled Isho, and said softly, Doflamingo is also a Tenryubito. Nature has some arrogant genes, which is understandable. Nami snorted softly and clenched her two small fists. No wonder, I said why I hate this guy when I see it. Just right, let Enel teach him a good lesson. Chris remained silent, although he had already seen the end of the battle. But this didn't affect his expectations for Enel, so long practiced. It should also be worth a little bit of achievement. Even if he can't beat Doflamingo, he won't be able to win too easily. Enel, right, I'll cut you on the knife today. 5 color lines. Without any hesitation, Doflamingo swung his right hand and launched a violent attack. His only good point is, when the real fight begins, he'll be fully focused. There won't be any bullshit. Enel stood there, looking calm, without the slightest panic. When the 5 color line approached Enel's body, Enel disappeared in a blink of an eye. Of a sudden, Enel seemed to have evaporated from the world. Disappeared without a trace. Doflamingo was also shocked by this, and said in shock, what's going on? Suddenly disappeared. Suddenly, Doflamingo secretly said something bad. Then, a faint voice came from behind him. Sorry, I'm here. Doflamingo turned back suddenly, and saw a pair of dead fish eyes staring at him tightly. He quickly took a few steps back and stabilized his body. Enel didn't take the opportunity to make a move, just calmed down Isho and behaved very calmly. Okay, I still underestimate you, I didn't expect you to be so fast. Vivi's cheeks twitched, and Doflamingo's eyes suddenly changed, cautious. Until now, he hadn't reacted, just how did Enel move behind him? The ghostly speed made Doflamingo have to be careful. Even escaped his own observation hockey, one can imagine how fast Enel is. Seeing this, Van Augur exclaimed, Enel's speed is really his greatest advantage. Simply elusive. Luo stood aside holding the ghost crying, and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. It's really not easy to be able to play Doflamingo. Luo knew very well how powerful Doflamingo was. It is not easy to escape his eyes. Corona laughed complacently. Hey, it's a shame. The speed directly crushed that guy. Haley. You didn't do anything to me just now, but you won't have such a chance in the future. Doflamingo grins Isho. Now that Enel's speed is known, he will pay more attention to it later. Won't give it to Enel again, revealing such obvious flaws. Enel didn't take it seriously, and shrugged casually. It's unrealistic to be able to fight with a master like you and win with speed. Even if I shot you just now, you can react quickly, and I can't take advantage of it either. Enel is very clear about this, he just took it by surprise. Also, Doflamingo has clearly reacted. Doflamingo nodded again and again, with a smile on his face. You're a pretty sensible boy. If you don't want to be crushed by me, you'd better show some hard power. Foo. Said that, Doflamingo's men did not slack off, and once again offered 5 color threads. The transparent silk thread attacked at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, Doflamingo moved his left hand at the same time. The same silk thread was sacrificed, one left and one right, sealing Enel in the middle. Look what you do. Facing Doflamingo's strong attack, Enel's eyes were full of excitement. Electric light. I saw Enel's whole body, gradually flickering fine arcs. These arcs vivi glow, enveloped Enel. At this time, Enel seemed to be surrounded by a layer of white light. Doflamingo's 5 color thread, as soon as it came into contact with the white light, instantly collapsed. Immediately, it burned and made a squeaking sound. This scene also puzzled Doflamingo. His 5 color line has always been invincible, how could he appear paralyzed? He looked at the white light shrouded in Enel's body, and Vivi narrowed his eyes. Is it a devil fruit person? What ability is this? Enel's face and did not answer Doflamingo. Want to know, then let you take a good look. Rice wife. Finished speaking, a huge lightning bolt formed on Enel's wrist. Immediately, like a laser, it attacked Doflamingo straightly. Lightning was so fast that Doflamingo didn't have time to dodge. The cobweb wall. Soon, Doflamingo waved his arm, and hundreds of threads came together. Forms a huge shield and blocks it in front of him. The wife of Rice came in response, and slammed into the cobweb wall violently. After a brief collision, Anami disappears. The cobweb wall was already crumbling at this time, and the outside was completely scorched. After removing the cobweb wall, Doflamingo looked at Enel in shock and said something. How is it possible? Is it Logia's Guro Guro no Mi rumble rumble fruit? Doflamingo shook his head gradually, unable to believe that he actually saw Guro Guro no Mi rumble rumble fruit. You guy, you are so lucky, you can actually get this devil fruit. It is known as one of the invincible abilities among the devil fruits. Doflamingo couldn't believe it. This fruit is too rare. He also has a devil fruit illustration, and he has coveted Guro Guro no Mi rumble rumble fruit for a long time. Such a powerful fruit will surely achieve an extremely powerful fighting force. Now it seems that the strength of Guro Guro no Mi rumble rumble fruit is indeed very powerful. No wonder your speed is so fast, it turns out to be thunder speed. In this world, the only person who can surpass you is Borsalino's glint glint fruit. Doflamingo seemed to remember something again, and turned to look at Chris. No, and your enchanting captain. Distance, the squad leaders were extremely excited. In the 2 consecutive fights, Enel has the upper hand, and his morale is very high. Looked at Doflamingo with a strange expression, and said disdainfully, what the hell is Shichibukai? It's not being suppressed by Enel yet. Bartolomeo's face was full of excitement, and he said, I'll just say, Enel is still very strong. With his Guro Guro no Mi rumble rumble fruit, there are very few people who can suppress him. Carrying the giant mace, Alvita smiled and nodded. It seems that Doflamingo is very uncomfortable. His devil fruit ability was completely suppressed by Enel. Kaya blinked her big clear eyes and said with a sweet smile, as expected, Enel is stronger. But, why did Chris just say that Enel can't beat Doflamingo? Her small head was full of big doubts. Reality tells her that Enel does seem to be the stronger party. Seeing Doflamingo, Betty and others fighting Chris, they didn't look so happy. Betty took a deep breath of cigarettes, the smoke lingered around him, and said calmly as always. It's not as simple as you think. Doflamingo, you haven't exerted your strength yet. 305. Doflamingo awakens again. Enel's big moves are repeated, and the battle is quite terrifying. The battle between Chris and Doflamingo, Betty and others, were deeply shocked. For the first time, they felt the gap in strength between themselves and high-level people. Betty said calmly, Enel just took the lead in these 2 shots. Doflamingo, I don't know about Enel's fruit ability, so it's natural to be overwhelmed for a while. But now, it shouldn't be. Baccarat nodded lightly, and said generously, after getting to know each other well, it is the embodiment of true strength. It's not that Chris admires Doflamingo, it's that he does have a lot of strength. Poison Gia Isho swept the crowd with disdain. Look at it carefully, the wonderful battle has just begun. Chris remained calm and said nothing. Doflamingo is still in shock at Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, have to say, you managed to get my attention. You Chris pirates, you have a lot of weird devil fruit abilities, foo 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 foo. Enno licked his lips lightly, hee Isho, since you know the power of this god, then please go all out. Otherwise, it will capsize in the gutter. Doflamingo laughed outright, full of disdain, grinned Isho and said something. Don't think that if you eat Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, you are really invincible. Whether it is strong or not depends on your development. Better not let me down. Next second, the two disappeared directly from the spot. Cavendish frowned suddenly and said in surprise, where are the people? Why did it suddenly disappear? The sound of J. The two of them appeared in another place at the same time. At this time, the two were in a stalemate. In Doflamingo's palm, dozens of transparent silk threads were released, and these threads were tightly intertwined. It forms a line as thick as a long whip. A long whip, he met Enel's rice wife. The two do not give in to each other, and they are at a stalemate. Doflamingo's blue veins burst out, and he snorted coldly, foot shaved. A transparent sharp silk thread, created from Doflamingo's right foot, quickly ran towards Enel's chest. Seeing this, Enel made a decisive decision and wanted to exchange with the other party. God's punishment. At Enel's left wrist, thunder burst into the sky. Then, the situation in the sky changed suddenly, and a thick thunder appeared, crashed down, and went straight to Doflamingo. Seeing this, Doflamingo frowned. He could feel the aura of destruction in this thunder. If he resisted hard, it would definitely be worth the loss. He immediately stepped on the ground and quickly left his original position. And Enel was also freed, turning to one side to avoid the attack of the foot-shaven line. The two began to separate, and then walked towards each other again. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. Enel lightly tapped the taiko drum on his left shoulder, and a Thunderbird shaped like a phoenix immediately appeared. Thunderbird is huge, and the light of thunder and lightning flashes all over its body, which is extremely terrifying. Enel took the ptarmigan and swooped away. Burgess raised his arms high, excited, appeared. Enel used the Thunderbird, way ha 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 ha. Cavendish couldn't help smacking his tongue. It's incredible, to be able to create such a miraculous thing. The wind and clouds are changing color, it is the power of gods. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly, it's just a show. Wild waves and white lines. Just listen to Doflamingo with a light drink, fingers flicking quickly. In front of him, tens of thousands of transparent silk threads were arranged horizontally and neatly. With Doflamingo's control, the tens of thousands of silk threads immediately. Like a raging wave, it goes up and down. The white line of the barren waves rises from bottom to top, constantly surging, welcoming the arrival of Thunderbirds. Two collided, like a petrel fighting the rough sea in a storm. Thunderbirds swam between the white lines of the wild waves, flapping their wings from time to time, cutting countless silk threads. And this turbulent wave gradually wrapped the Thunderbird inside, trying to smash it. Two sides fought each other fiercely, and one traded off the other. The end, the Thunderbird was successfully minced by Doflamingo. However, the barren waves and white lines were also exhausted, making it impossible to attack further. This result surprised Doflamingo and ended up in a draw. He removed all the thin lines and laughed loudly. You are really strong enough to have contact with me. Looks like your development of Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, is pretty good. Enel stands in the air, looking down at Doflamingo, to each other. How strong I thought you were, is it just that? That would be a little too disappointing. Enel deliberately used words to provoke him. He had to force out Doflamingo's true strength. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Hearing this, Doflamingo smiled strangely. His fingers kept jumping. He grinned, and said, "It seems that if you don't move a little, I really can't teach you a lesson. Since I said I will teach you a lesson, I must do what I say." His feet stomped heavily, the ground turtle, huh. With a sound, the figure came into the air. Foot shave. Doflamingo's right foot is armed with aura, and 8 transparent silk threads emerge from the toes. Turned black, and it was completely revealed in everyone's sight. Speed was astonishing, and the air vibrated faintly, as if even the space had been cut. Man-Demon Jin exclaimed, "It's all attached to armament. What a terrifying strength. Same practice armament hockey, everyone knows that it is too difficult to do this." Cavendish shook his head and said worriedly, "Can Enel stop it?" Attached to armament, foot shaving wire, it can completely cut Logia's ability. Facing such a fierce attack, Enel couldn't help frowning. He finally felt a little danger. White light. Enel was enveloped in white light again, and he quickly raised his arms to block in front of him. At the wrist, it gradually turned black, and it was also attached to armament. Just hearing a bang, an explosion occurred on the spot, and the smoke was flying. Dust settled. Enel retreated a full tens of meters before barely stabilizing her figure. At this time, blood stains appeared on his forearm. Doflamingo's foot shaving line just now hurt him after all. In this armament matchup, Enel was clearly losing out. A successful strike, Doflamingo was even more confident and pursued it directly. Leaping into the air, 5 colored lines shot out from his hand, also attached to armament hockey. Enel, who has suffered a loss, no longer chooses hard resistance at this time. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Enel struck the taiko drum on both shoulders, and thunder and lightning overflowed from it. A huge brontosaurus formed in an instant. The Thunder Dragon roared, and the space seemed to be deformed. Go! Under the control of Enel, Thunder Dragon attacked the 5-color line. 5-color thread is like 5 small snakes, intertwined with the Thunder Dragon in the air, biting each other. Meanwhile, Doflamingo once again resorted to shaving. One after another, thin lines split the space away. Facing Doflamingo's fierce attack, Enel gradually felt a little bit exhausted. Although I can barely cope with it now, it has clearly fallen behind and has been suppressed. On the other hand, Doflamingo is getting better and better. Battle, the more violent the offensive. In desperation, Enel can only continue to create thunder and lightning to defend against each other's attacks. In the battlefield, lightning flashes and thunders, like a dance of gods and demons. The black and white silk thread and the dark blue thunder eroded each other, looking for a gap between each other to attack each other's body. Enel and Doflamingo's bodies have gradually appeared some scars. The battle below opened their mouths and stared at this scene in a stunned manner. Tezzolo couldn't help swallowing a few mouthfuls of saliva, his eyes full of shock. This is no longer a battle between mortals. I didn't expect Enel, so strong, to be able to fight with you and me with Doflamingo. Mr. Tanaka couldn't help but glanced at Chris in front of him. Although Enel is at a disadvantage, his strength is not weak. I'm afraid there is only a thin line between Doflamingo and Doflamingo. He is so strong that he is willing to follow Captain Chris's side. Captain Chris, how strong is it? Deus was already dumbfounded at this time. He had never seen this level of battle. It's not an exaggeration to describe it as a fairy fight. It's terrifying. It's just a subordinate of the Chris pirates, and he can actually fight against Shichibukai. Then Captain Chris himself must have the strength of Marine Admiral. Tezzolo shook his head lightly and clicked his tongue. I'm afraid it won't stop. Even Marine Admiral may not be able to make a character like Enel obedient. Unless, Captain Chris has the strength to crush Enel. In that case, wouldn't Captain Chris? Tezzolo's eyes Vivi trembled, full of shock. He didn't dare to continue to guess, because the answer was too terrifying. Tezzolo and others couldn't imagine that Chris looked so young. The strength is even more terrifying than they imagined. Looks like they got the right person this time, quack. Yeah, with Captain Chris, we must be able to do something great. The strength of the Chris pirates is too powerful. I think anyone who pulls out is a ruthless person. Tezzolo's subordinates praised one after another, and their faces were full of joy. Poisoned looking at the Tezzolo, he smiled proudly. Hee, this is nothing. Enel and Doflamingo fought back and forth, and it was exciting. It's a pity, it doesn't look so enjoyable. To be more addicted, it has to be the last fight at West Blue. Spoke, a strange light gradually flashed in the poisonous god. Burgess, who was beside him, couldn't hold it in any more. He laughed and said, at that time, there was no you. Not long after we went to sea with Chris, we met Doflamingo. Every time I recalled this incident, Burgess and Du were full of emotions and extremely proud. Because I was able to experience and see that battle with my own eyes. Burgess said with a big smile, that battle between Captain Chris and Doflamingo, that was a lot of fun. Guess what? Doflamingo didn't take advantage of it for half a day. I was pressed and beaten by the captain throughout the whole process. It's so cool to watch it. Tezzolo and others secretly glanced at Chris. The latter's expression was flat, quietly watching the fight between Enel and Doflamingo. At this time, he seems to have become a myth in the hearts of everyone. Tezzolo and the others couldn't even imagine how Chris' strength was able to press down and beat a character as powerful as Doflamingo. It was incredible. Luo hugged the ghost crying, nodded, and said calmly, Burgess does not have any exaggeration. I watched Doflamingo do everything he could without hurting Chris. That kind of gap is visible to the naked eye. Lafitte smiled and turned his cane to himself. I remember, at that time, Doflamingo, the fruit power had already awakened. But even if he used his awakened thread fruit ability, it would be in vain. Chris's ability to reject fruit is too powerful, and in the end Doflamingo couldn't find a way to crack it. Van Augur and the others waited, but they all got on board late and missed the battle. Cavendish spread his hands regretfully. It's a pity, I couldn't see Chris do it with his own eyes. Van Augur shook his head helplessly and chuckled, everything is fate. That battle should be the strongest opponent Chris has ever met. It's a pity. Since they got on the ship, Chris has fought a few battles, but it's just people like Onagumo Vice Admiral. Opponent's strength is not very good, so there is no need to say much about the fighting level. Kuro pushed his glasses slightly, his eyes flashed with wisdom, and said, Is Pluto really better than Doflamingo? I still remember that battle to this day. Chris was too strong, and he fought all the way. Man-Demon Jin retorted, It's just a discussion with Rayleigh, nothing real. It's real with Doflamingo, that battle must be more enjoyable to watch. Squad leaders couldn't help but envy the Burgess, who were fortunate enough to watch that battle. Compared with the current situation on the battlefield, the squad leaders can better understand how powerful Chris is. In their consciousness, Enel is already perverted enough. At this moment, the battle between Enel and Doflamingo continues. Both were forced into housekeeping skills. Among them, Doflamingo has already used the ability of Devil Fruit Awakening. The rocks around them turned into threads one by one, besieging Enel. The current battlefield is like a vast white desert, with white threads everywhere. Enel, as I said, I will teach you a good lesson. Since it has reached this point, let you taste it, my nirvana. Foo. That, some readers said that the number of words in Battle Water is too much dialogue. So, the author made revisions to try to write less dialogue and more battles. The battle will end in the next chapter, don't worry. That, the automatic subscription didn't go up, what's going on? Open black lens bracket cans close black lens bracket. 306. Dober's ultimate move, 16 sacred bullets, God's killing. Enel lost. The two have been in a stalemate until now, although Doflamingo has always had the upper hand. But it didn't actually take much advantage, but created a feeling of comparability. This is something Doflamingo can't stand. He suddenly grinned Isho and said in a low voice, "Next, let's end this fight. Don't you want me to do my best to fight you? That will satisfy you." Before he finished speaking, with Doflamingo as the center, the white silk thread quickly spread out. The ground beneath their feet, the rocks and trees beside them, all turned into white threads. The entire battlefield instantly became a white world of silk threads. Enel raised his eyebrows at will, a move he had only seen before. He still knows a thing or two about the awakening ability of the Paramesha Devil Fruit. "Doflamingo, are you so poor?" Doflamingo sneered at Isho, and said something with a smug smile on the corner of his mouth. "Enel, just now you have seen the fruit of the thread after awakening. It's just the most common attack." Vivi twitched at the corner of Enel's mouth. Just now Doflamingo attacked with a huge wave of white lines. Everything around them turned into white lines, like a tumbling turbulent ocean, extremely dangerous. There are hardly any hiding places in the entire battlefield. Enel can only survive in the cracks. In order to deal with the huge waves and white lines, he has even released all his lightning. 200 million volts, Thor. Become a giant Thor and fight against the turbulent waves of the white line. If the so-called white lines of huge waves are just the most common attacks, what would happen to a stronger attack method? Enel can't imagine. Dominance of the general. He gradually burst into laughter, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Foo, Enel, you have to be careful. If there is a chance to kill you, I will never show mercy, even if your captain is Chris. Who called your captain, and also don't give me face. Saying that, Doflamingo glanced at Chris with some mockery and pride. Perona sighed and flew up and down in the air with her hips on her back. She said something in her mouth. This Doflamingo is so annoying, a big man, so vengeful. We Captain Chris won't give you face, what's the matter? Nami also expressed her dissatisfaction, clenching her fists and waving. Just because of his heart, he wants to kill Enel. Just a daydream. Luo, who was watching the game, was always very calm. At this time, his expression showed some concern. Doflamingo is really serious. This move looks familiar. Hearing this, everyone looked carefully. I saw Doflamingo's arms slammed open, a feeling of dominating the world. On the ground behind him, there seemed to be several lines, surging upwards continuously. As if something was about to burst out of the ground. Lafitte put his stick on the ground with a solemn expression. It was the trick against Captain Chris when he was at West Blue. 16 holy bullets, God slaying. Lafitte and Luo spoke almost simultaneously. They recalled the scene at that time. The scene was extremely grand and terrifying. Even if they were far away, they could feel that strong oppression. The end, though, Doflamingo abruptly withdrew without actually attacking. But this slaughter by the gods left a very deep impression in the hearts of everyone. That day, Doflamingo was afraid of Chris and did not dare to shoot. But now, his opponent is Enel, and it is not an exaggeration to vent his anger. He didn't expect Chris to actually try to stop it. True, even Enel was actually killed by Doflamingo in the end. Chris is also indifferent and will never help. It's Enel's own battle, and one he's longed for. No matter what the outcome is, it should be borne by him. If Chris shot, he would be humiliating him. Doflamingo's eyes were cold and his voice was low. Enel, this trick was not used on Chris last time. Today, it's up to you to suffer. 16 holy bullets, God slaying. With a light drink from Doflamingo, there was only a bang. Behind him, 16 huge white lines suddenly rose up, swimming as fast as white snakes. This scene appeared in Enel's eyes, which seemed a little strange. Doflamingo seems to be the incarnation of the Snake King, and there is a bit of evil in his face. Enel noticed that, suddenly, the heads of the 16 white snakes turned pitch black. And this pitch black is still spreading downwards at an extremely fast speed. And, the 16 white snakes all turned into pitch black snakes, shiny with oil. This is an ultra-high-strength armament tyrant. Cavendish couldn't help frowning. It is indeed the top combat power in the sea. Doflamingo's armament PA. To be able to reach such a level. Compared to him, my armament is nothing. Cavendish's expression looked a little dejected. Bellamy, on the contrary, looked excited and said with a smile, "This is the real armament hockey. When will I be able to cultivate to this level and be able to look down on the heroes?" Mandemon Jin looked indifferent and said indifferently, "I seem to have only seen armament like this in Captain and Rayleigh. Armament is quite powerful at their level of power. Any defense, in the face of this armament, I am afraid that it will be greatly reduced." Lafitte pressed his hat and said solemnly, "Doflamingo's ultimate killer move is indeed extraordinary. I don't know if Enel can handle it." Burgess also put away the smile on his face and couldn't help sweating for Enel. "When I was at West Blue, I didn't understand armament enough. At that time, I didn't realize the horror of this god's killing. Looking at it now, it is indeed worthy of the 4 words, ultimate killing." He couldn't help looking at Chris in front of him, and sighed to himself, at that time, the captain was able to kill this god and force him to retreat. Don't even dare to let Doflamingo let go. Looking at it now, the captain at that time was already quite a terrifying existence. Luo embraced the ghost crying and nodded lightly. In front of Chris, Doflamingo really didn't dare to make trouble. However, he also transferred all this grievance to Enel. Now, it's up to Enel to prepare to respond. Squad leaders are very aware that this is also a great challenge for Enel. The game of the strongest offense and defense, the real one move determines the winner. Van Augur suddenly pointed at Enel and said in surprise, "Look, what is Enel doing?" When everyone saw it, Enel looked up into the air with a thoughtful look on his face. But he didn't see any movement. Makino was very surprised, and said doubtfully, "As that? Distracted. What the hell is Enel doing in such an important battle?" Reiju's eyes were clear as water, and he looked at Enel carefully. His lips are moving, he seems to be muttering something. Kaya blinked her big eyes and asked curiously, "What spell is it? Isn't Enel the self-proclaimed god of Sky Island? Is he negotiating with some kind of god?" Iroj, also from Sky Island, put his giant pencil aside. With his hands folded and a face on his face, he began to pray for Enel. Poisoned and pouted, he shook his head and said, "It's really all people from Sky Island, why are they so nervous? How can there really be gods in the world? It's all fake." Suddenly, Chris opened his mouth and said lightly, "In this world, nothing is impossible. The pirate world is very strange, and many things are unexplainable. Like the existence of Princess Shirahoshi, she can rule the Sea Kings. Isn't it really like a sea god?" When Chris speaks, everyone suddenly becomes a little bit expectant. "I want to see what Enel can summon." Doflamingo looked at Enel with disdain, and mocked, "Is this giving up resistance? Pray for the gods to come to the rescue. Don't waste your energy." Enel suddenly opened his eyes, with a weird smile on his face. "I am Thor, why do I need the help of the gods?" There was a sudden lightning and thunder in the sky, and the clouds turned into black thunderclouds. The surrounding sky is full of thunderclouds, making people feel a little depressed. Enel's whole body began to continuously release his own electric current, complementing the thundercloud. Lei Ying. The two touch and merge with each other. Soon, a spherical thundercloud with huge physical strength came into being. Inside the spherical thundercloud, arcs are constantly flashing, and the airflow is tumbling. Kuro pushed his glasses and said in shock, "The creation of the world, with the help of the power of heaven and earth, condensed into a ball." combining its own thunder and lightning with the dark clouds that happen to appear in the sky to create a thunderstorm. This spherical thundercloud contains powerful airflow fluctuations and amazing currents. Caribou couldn't help but exclaimed, "The strongest defense is the best defense. This is probably the only way to face God's execution. Enel can do this, it's not easy." Chris didn't speak, but there was some certainty in his eyes. Enel's choice, in his opinion, is the most correct. Doflamingo's face darkened. He could feel the force in the spherical thundercloud, and Isho grinned. Foo, what a surprise. I didn't expect you to have such a means. Hopefully it's not just for nothing. Enel is indifferent to Isho, and said coldly, "See the real chapter under your hand." Said, the 16 black snakes rushed towards the giant thunderball. The black snake is about to cut through this thunderball. 16 black snakes quickly stabbed at the thunderball from different directions. The moment the two collided, a terrifying shock wave spread out. Even if they were far away from the battlefield, the squad leaders could feel a powerful force. Mirror repulsion. Chris supported it casually, directly repelling this powerful force for everyone. Alvita carried the giant mace and smiled softly, "Follow Chris, don't worry about anything." Baccarat folded his crimson hair and said with a sweet smile, "That's natural, Chris is our most reliable person. With him there, we will not be in any danger." Nami smiled like a flower, with 2 dimples on her face. Chris was able to easily dissipate such a powerful force just now. As expected of Chris. Chris looked at the distant battlefield calmly, and said calmly, "It's over." The distant battlefield, 16 black snakes opened their mouths one by one, biting the giant thunder ball fiercely. Under the impact of powerful airflow and thunder, several black snakes slumped and finally collapsed. However, Enel's giant thunderball is not very pleasant, and it is gradually fading at a speed visible to the naked eye. Doflamingo's smile became more and more arrogant, and he looked like he was winning. His fingers twitched quickly, and the black snake accelerated his attack. Soon, the giant thunderball collapsed and a shock wave erupted. At this time, there were still 4 black snakes left, and under the manipulation of Doflamingo, they quickly ran towards Enel. Seeing this, Enel quickly stepped back and snorted, "Electric light." Immediately, a layer of white light enveloped Enel. It was too late and then too fast, and 4 black snakes came one after another. Summoning Lei Ying took a huge toll on Enel, and he was already exhausted by now. Facing the attacking black snake, he was unable to make more effective moves. Only by relying on the electric light and armament hockey, he can continue. But Doflamingo will not stop at will, and the 4 black snakes slammed on Enel's body violently. After a crash, the 4 black snakes dispersed. When dismantling Lei Ying, Black Snake was also weakened a lot. The dust settled, and everyone quickly looked away. I saw Enel holding a going stick and standing straight on the spot. But it can be seen that he was injured at this time. The thin dead camel was bigger than a horse. After all, it resisted the attack of 4 black snakes. Doflamingo looked at Enel in amazement. The result was somewhat unexpected. Enel suddenly smiled and said, "I am indeed not your opponent, Doflamingo. You are indeed a very formidable opponent." This, Doflamingo said with a bit of pride, "You've been pretty good for sticking with me until now. The person who can continue to stand under the execution of my god is also a figure in this sea. I never imagined that under Chris, there are powerful men like you. Instead of following Chris, why don't you defect to me? I promise to make you a cadre of the Don Quixote family. How's it going, foo. 07. Doflamingo was slapped in the face again and left in a daze, not daring to say anything. Enel's expression turned startled. The guy in front of him tried his best to kill him in the last second. Now he invites himself to join him. This guy is such an elusive lunatic. Enel was indifferent to Isho and shook his head firmly. Captain Chris is my choice. I will always be by his side, so don't waste your time. Enel knew very well how much energy Chris had. By following Chris's side, I can make rapid progress and have the opportunity to meet all kinds of powerful opponents. As for Doflamingo, I really can't beat him. But this guy couldn't convince him. That day, Chris was able to easily kill him with one move. The difference in this is obvious. Doflamingo wasn't surprised by Enel's rejection. He didn't really want to accept Enel, he just wanted to disgust Chris. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. For Enel's strength, he is very recognized. At the same time, I am very envious of Chris, who has such a helper by his side. Enel has already surpassed any cadre in the Don Quixote family. You can be considered a good man if you can take over my ultimate move, Shinju. However, this doesn't mean our battle is over. You haven't fallen, then I can't stop, foo. Doflamingo's eyes suddenly became fierce, and his face changed, unusually fast. At the same time, the white line on the ground has moved again. It seemed that Doflamingo really didn't intend to end the fight. Seeing this, Enel stepped back decisively and chuckled. Doflamingo, I'm not your opponent. I lost this battle. However, I swear, I will practice hard, and one day, I will come back to you for advice. At that time, we will compete again. But today, it's impossible for you to keep me. Speaking, Enel had already left the battlefield and quickly came towards Chris and the others. As a person with the ability of Guro no Mi, Rumble Fruit, his speed is unimaginable. Once he really wants to go, few people can keep him. Doflamingo tried to chase, but in the end could only watch Enel's back. He shrugged helplessly, and said with a smirk, I really have the demeanor I used to have. Bend and stretch. Thinking that when he was in West Blue, he retreated so decisively, without tearing his face with Chris. Enel, I'm waiting for you to come find me again. I hope next time you're ready, I won't let you escape again, foo. Doflamingo ignored Enel and turned to look at Chris. Chris, Tezzolo and I have some personal grudges. I hope you can hand him over to me and stop meddling in this matter. Since I joined the Shichibukai Alliance, I hope you will take this into consideration too. Don't do this thing completely, it's not good for anyone. Chris frowned impatiently and said lightly, Doflamingo, I have made up my mind about this matter. Although we are the Shichibukai Alliance, we have many interests in each other. However, Tezzolo is quite a potential player, and I definitely won't miss it. Chris's attitude is very clear. Tezzolo definitely protects him. It is useless for anyone to come. Since he was his subordinate, there was no reason to give in. Doflamingo's face suddenly changed, extremely ugly and gloomy. He didn't expect that after a big battle, Chris still didn't give himself any face at all. 5 fingers jumped, the veins on his forehead burst out, and he said something with a big laugh. For the sake of a mere Tezzolo, you've left me as an ally. Could it be that, even if it affects our Shichibukai alliance, you will stick to it? Chris took issue indifferent and heard the threat in Doflamingo's words. He looked at Doflamingo quite calmly, and said word by word, joining the Shichibukai alliance is the general trend. You're a smart guy and don't go against the trend. What's more, you control a lot of resources in the underground world, and it is profitable for you to cooperate with me. Will you give up such a large amount of benefits? Chris stared at Doflamingo with sharp eyes, as if seeing through him. He knew Doflamingo very well and knew that this guy only cared about profit. This guy will never do anything against his interests. Sure enough, after Chris finished speaking, Doflamingo immediately speechless. A sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. Chris continued, It's not impossible if you take Tezzolo. Doflamingo was refreshed and looked curiously at Tezzolo and the others beside him, feeling anxious and uneasy. Chris looked at Doflamingo mysteriously and sneered, It's very simple, fight me. If you win, Tezzolo is at your disposal, and I won't interfere. But if you lose, Tezzolo will be a member of my Chris Pirates from now on. Anyone who wants to touch him must get my permission. Tezzolo and the others quickly looked at Chris gratefully. They already know how powerful Chris is. No matter what, they will be successfully saved by Chris today. And Doflamingo's mood, but not so beautiful, but very bad. That was supposed to be 90% sure, but was intervened by Chris. Chris looked at Doflamingo quietly and asked coldly, "How about it? Don't waste your time, Doflamingo." Doflamingo was silent for a moment. Bartolomeo looked at Doflamingo with a smile, and provocatively said, "What's the matter, is this a coward? Isn't it pretty good back then? Why don't you dare to fight now?" Poison is good at sneering and sneering. It turns out that the Doflamingo of Shichibukai, the dignified king, is nothing more than that. Just a guy who seeks fame, bullies the soft and fears the hard. How come the energy you used to mock Enel just now is gone now? Burgess raised his arms high and laughed. How dare this guy dare to fight? Last time at West Blue, this guy couldn't beat us Captain Chris and ran away. Now, the captain's strength has improved a little bit. He must be too scared to shoot. Way ha 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 ha. Cavendish pursed his lips, but unfortunately said, "How can this happen? This young master is looking forward to this battle. Doflamingo, don't be a coward, fight now. Maybe our captain will release the water, and you will win." Hearing this, everyone laughed, and the laughter was full of irony. Luo Weijong was crying with the demon sword in his arms, and seeing Doflamingo deflated, he was very happy, and followed suit with ridicule. "Doflamingo, when did you become so timid that you didn't dare to fight? Anyway, you are also the young master of the Don Quixote family, don't embarrass your family." Kuro also had a face, and gently adjusted his glasses. "Yes, for your face and the family's face. And for Tezzolo, you should fight. Let's appreciate it again, your true strength." Enel yawned to himself, with a persuasive look, and said, "Doflamingo, don't refuse. I just saw your strength, you are very strong. Why don't you fight with Captain Chris again? Let us see what a real master duel looks like." Bellamy hayed Isho and waved his hand. "I said everyone, since Doflamingo doesn't want to fight, don't force him. Anyway, the challenge is, it's just self-inflicted humiliation, and I can't beat it and run away." Hawkins was expressionless, still dead as usual. At this time, he was holding several tarot cards in his hand. Hawkins looked calm and said in a low voice, "I gave Doflamingo a calculation. The possibility of his defeat today 100%. Probability of fleeing 100%. The possibility of losing face 100%. Possibility of being angry 100%. Hawkins put away the tarot cards gently, and deliberately joked, "But Doflamingo, you are a descendant of Tenryubito. Tenryubito is the creator of the world, and naturally he will not believe in fate, nor will he succumb to fate. Although these possibilities are 100%, you still have to have the courage to break these possibilities." After finishing speaking, Hawkins' face that had been dead all the year round showed a hint of provocation. Caribou sighed softly, with a look of disappointment on his face. "I thought the King Shichibukai was some kind of big man. It turns out that the dignified Doflamingo is just a coward. If it were me, I would definitely be ready to fight." Yoroge picked up the giant hexagonal pencil, smiled and said, "Doflamingo, if you're going to fight, I will definitely pray for you. I hope you don't die too miserably." Weipa patted Yoroge's shoulder lightly, and pouted, "It's your fault for talking like that. Doflamingo didn't die badly because he didn't even want to fight." Squad leaders sneered at Doflamingo one by one. They are all trying to provoke Doflamingo into taking the gamble in a fit of rage. This way, the squad leaders will be able to watch the battle again and with a higher quality. At this time, Doflamingo's complexion was ashen, and his teeth were almost crushed by himself. Tezzolo and the others, who were gambling chips, seemed to have nothing to worry about. Tezzolo refuted the squad leaders and said with reason, "Every squad leader, you must have misunderstood Doflamingo. He's not a timid person at all, otherwise he wouldn't be the King Shichibukai." Tezzolo paused and continued, "Doflamingo has a characteristic, that is, he has a very good face. I refused his invitation, which is tantamount to refuting his face, which is why he is chasing after us." Mr. Tanaka nodded in agreement. Doflamingo, who has such a good face, will definitely accept this gamble. Otherwise, he will never be able to lift his head up in front of us in the future. Deus straightened up, waved his fist, and said, "Hey, with what we know about Doflamingo, he must have a fight with Captain Chris. We have a good time today." Lafitte turned the cane in his hand, smiled, and said very gently, "Indeed, it's just like this, it's not like Doflamingo's style. Today's battle should be unavoidable." Burgess bumped his fists together, laughed and said, "It would be great if that was the case. I'm really looking forward to this fight anyway. The second fight between the captain and Doflamingo should be a surprise." Poisonously echoed Bass once. "The captain's practice day and night is not a joke. He's improving all the time, and it's been a long time since the West Blue battle. The current Captain Chris, it is estimated that Doflamingo can be suppressed with one hand." Bartolomeo quickly reprimanded softly, "Poison, don't scare Doflamingo, or he won't dare to fight." Chris looked at Doflamingo flatly, waiting for his final choice. Although the squad leaders continued to use the aggressive method, this did not affect Doflamingo's thinking. Doflamingo was really angry at the taunts of Burgess and others. His face has not been better since just now. The whole person has a black face, and the anger value is bursting. Just when everyone thought he was going to have a seizure, Doflamingo burst into laughter. "Foo foo 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 foo, what fun. Chris, you're still such an interesting person. It's just for a Tezzolo, and you don't hesitate to end the game yourself. You can do it." Squad leaders could hear Doflamingo's anger and smirk. His words were filled with anger. Doflamingo continued, "Since you're a must for Tezzolo today, so good. I just let go, it's just a Tezzolo, so why not give it to you?" Tezzolo was a little surprised. "How? Did you just let me go? Is this the one I know, Doflamingo?" But no matter. In any case, Doflamingo has clearly expressed his attitude. He will definitely not accept this gamble. Doflamingo glanced at Chris and said gloomily, "I'm waiting for the news that you have captured the kingdom of Kudora. Don't forget our alliance." Saying that, Doflamingo turned and left immediately. NT looked back, leaving only a handsome back. The squad leaders felt a bit stunned and disappointed at the same time. A long-awaited battle of the world has yet to be fought today. By this time, Doflamingo was far away from the island. His mouth, he seemed to be muttering something. 308. Doflamingo's comments on the squad leaders. The golden fruit is developed to awakening, which is terrifying. Doflamingo chose to retreat strategically, leaving Kokosido Island at great speed. Goodbye to the Chris pirates today, he is still full of anger just like last time. Although he wanted to vent, but reason told him that it was best not to. Somehow, in the face of Chris, Doflamingo always felt an inexplicable danger. This subtle feeling made Doflamingo really dare not have too much entanglement with Chris. Today, without this level of relationship of the Shichibukai alliance, Doflamingo actually didn't dare to say anything. It's just that he did not expect that, in Chris's eyes, he was one of the important members of the King Shichibukai. There is no presence at all. This made Doflamingo more or less frustrated. Angry is one thing, but seeing the Chris pirates again today, Doflamingo felt a lot in his heart. I can't believe that a small group of Chris pirates could actually crouch as a tiger and hide a dragon. In less than a year, Chris has recruited so many elite soldiers. Doflamingo was a little surprised when he saw the squad leaders. Among these people, there are some that he has heard of. such as Vice Captain Lafitte, Law, Cavendish, and of course Pensfrey. These people can become a newcomer in the sea alone. But at this time, they all gathered in the Chris Pirates. Kind of talent scene makes Doflamingo envious. Speaking of which, that Enel is indeed a talent and has a promising future. It's incredible to have Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit, that's one of the scourge fruits. Looking back now, Doflamingo was surprised that Enel got Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit. The so-called natural disaster fruit is actually the most lethal elemental fruit in nature. Such as Marine 3 Admiral, Kuzan, S ice fruit, Akainu, S magma fruit, and Borsalino, S light fruit. These devil fruits are powerful enough in their own right and extremely destructive. Either one can cause huge damage to the outside world. The same goes for Enel, S Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit. Its power even surpasses Marine 3 Admiral, S devil fruit. Thinking of this, Doflamingo couldn't help licking his lips greedily. If they can manage to get Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit, the Don Quixote family could possibly go further. It's a pity that Enel won't leave Chris. A trace of loss and regret in Doflamingo's eyes. This Enel's strength has actually reached this level. After a few years of cultivation, I'm afraid I'm no longer an opponent. What an amazing character. Today's battle, although Doflamingo won. But he is also very clear that he wins in experience and age. If you give Enel enough time, let him develop Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit better. Let him cultivate armament hockey to a certain level. He may not really be his opponent. This is the horror of natural disaster fruit. Suddenly, Doflamingo's mouth evoked a strange smile. He smiled unconsciously in the air. Foo, today's fortune is still on me. If you encounter thunderstorms and confront Enel, you will be killing yourself. At that time, his Lei Ying will probably be even more terrifying. In Doflamingo's heart, he couldn't help but feel a little bit of luck. Thunderstorm weather, using the conductive properties of rain, Doflamingo will have nowhere to hide, but let the lightning strike. And Enel's ultimate move, Lei Ying, to put it bluntly, also needs the help of the weather. Today's thunderclouds are basically made by Enel forcibly, and the bonus effect is really not very good. If it's a real thunderstorm, that's the home of the Enel fight. Whoever, in that case, has to shed a layer of skin. More Doflamingo thought about it, the more regretful he felt in his heart. Such a powerful fruit ability is actually someone else's. And that, Lafitte, who is also a figure not to be underestimated. I didn't notice it when I was at West Blue last time. Looking back at it today, the power in him is also not simple. Although Lafitte didn't make a move today, he could feel from his every move and aura that this was a tough one. It sounds like he's still the deputy captain of the Chris Pirates, so it's definitely not that simple. Doflamingo thought of Luo again and couldn't help gnashing his teeth at him, fist VV clenched in his hand. HMPH, that kid Luo, it's really pleasant to be by Chris's side. It feels like the strength has improved. His surgical fruit ability, I will never let it go easily. What Doflamingo cares about most is the power that Luo possesses that can make people live forever. This is also the reason why he chased and killed Luo that day. Now Doflamingo is afraid of the existence of Chris, but it does not mean that he has given up this idea. Cavendish, Caribou, these are all well-known newcomers, with unlimited potential. Now it seems that the Chris Pirates already have a strong strength. The relationship with them still needs to be handled carefully. As a shrewd businessman, Doflamingo knows how to avoid disadvantages. Facing the Chris Pirates who are on the rise, he will stand on a front with them no matter what. Experience tells him that this can maximize his interests. Doflamingo went faster and faster, never looking back for a moment. He looked down at the new world below and muttered to himself, "It's a little surprising that Chris entered the new world so quickly." His arrival, I'm afraid it will really cause a big change in the whole new world. The times are smiling, foo 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 foo. Doflamingo grinned Isho, his eyes seemed to see through a lot. He couldn't help but have some hope, looking forward to what changes would happen in the new world with Chris. With the retreat of Doflamingo, the island of Kokosido has regained its former tranquility. In this world, who can force Doflamingo back without fighting? Perona looked at the back of Doflamingo fleeing, and was in a good mood. I thought he was so good, seeing Captain Chris. I haven't run away yet, Haley Haley Haley. Saying that, Perona happily circled in the air. Nami showed two small dimples on her little face, and said with a smile, it's because of Chris's own strength, which is strong enough. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to deter Doflamingo, a lunatic. Bakaravivi nodded, a gentle smile appeared on his delicate face. Chris is indeed too powerful. Now he has made Doflamingo a little scared. Look, just now, the squad leaders kept provoking Doflamingo, but he was unmoved. That's not because of Doflamingo's patience, it's all because he's afraid of us, Chris. Alvida carried the giant mace with a proud expression on his face. It seems that Doflamingo knows Chris's power well. He knew very well in his own heart that if he dared to take the gamble, what awaits him may well be death. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Chris has always been decisive, even though Doflamingo is one of the Shichibukai alliance. It doesn't affect Chris' decision either. Once Doflamingo and Chris get their hands on it, it means the alliance between them is over. At that time, Chris wants to kill him without any worries. Betty spit out the smoke from her mouth, and Vivi laughed. Doflamingo is still very self-aware. After all, the difference in strength between him and Chris is not 1.5 stars. At West Blue, Chris was able to push him back without much effort. Not to mention now. Makino looked at Doflamingo's back and couldn't help sighing. Sure enough, strength in this world decides everything. Chris's strength can crush Doflamingo, and he can make the opponent throw the rat. Doflamingo's face is so good, he can only choose to survive and give up face. The scene just now made Makino feel a lot. Reiju's beautiful eyes flowed, carefully looking at the figure of Chris stalwart, and he couldn't help but feel a little excited, and said something. He naturally knew that if he did something to Captain Chris, he would surely die. The current Captain Chris, I'm afraid he can really suppress Doflamingo with one hand. That's what scares Doflamingo so much. The little giant Lily witnessed the whole incident with her own eyes, and she could not calm down for a long time at this time. She looked at Chris with a strange look. The sweetheart queen on the side gently patted the little giant Lily on the shoulder, and Isho said with a smile, "Why, I am stunned. Are you overwhelmed by Chris' strength?" The little giant Lily Mumu nodded with complicated eyes, although I know that Chris is very strong. But he never made a shot, and I'm not sure how strong he is. Saying that, the little giant Lily glanced at Chris. I still know about Doflamingo. I have heard about his strength in the New World. It is said to be comparable to Admiral of the Marine Headquarters. I really can't imagine that his evil character is so afraid of Reese. I don't even have the courage to do it. Charlie's cold face was slightly Isho, and she said generously, Chris's strength is beyond your imagination. This matter is actually not worth making a fuss about. Mrs. Charlie, who had seen Chris attack with her own eyes, knew very well how powerful the man in front of her was. Dust has settled, and the most excited people at this time are Tezzolo and the others. It would have been on the verge of death, if Chris had not brought people here. And with a very tough stance, he pushed back Doflamingo. Otherwise, Tezzolo and the others will be corpses on the island of Kokosido today. Immediately after seeing Doflamingo leave, with Tanaka-sama and others, they came to Chris. They respectfully bowed deeply to Chris and expressed their gratitude. Tezzolo couldn't hide his excitement and said happily, Captain Chris, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tezzolo, the one with the golden fruit ability. I was a slave to Tenryubito. I am fortunate to be able to get rid of their claws, and today is also thanks to you, Captain Chris. Otherwise, I might be Doflamingo's slave again. Saying that, Tezzolo pointed to his side. This is Mr. Tanaka, this is Deus, they are my good friends. Thank you Captain Chris for taking us in. It's my honor to join the Chris Pirates. We must be loyal to you, Captain Chris. Tezzolo's words were sincere and touching. Squad leader, Nami, and the others were all surprised that he was a Tenryubito slave. Chris, on the other hand, was quite calm. He looked at Tezzolo and the others lightly, and said blankly, I don't need your allegiance. My ship needs like-minded partners and crew, not slaves, you know. Perhaps you were once a slave, but now, you have stood up. Tezzolo was stunned, then nodded heavily. Chris's understated words touched Tezzolo's heart deeply. So long, Chris is the first person who doesn't care about his past. He was the first to treat him as a partner. Lafitte next to him patted Tezzolo on the shoulder and said politely, from now on, we are people on a boat. We are all your partners. Get to know me, I'm the vice captain of the Chris Pirates, Lafitte. Seeing Lafitte's sincere smile, Tezzolo immediately. I feel that my choice today is indeed the most correct one. Perhaps the Chris Pirates are destined to be their best destination. Burgess burst into laughter, gave a heroic laugh, and said something. Tezzoro, so you should hate Tenryubito too. We Chris Pirates ain't like those guys. Cavendish smiled and nodded lightly. Yes, since you joined the Chris Pirates, it is necessary to know. Our goal has never been Roger's great treasure, nor the title of One Piece King of Pirates. Our common goal, to overthrow Tenryubito. Tezzolo and the others were astonished and dumbfounded. Can be seen that the news greatly shocked them. They never thought that there would be such a group of pirates gathered to overthrow Tenryubito. You know, overthrowing Tenryubito means fighting against the entire world government. Chris said lightly, don't be surprised, this is my original intention to go to sea. It is not impossible to overthrow Tenryubito. Chris behaved very calmly, step by step to the present. He became more and more confident about overthrowing the idea of Tenryubito. On the one hand, he is satisfied with the strength of himself and the pirate group. Other hand, he was well aware that more and more people and nations were dissatisfied with Tenryubito's rule. Public opinion is like this will naturally be the general trend. What the Chris Pirates are doing now is, let this trend come as soon as possible. Then, Chris gave an order, and everyone returned to the Chris. The Chris Pirates set sail again. After the Chris set sail, Chris naturally returned to the training room and continued to practice. As the vice captain of the Chris Pirates, Lafitte naturally has a duty to care for newcomers. In detail for Tezzolo and others. Tezzolo, in the Chris Pirates, you must know a boat rule. Chris Pirates, strength comes first. To be clear, that is, on this boat, if you have the strength, you have the right to speak. Strength represents your status. As long as your strength is strong enough, you can challenge anyone on board. As long as the challenge is successful, you can get his position, such as Luo's 1st Division commander. Another example is the position of my co-captain. Saying that, Lafayette glanced at Enel, who was yawning casually. Enel is an exception on our ship, he's not interested in these things, otherwise he should have been the co-captain. Enel digs his ears as if he didn't hear what Lafitte said. Some details of the fight with Doflamingo. See if you can gain insight, so that you can practice in the future. Lafitte shrugged and continued, if one day your strength can surpass Captain Chris, then you can become the new captain of this pirate group. Kuro pushed his glasses, gently Isho, and advised, as for this one, I advise you better not to think about it. Captain Chris's strength, you must have some understanding of it. It is more difficult to defeat him than to ascend to the sky. You have to be clear, once you choose to challenge Captain Chris, you are challenging the authority of the captain. He will never show mercy. Cavendish, Bartolomeo and others nodded, which was a consensus of the squad leaders. Although Chris encourages the crew to compete with each other and can even challenge the captain. Of challenging the captain is very simple. Win, you are the captain. Lose, I'm sorry, you must be doomed. For those who dare to challenge authority, if there is no real strength, there is only a dead end. Tezzolo smiled awkwardly, and said quickly, I still have self-knowledge about this. The difference between me and Captain Chris is worlds apart. Even if you give me 30 or 40 years, I may not be able to reach the height of Captain Chris now. Kuro and the others gave Tezzolo an approving look. It seems that a sensible guy has come. Luo Y hugged the ghost and cried, and said calmly, as for other positions, you can have ideas. There are many people now coveting my position with Lafitte. Everyone is full of energy, and the competition is still quite fierce. Tezzolo heard the words, a smile appeared on his face. I like the environment of the Chris Pirates. Unrestrained, everything is based on strength. But I'm new here, and I'm not too interested in power status or anything. Now, I still focus on improving my strength. Poison Gia Isho, Jiyu looked at Tezzolo and said. Tezzolo, it seems that you are also an ambitious person. Secretly improve your strength, slowly figure it out, I like it. Although Tezzolo was very humble, he couldn't hide the rebelliousness in his bones. Always good at observing the mind, and he has already seen Tezzolo clearly. This guy will definitely become a great hero in the Chris Pirates in the future. Burgess Hey Isho, fists slamming hard, you don't underestimate us guys. If you want to stand out in the battle for the deputy captain and the battle for the squad leader, it's not enough if you don't have any hard power. Weipa sat alone and glanced at Tezzolo. Everyone on this boat is still very scheming. So hiding strength or something is a common thing. No one is a fool, so if you have time to care about others, it is better to practice hard and improve your own strength. Weipa can be regarded as a direct point to Tezzolo, the cruel reality of the Chris Pirates. This is not a happy nursing home. Chris Pirates are a real wolf's den. Tezzolo nodded slightly. He can survive from Tenryubito's hands and grow to this point. It's not just about luck. Step-by-step planning is essential. Lafitte turned the staff in his hand and pointed to the training room on the ship. That's Chris' exclusive training room. He is a cultivator. He usually has nothing to do and basically stays inside. Under his influence, everyone will practice silently every day. Tezzolo looked at Chris, who was wielding his knife hard at this time, and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Chris is already so strong, but he never gives up on practicing hard. This self-discipline has made him a real strong man. Bellamy looked at Tezzolo curiously, and finally couldn't help asking, Tezzolo, how did you get your golden fruit? In fact, this is what other people are more curious about, such a powerful devil fruit as the golden fruit. To get it, I am afraid you need a lot of luck. Tezzolo waved his hand casually, and said lightly, as the golden fruit stolen from Doflamingo. The words fell, the squad leaders were stunned for a moment. You're brave enough to grab something from that guy, way ha ha ha. Burgess patted Tessero on the shoulder, complimenting him. Luo remained expressionless as always, and said lightly, no wonder Doflamingo wants to hunt you down, so it is. Jin said indifferently, Doflamingo was so angry just now, that's why. The captain will be very annoyed if he directly interferes with this matter without his consent. Kuro pushed his glasses and said calmly, the captain said that anger without strength is meaningless. Matter how angry Doflamingo is, he doesn't dare to do anything to the captain, he can only hold back. Cavendish sneered, Doflamingo is in front of the captain, that is, how dare a mouse meet a cat? Hearing this, the squad leaders laughed in unison. At this time, Enel yawned casually and asked, your golden fruit, is it awakened? 309. Here we go. Mahak finally catches up with Chris. Two great swordsmen, test swordsmanship. Nami and Karina, both of whom looked longing at this moment. They are all looking forward to capturing the kingdom of Putuola as soon as possible. This way, they can start the treasure hunt they longed for earlier. Baccarat took a sip of coffee, suddenly looked at the sky, and said in a flat tone, "Speaking of which, we have one more thing. I'm afraid it will take a long time for this to be done." Kaya's beautiful eyes were bright and she asked curiously, "What's the matter, Miss Baccarat?" Betty casually snuffed out the cigarette butt in her hand, glanced at the sky, and said calmly, "You mean Golden Lion." "Indeed, we left him in East Blue." At this time, Reiju also looked up at the sky and remembered this. He was in East Blue. Baccarat discovered the abnormality of the sky with the ability of the Fruit of Luck. Chris clearly informed that Golden Lion and his group were hiding in the air. It's just that Golden Lion has been eliminated from the era and belongs to the remnants of the Roger era. Chris had no interest in him, so he didn't bother. Originally, Chris' plan was to let Lafayette and the others train their hands with Golden Lion after their strength improved. "I don't want this to be delayed, it's now." Reiju held her delicate face, her beautiful eyes flowed, and she smiled sweetly. "Nowadays, Lafayette and the others are not weak. There should still be a good chance of winning against the Golden Lion. Taking advantage of this opportunity, let Golden Lion be a sparring partner. This can be considered to drain the last bit of value of Golden Lion. Not many strong men like Golden Lion who have been eliminated by the times. Saying goes, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Although the Golden Lion lost both feet, its strength is not as strong as it used to be. To compete with Roger, and there was still some gas in the gas tank. It is not easy to find such a high-level sparring partner." Sweetheart Queen Vivi sighed, felt a little pity, and said something. "This Golden Lion is also a generation of powerhouses in the past, but it's a pity that it can't keep up with this era at all." Alvida got up, carried a giant mace, and looked into the distance. This is probably one of the reasons why Chris is practicing hard. As long as the strength is still strong enough, it will never be eliminated by the times. Look at Whitebeard, Garp, and Sengoku the Buddha, all the old men of that era. Nowadays, they are still big names, and no one dares to underestimate them. Makino agreed, looking at Chris in the training room and couldn't help showing a gentle smile. Chris has a long-term vision. No matter what. In the future, I always believe that Chris will become the protagonist of this era. And, he will be forever remembered by the whole world. In this regard, all the girls nodded lightly, they never doubted this matter. Along the way, Chris is always showing his extraordinary. A person like him is a person chosen by the times. Alvida suddenly remembered something, turned to look at the crowd, and said, "Rocks and Golden Lion are too long. We all overlooked one thing, the Shichibukai Alliance. This is an important part of Chris's plan, and it's very urgent." Nami shrugged her shoulders and said generously, "Eagle-Eyed Mahak and Tyrant Bear are both the top fighting forces in the Shichibukai of the king. These two big men have always been uncertain whereabouts, and the dragon can't see the end. We're going to have to work hard to find them." Perona was in a good mood at this time, flying around in the air, and said with a smile, "We don't need to worry about those things at all. With Miss Baccarat here, are you afraid that you won't be able to find the two of them?" Ha 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 ha. Reiju also smiled. Isho nodded and said, "This is true, with the blessing of good luck, it should not be a problem to meet them. With Chris's skill, I'm pretty sure that I succeeded in persuading those two to join the Shichibukai Alliance." Bumble, 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 bumble. Everyone was talking. The phone bug on Reiju suddenly rang. Needless to say, it must be a call from the Vinsmoke family. The phone bug on Reiju's body is specially used to contact them. Betty looked at Reiju's helpless expression, and teased sympathetically, "Your annoying dad is here again." However, He hasn't called you for a long time. Baccarat folded his crimson hair, and Vivi smiled lightly. It's good that he can always remember to make a phone call. After all, Reju's father is notoriously cold-blooded. Nami looked rather envious. Anyway, Reju still has the care of her parents. No matter what. For what purpose, it's good to have a father who thinks of himself. Reju shrugged helplessly and sighed, "Excuse me." In fact, she was already a little relieved about it. Chris's comfort had played a big role, and she didn't mind it at all. Just take it as normal. She stepped aside gracefully and answered the phone. She didn't need to ask to know that Judge's purpose for calling was nothing more than to find out what's going on with the Chris pirates. This is the original intention of Judge sending Reju to the Chris pirates. What he didn't know was that Reju, now, had already become one of Chris' most loyal partners. So-called regular reporting of news is nothing but normal things. This Reju has already discussed it with Chris, and there is nothing that can't be said except the secrets of the Chris pirates. Reju, I haven't contacted you for a long time. In the past 2 days, we have just attacked another country, ha 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 ha. The phone bug imitated Judge's smile and laughed very happily. Seems that the Vinsmoke family has been doing quite well recently. And since Chris personally warned Judge last time, his attitude has been much better than before. Niji sneered and in turn asked, Reju, why haven't you contacted us for so long? Could it be that you were in the Chris pirates? You were so comfortable, and you forgot your mission. Yuji sat on the sofa, crossed Erlang's legs, and said with a blank face, Reju, don't forget your mission. You belong to the Vinsmoke family all your life, belong to Germa 66. Don't think you can betray the Vinsmoke family with Chris on your side. At this time, IG seemed quite peaceful, and waved his hand to stop Niji and Yuji. Afterwards, he chuckled and asked, Reju, tell us about the Chris pirates, the latest situation. For his 3 brothers, Reju has long been cold-hearted. As a technological product of Germa 66, the Yuji brothers have no feelings at all. There is no family, friendship, some are just selfish, aiming to dominate North Blue. In their eyes, Reju has long since become an alternative like Sanji. In this regard, Reju has also calmly accepted. Be serious with people like them. Judge took over the conversation and said with a smile on his face, Yeah Reju, what have you been doing during this time? Why haven't I seen you in the newspaper? Youngji pouted and said sarcastically, Hee, it's not because he provokes some powerful enemy, he's hiding on purpose. Reju said with no expression on his face, We have passed Fishman Island and successfully entered the New World. Nothing major happened during this time, so naturally there will be no news reports. The Chris pirates will not be afraid of anyone, you can rest assured about this. Somehow, a hint of pity suddenly rose in Reju's heart. She felt pity for the 3 Yuji brothers, for their arrogance and ignorance. Even people like Doflamingo respected Chris, but they still looked disapproving. Judge heard that the Chris pirates had entered the New World, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This progress was really beyond his expectations. Reju, based on your observations, how is the overall strength of the Chris pirates now? Reju sneered in his heart, his father was still authentic. What he cared about all the time. Reju brushed her pink hair, and forced a smile on her delicate white face. She replied sweetly, I don't need to say more about Chris' strength, I have already explained it to you. As for the squad leaders, their strength has been improved recently. Especially Enel and Lafitte, their strength may have completely surpassed Marine Vice Admiral. Hearing this, Yuji snorted coldly and said in a suspicious tone, Beyond Marine Vice Admiral. According to you, do they also have the strength of Marine Admiral? Niji also sneered, Hee, what kind of person is now, he has the strength of Admiral of Marine Headquarters. If you want me to say, this Marine Headquarters Admiral is worthless. Judge snorted softly, Shut up. Listen to Reiju. Now, Judge treats Reiju like a baby. This is his most important piece right now. He has always wanted Reiju to marry Chris, to completely solidify the relationship between the Vinsmoke family and Chris. This way, their Vinsmoke family will unite North Blue, and they will have great confidence. Reiju always kept a shallow smile on his face, and said softly, beyond Marine Vice Admiral, it doesn't mean Admiral's strength. In strength between Marine Vice Admiral and Admiral is not 1.5 stars. Reiju paused for a while and continued, his squad leaders are slowly improving in strength, and basically they can master the two-color hockey. Now their overall level should be able to reach Marine's mid-level. This is also Reiju's own estimation. After all, the squad leaders have not yet played against Marine Vice Admiral. She wasn't entirely sure either. Hearing this, Judge's face was obviously a little surprised. However, this surprise soon turned into joy. The stronger the strength of the Chris pirates, the better for their Vinsmoke family. Chris has a really good eye for people, and those squad leaders are actually so powerful. Looking at this, their potential is quite good. The strength of the Marine Vice Admiral at the average level, which is a level that is difficult to achieve. Marine Vice Admiral is the mainstay of Marine, the most capable group. There are many people and they are very powerful. Ordinary pirates cannot be their opponents at all. Any Marine Vice Admiral, if he becomes a pirate and becomes a pirate, can become a strong one. This is the real Marine Vice Admiral. If unifying North Blue is not a dream at all. Was also a smug smile on Niji's face. A dozen squad leaders are equivalent to a dozen Marine Vice Admirals. The size of Buster Call is no more than that. Under this scale of encirclement and suppression, no country can resist. Yuji said a little indignantly at this time, that guy Chris, does he actually have so many warriors under his command? I really underestimate this guy. Smile on Reiju's alluring face, and his eyebrows and eyes were particularly moving. That man is just so good. Even the three Yuji brothers, who have always been defiant, had to be impressed. She continued, we are now on our way to the kingdom of Kudora, and the next goal is it. Chris decided to capture the kingdom of Kudora as the base of the Chris pirates. And the world government has agreed to recognize him as a king, and they will send troops to help. The news really shocked Judge and the other three. They couldn't help but stand up with a squeak, with shocked expressions on their faces. The kingdom of Kuduola is very famous, and they, Germa 66, naturally know it well. Face was solemn, and he said solemnly, Chris is actually going to attack the kingdom of Kudora, how courageous. That's a tough stubble, stronger than any country in North Blue. Judge couldn't help but exclaimed, as expected of Chris, he has a very bold spirit. I believe that if he wins this battle, he will definitely become famous in the New World. Judge's face was full of anticipation, and he was more and more satisfied and admired for Chris. Yuji, with a face full of astonishment, he murmured, this Chris can actually alarm the world government to take action for him. And recognize his kingship. I think that the Vinsmoke family was recognized by the world government, but it took a lot of effort. Niji echoed, what kind of magic does he have? For the energy of Chris, today, three Niji brothers, have a new understanding. They seemed to suddenly realize that the current Chris was already the King Shichibukai. And now Chris, the strength has become unfathomable. There was a bit of surprise in Niji's tone. I really didn't expect that the world government would give him such face. So, my father's choice was right. Joining with Chris is indeed the best way to help our Vinsmoke family unite North Blue. Judge hurriedly continued to ask, how about the Shichibukai alliance initiated by Chris? Reiju took a few steps to the side gracefully, and smiled softly, with Chris, 5 Shichibukai have joined in total. There are only Hawkeye Mahawk and Tyrant Bear, and they should not be too long to join. Hearing this, Yuji seized the opportunity and said coldly, do you sound confident? It is rumored that Hawkeye, can stand against the four emperors. You are sure that he can join the Shichibukai alliance. Besides, Tyrant Bear is not a small character, and his actions are elusive. With Chris' strength, I can convince these two big men. In this regard, Yuji has always remained skeptical. Iji also nodded lightly, and echoed, yes, these two are hard stubborn, not easy to mess with. Is Chris really sure to win over them? Reiju's mouth twitched into a smile, and he said generously, just 2 days ago, Chris scared Doflamingo away without taking a shot. Do you think that Chris like this is sure? Hearing this, the three brothers Yuji opened their eyes wide at the same time, stunned in place. Judge also sucked in a breath of cold air at this time, unable to hide his shock in his pupils. Chris had beaten Doflamingo before, something he didn't know. Reiju didn't say these things. And now, these things are no longer a secret. Judge couldn't help but swallowed his saliva, and pondered, frightened Doflamingo directly. How strong is Chris' strength now? And murmured, Doflamingo's strength ranks second and third among Shichibukai. It's not true that such a character is actually scared away by Chris. Yuji was a little embarrassed at this time, and he was skeptical of Chris just now. But now it seems that Chris really has his own strength. After all, Doflamingo isn't something that just a little scoundrel can scare away. Judge couldn't help but praised, I didn't see the wrong person, Chris is a real talent. He is still so young, and his strength has reached such a level, it is unimaginable. Niji curled his lips and said reluctantly, although I don't like that guy Chris, I have to admit that he is really too powerful. If it were me, in front of Doflamingo, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to last even a quarter of an hour. Ig also shook his head again and again, with a look of frustration on his face. Damn. This guy Chris, the progress is so fast. I still want to compete with him, and now it seems that I may have lost that qualification. Yuji snorted coldly, and said with a gloomy expression, it's really a pity that we didn't suppress him earlier. Now, this guy Chris has grown to such a level, it's unimaginable. Niji brothers, who were arrogant, were obviously depressed at this time. They also acknowledged the strength of Chris from the bottom of their hearts. When Chris beat Crocodile, they didn't care. Although a little surprised, but not convinced. The three brothers even threatened to trample Chris under their feet. Also make the most of Chris and let him charge for the Vinsmoke family. Today, they finally realize how ridiculous they were at the beginning. It turns out that he and Chris are not at the same level at all. It is impossible for someone as powerful as him to be used. Looking at the expressions of the three Niji brothers, Judge's face was full of smiles. He hurriedly praised, Chris will definitely be a big man in the world in the future. Reiju, I think Chris is an excellent son-in-law, you have to fight for me. Take the opportunity to win his favor as soon as possible and make him my son-in-law. Once there is such a relationship between the Vinsmoke family and Chris, they can probably walk sideways. This is also a wish of Judge for a long time. Is definitely a very good deal to have a relationship with Chris. Yuji laughed and said with great excitement, yes, such a powerful character must be held in his hands. With him as our reliance, we, Germa 66, will act in the future, and we won't have to worry about it. Niji showed a weird smile and said hee. That's right, with his backing, it's not like you can do anything you want. Anyway, if anything goes wrong, just leave it to him. With his ability, it can be done easily. Moreover, acting in his name, it is estimated that no one dares to resist us. Ichi sneered and said, perhaps, we will not only unify North Blue. With Chris' help, I think we can ask East Blue, and West Blue, too. Ichi's ambition was also exposed at this time. Since they were supported by such a big man, they couldn't help but shook their heads lightly for Reiju, with disappointment in their eyes. Once upon a time, Yuji and these three guys were still talking about how to use Chris. How to squeeze the use value of Chris. How to treat him cruelly after using it. The ruthlessness and cruelty of several people were revealed in the words. And now, after knowing Chris's true strength, one by one, they are all chasing others, getting up. Put it bluntly, he is still using Chris. Only this time, they respected Chris a lot. Reiju felt a little helpless, and she just responded lightly. I know my father, and I will seize the opportunity. Chris, you don't have to worry. Judge was on the phone, still exhorting him. Pity that Reiju couldn't listen at all at this time. Originally answering the call was just for meaning. If this person hadn't been his biological father, Reiju wouldn't have any connection with them at all. Bumble, 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 bumble. At the same time, another phone bug rang on the ship. It's the phone bug on Kaya. Perona circled in the air and said with a smile, what day is today? Why are your family members calling? Makino took a sip of coffee, smiled Isho, and said softly, today is such a coincidence. Which of you still has a phone bug on you? It won't ring again later. Betty spit out a few smoke rings, and smiled faintly. We are left with 310. Hawkeye Mahawk invites Chris to fight. Shocked, this is a battle of the century surname. At this time, in front of the Chris, a small boat wandered freely. This boat is very small and can only accommodate one person. Alarm officer found that the boat was sitting alone in the center, with a large sword on his back. Any case, the appearance of this small boat in the New World always gives people a very strange feeling. That's what caught the policeman's attention. After careful observation, they discovered that this person was dressed like an eagle-eyed Mahawk. After hearing the voice of the alarm officer, everyone on board was very shocked. Especially Nami et al., who were still there just now, talking about Mahawk and Tyrant Bear. Unexpectedly, the main lord actually appeared nearby. Betty took a deep breath, then exhaled the smoke, frowning in surprise. Is it really Hawkeye Mahawk? The legendary world's greatest swordsman. Bakura's face was startled, and Vivi's beautiful eyes trembled. How could that man appear here? It's incredible that Mahawk, the eagle-eyed Mahawk, who has always seen the dragon but never sees the end, is actually met by us like this. Alvida had already stood up at this time, carrying a giant mace on his shoulders, and looked at the sea with sharp eyes. Suddenly, Alvida's pupils suddenly dilated, the small mouth was surprised, and Vivi opened and said, it seems that it is Mahawk, the big sword, which is very similar to the portrait. Chris also once said that Hawkeye Mahawk likes to be alone, and a boat is enough to go out to sea. And the person in front of him, basically, completely conforms to this characteristic. Now everyone can basically be sure that the eagle-eyed Mahawk is indeed ahead. Reiju, who has just finished talking, has returned to the training room at this time, just in time for this scene. She looked at the eagle-eyed Mahawk in the distance, and Vivi was a little moved and echoed. It's really him, the strongest among the Shichibukai under the king. According to Chris, Mahawk has the strength of 4 emperors. He suddenly appeared near us. Is it a coincidence, or is it something else? Reiju touched his delicate chin lightly, and couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Perona was already flying happily in the air at this time, and said with a smile, it's great to have Miss Bakura here. A mysterious person like Mahawk, Hawkeye, was found so easily by us. Perona flew to Reiju's side, patted her on the shoulder, and said heartlessly, what purpose does he come here for? Since appearing here, it means that there is a relationship between us. And with Chris here, if this guy has any bad ideas, he will definitely not be able to eat and walk around, ha 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 ha. Makino shook his head slightly, his face slightly worried. It's not as simple as you think. Chris mentions Mahawk more than once, between the lines, with admiration for him. That guy is an existence that can rival the 4 emperors, and his strength should not be underestimated. Although we all know that Chris's strength is very powerful, it is still unknown whether it can reach the level of the 4 emperors. Doflamingo can be said to be the strongest opponent the Chris pirates have encountered so far. 4. Chris's strength reference. That's all. As for Chris's strength, has it reached the height of the 4 emperors? Makino et al. Did not dare to jump to conclusions. Namilu frowned slightly, then smiled Isho, and said lightly, the soldiers will block, the water will cover. If he really came to make trouble, our Chris pirates wouldn't necessarily be afraid of him. But if it's just an accident, it's also a great opportunity for us. Right now, the Shichibukai alliance is only 2 away, so we have to win him no matter what. Charlie's face was cold, and her glamorous eyes glanced at the distance. As expected, he is the #1 swordsman in the world. Just by looking at it, I can faintly feel the fierce aura emanating from him. I've only felt this special power in Chris. Charlie was extremely convinced that the strength of Hakai Mahak was absolutely top-notch. I'm afraid it's on par with Chris. At this time, Chris in the training room has also stopped practicing. 4. Hakai Mahak's arrival, he has just noticed. After cleaning up, Chris was still wearing black clothes and black pants, and walked out with Nami and the others. At this time, the deck was already lively. Squad leaders heard the siren, they appeared on the deck as quickly as possible. Everyone wants to see the style of the world's largest swordsman. Among them, the most positive performance is none other than Cavendish, who also uses swords. 4. Swordsman, Mahak is the idol they all worship. It is also the target they are chasing. Cavendish stood on the deck, stretched his neck vigorously, and exclaimed, "It's really Hakai Mahak. It's really him. Did you see the big black knife behind him? It's the work of the supreme swordsman, Knight. The strongest black knife in the world." It was obvious that Cavendish was extremely excited at this time. Even his voice was visibly trembling. Burgess raised his arms and laughed, "I actually met the strongest swordsman in the world. The luck of our Chris pirates is too good, way ha ha ha." Bartolomeo nodded and said with a smile, "I've been thinking about how to find him and Tyrant Bear during this time. In the end, this guy showed up on his own initiative, but it saved a lot of trouble." Du snorted and said coldly, "It's hard to say whether it saves trouble or adds trouble. The other party is the world's largest swordsman, with strong strength and strange behavior. No one can really figure out what's on his mind." Lafitte pressed his hat, looked at the sea calmly, and said, "The poison makes sense. Hakai Mahak has always been a loner, and I've never heard of any partners. That means he doesn't like to get involved in trouble." Lafitte paused, then Vivi frowned. "So, it's hard to say whether he wants to join the Shichibukai alliance." Enel poked his ears out of boredom and said nonchalantly, "If he doesn't agree, let's fight. I can feel this guy is way better than Doflamingo." Saying that, Enel's eyes became inexplicably excited. He is eager to try again. It is not easy to meet such a formidable opponent. Even if he knew that he might still fail, he was only able to discover his own deficiencies by playing with the masters. That kind of combat experience is very rare and precious. Hawkins was expressionless and looked dead, and said lightly, "I advise you not to try it at will. I just calculated it for you, and against him, your odds of winning are 0. Moreover, the possibility of your death is as high as 90%. Saying that, Hawkins put away the tarot cards in his hand, and his face did not waver. Enel couldn't help smacking his lips. He didn't expect Hawkins' calculations to be so terrifying. Hawkins' calculations have always been fairly accurate. In this way, the gap between himself and Hakai Mahak is really 108,000 miles. This is a bit frustrating for him. But while frustrated, Enel felt more excited. Recognizing the gap between himself and the strong, he has the goal and motivation of going. Even if they are not their opponents now, it does not represent the future. As long as he practiced hard enough, he believed that with his own talent, he would definitely be able to catch up with these people. Luo hugged the demon knife and cried, and stood aside with a calm expression. It has eagle-like pupils, so it is called eagle eyes. I'm looking forward to a fight between him and Captain Chris. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. When Burgess heard the words, he suddenly came to the spirit and echoed, I agree with your idea. If the two of them fight, the scene must be quite exciting. Besides, I haven't seen a captain with a sword in battle. Kuro pushed his glasses. His eyes were sharp and wise. The captain swings his sword all day. His swordsmanship must not be low. Maybe the captain is also a great swordsman. In this way, we can enjoy the battle between the two great swordsmen. Van Augur gently issued, and said solemnly, it is said that Hawkeye Mahawk is a swordsman. Excellent on offense and defense. The pressure of the sword he swings can change the trajectory of the bullet, and I don't know if it's true or not. I really want to try it myself. Said, Van Augur touched his spear lightly. Lafitte, indifferent to issue, waved his hand lightly, and said, he is the captain's important target. The Shichibukai Alliance, he is absolutely indispensable. If, because of you, Mahawk the Hawkeye is angered and he refuses to join, what do you think the captain will do with you? This, Van Augur shrugged, embarrassing issue. He couldn't bear the consequences. Besides, if he was really given a chance, he might not dare to shoot. The opponent is a strong man with the strength of the four emperors, and Van Augur still has some self-knowledge. At this moment, Chris appeared on the deck with Nami and the others. The squad leaders came to Chris's side one after another. Mandamongan's expression was indifferent, and he said coldly, Captain, I think Mahawk has come prepared. What purpose he is holding, we can't know, we need to be more careful. Caribou heard the words. He sneered, Jin, it's time to become so timid. Even if the Hawkeye Mahawk has a purpose, so what? We Chris pirates have never been afraid of anything. Seeing the eagle-eyed Mahawk getting closer, Baccarat folded his crimson hair and smiled issue. Everyone, don't guess at random, just ask him directly. Chris said indifferently, there is no malice in his trip. For Chris, his observation hockey has been able to judge whether the other party has any hostility towards him. He didn't feel any murderous aura or other bad emotions from Hawkeye Mahawk. Contrary, he actually felt a bit of peace from the body of a big swordsman. If this is said, I am afraid no one will believe it. Enel was still eager to try, and asked softly, Captain, can I challenge Mahawk? Hearing this, Chris shook his head gently. Now you are not the time. Hawkeye Mahawk and Doflamingo are not at the same level. Enel is no match for Doflamingo, let alone Mahawk. Chris's refusal of his request is also a kind of protection for Enel. Once Mahawk makes a move, it may seriously damage Enel's self-confidence. The gains outweigh the losses. Soon, the two ships met. Hawk-eyed Mahawk sat in his own boat and was indifferent to Chris issue. His eyes were as sharp as a falcon, which captured the heart. Although he was smiling at this time, everyone still felt that he was very dangerous. Mahawk's aura was so strong that everyone on Chris' boat couldn't relax. Chris didn't care about that. Such strong people will still be encountered frequently. Squad leaders also need to get used to it. Hawkeye Mahawk spoke first and said, You are Chris. I've heard a lot about you recently, and I'm very interested in you. But you are really not easy to find. I have been looking for you for a long time, and I finally met you today. Chris nodded slightly, but didn't say anything more. But for Hawkeye Mahawk's move, he was a little surprised. People like Mahawk actually take the initiative to come to find him, but it's interesting. Hawkeye Mahawk stared at Chris with a pair of eagle eyes, and said lightly, Chris, I don't know you, would you like to learn swordsmanship with me? As soon as these words came out, the squad leaders all looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. The world's greatest swordsman actually invited Captain Chris to learn swordsmanship with him. Cavendish couldn't help but cast envious and admiring glances at Chris. if only I could be as strong as the captain. In this way, I am also qualified to play against Hawkeye Mahawk. Bartolomeo chuckled lightly and said, the captain is amazing, even the world's #1 swordsman has to salute him for 3 points. I'm suddenly looking forward to a fight between the two of them. Reiju suddenly thought of something, and his eyes were full of doubts. The captain has never used swordsmanship in front of people. How does Hawkeye Mahawk know that the captain is proficient with swordsmanship? Nami also reacted, and Lu Mei frowned slightly. Yes, except we know about this matter, and it is impossible for outsiders to know. We ourselves will definitely not disclose such secrets to outsiders. Is it possible that the world's greatest swordsman is the best swordsman in the world? Have a different sense of. This is actually Chris's own doubts. His eyes were like swords, staring at Mahawk. I never use a sword in front of people, how do you know that I am a swordsman? Chris remembered clearly that no matter who he fought, he never used a sword. Even with Rayleigh, he just showed his devil fruit ability and fighting technique. And according to Momoshiki, even the intelligence agencies stronger than the world government didn't even notice it. Then that's pretty interesting. Hawk-eyed Mahawk know about it. Could it be that his pair of eagle-eyed eyes can also read people's hearts? 2. Chris's question. Hawk-eyed Mahawk whispered Isho and replied lightly, the eyes of a good swordsman, naturally I can tell the difference. I've noticed you from the moment you emerged on the sea. From your first reward order, I saw that you should be a swordsman. But it is strange that neither the newspapers nor the legends of others mention your swordsmanship. It makes me feel a little weird. It was with this doubt and curiosity that Hawkeye Mahawk got to know more about Chris. Eagle-eyed Mahawk continued. I know you, they played against Marine Vice Admiral Onagumo, and you've heard battle scenes described. Although you don't use swordsmanship. But some of your actions still betray you. Chris nodded with a smile, very amused. Indeed, some of his fighting techniques are similar to those of swordsmen. Such inadvertent little details are hard to hide. However, he was still very surprised. Hawkeye Mahawk did not see the battle scene with his own eyes, and could make such a judgment based on the descriptions of others. This ability is really terrifying. Chris couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Of course, based on this alone, I can't fully prove that you are a swordsman. Eagle-eyed Mahawk crossed Erlang's legs, a faint smile evoked at the corner of his mouth, and said something. I've read all the news about you and heard a lot of your deeds. You traveled around the world and dealt with a lot of people at will. Then beat Crocodile in Alabasta, and then Smoker and Onagumo. I've heard about Gecko Moria and you on Fishman Island. Listening to Hawkeye Mahawk's narrative one by one, everyone in the Chris Pirates was amazed. Many of these things are little-known secrets. To know so many things, Hawkeye Mahawk must have worked hard. Such attention from Hawkeye Mahawk shows how extraordinary Chris is. So in my impression, you are calm and decisive. When you put it in the sheath, you don't show your edge. When you come out of the sword, you will be a blockbuster. This is the basic quality of a good swordsman, and your style of behavior coincides with this. Based on these details, you want me to not believe you are a swordsman, it's hard. Hawk-eyed Mahawk looked into Chris's eyes with a half-smile, as if seeing Chris completely. But at this time, he found out unexpectedly. Not even a trace of fluctuation in Chris's eyes. Even though he analyzed him so thoroughly, Chris didn't show anything. Mahawk to imagine that such a young man, Chris, has such calmness and composure. Compared to Chris's calmness, the squad leaders were not at all calm. Burgess looked at Mahawk in astonishment and kept shaking his head. You sure this guy is just a sword guy? How do I feel like he's more of a scholar? Luo hugged the ghost crying and said with emotion, I really didn't expect that he would be able to make such a judgment just by relying on some clues. Kuro pushed his glasses slightly and smiled. The point is, his inferences are completely correct. The great swordsman is really different, as long as it is with swordsmanship. They can always detect it. Quote. Cavendish smiled in admiration. That's why he can become a great swordsman. Hawkeye Mahawk versus swordsmanship. Has an obsession that is unmatched by ordinary people. He was exposed to swordsmanship from a young age. Day after day of practice, we have today's strength. At this time, everyone has some admiration for Mahawk. Chris looked at the eagle-eyed Mahawk on the boat and said lightly, I accept your invitation. There is an island not far ahead, and we will compete there. Mahawk's face immediately showing a smile. There was some certainty in his eyes. Okay. Decisive enough. It's the character I like. I also hope that your swordsmanship can be like your character, not dragging its feet. Mahawk is very happy at this time. One of his wishes for so long has finally come true. He also didn't expect that Chris's promise would be so straightforward and choose the next island directly. Immediately afterwards, the Chris and Hawkeye Mahawk's boat headed towards the next island, going. At this time, on the Chris, it became a bit lively. Because of the upcoming battle, it has aroused great interest in the crowd. Nami held her small face and said shallowly, I can finally see Chris's swordsmanship. Do you know what level he has reached now? Looking at how confident Chris looks, his swordsmanship should be very good. Betty gently spit out a few smoke rings, and said lightly, it's natural, Chris swings the knife 10,000 times a day, it's not useless. Even though he hardly ever fights with people, it doesn't affect the improvement of his swordsmanship. Saying goes, water drops through the stone. One knows how to persevere, there will be gains. Baccarat stroked the dark red hair in front of his forehead, showing a gentle and dignified smile on his beautiful and delicate face, and said. Remember the blood red in Chris's neck. The knife on that day showed its evil spirit and wanted to control Chris, but was successfully suppressed and subdued by Chris. Such a spiritual knife is naturally not ordinary. And it recognizes Chris as the master, which shows Chris's swordsmanship. And at the same time it was recognized. Sweetheart Queen nodded lightly. Yes, blood red is a supreme knife. To be able to wield this knife, Chris's swordsmanship level will surely surprise the eagle-eyed Mahawk. Carrying a giant mace, Alvita has been watching the boat below. This eagle-eyed Mahawk is known as the world's largest swordsman. He and Chris will definitely be able to collide with different sparks. Maybe we will see a great battle. Their swordplay against Chris level, there is no doubt at all, it is just unclear how far he has reached. Nami and the others were extremely sure that they would see a rare swordsmanship today. Battle. Perona happily danced in the air and said with a smile, swordsmanship. Most gorgeous move. The whole fight. Open black lens bracket slippers close black lens bracket. 311. Mahawk vs. Chris. The sword is vertical and horizontal, the battle of two superb swordsmen. Small island of Mosca, today is a little more restless. Two slender figures walked slowly towards an open area. On the edge of the small island of Mosca, the Chris was quietly docked near the coast. Except Chris, no one else got off the boat and stayed on the boat honestly. This is not Chris' request, but a consensus of everyone. They are very clear that this is a battle belonging to the strength of the four emperors, and the scope of its spread is unimaginable. Once they get too close, they are likely to be accidentally injured. That kind of level of damage is not something that ordinary people can withstand. Therefore, everyone also chose to stay on the boat and watch the battle from a distance. At this distance, they can still see clearly. Nami and the others all sat down at the railing. Taking a closer look, they actually held a plate of peanuts and melon seeds in their hands. Judging from this posture, they completely treated this competition as an exhibition match. But that's true, Hawkeye Mahawk and Chris don't have any deep hatred for each other. Besides, Mahawk admired Chris so much, so naturally the two of them stopped. Nami said expectantly while smashing the sunflower seeds, I see and imagine, I'm also fortunate enough to see such a battle. Wait a minute, this must be a visual feast. Baccarat tucked her crimson hair together, and said indifferently, "Isho, this is the first time, but it definitely won't be the last." In Chris's plan, he must win the throne of the 4 emperors. So this level of battle, we will still watch it in the future. Reiju gently grabbed a handful of melon seeds, and said generously, "I see Chris swinging a knife in the training room on weekdays, but I have never seen him make a real shot. I have some expectations, what kind of tricks Chris will have." After seeing Chris's fighting technique, such as facing the peacock, they have more expectations for Chris. In particular, this swordsmanship move will definitely be more exciting than the fighting technique. Betty took a breath of cigarette and said casually, "That eagle-eyed Mahawk is not easy, and can sit firmly in the position of the world's largest swordsman all year round. You can't do it without any real skills. These 2 people compete. I am afraid that a wonderful one is indescribable." Alvida also put down his mace at this time and sat down with Nami and the others. With a pair of beautiful eyes, she looked at Chris, who had stood still, and chuckled, "I hope Chris can win this competition. I'm very much looking forward to a new name on Chris's head. And the world's largest swordsman, just enough." Faint smile appeared on Mrs. Charlie's cold face. "God rewards hard work. Chris's hard work will not be in vain. Look at how confident he is. This swordsmanship competition, he at least will not lose. Although I dare not guarantee, Chris will definitely be able to beat Mahawk." But Nami and the others were convinced in their hearts that Chris would not lose. At this moment, everyone in the Chris Pirates was even more nervous than Chris himself. On the other hand, looking at Chris, who has already entered the venue, at this time. A calm look with a calm face. He glanced at Mahawk lightly, and said softly, "You're right, I'm also a swordsman. Swordsmanship. Together, I myself attach great importance to it and have never slackened off for a moment. As a swordsman, challenging and surpassing the world's greatest swordsman is naturally my wish." Chris put his hands in his pockets, and his indifferent face showed a trace of excitement. "So, being able to fight with you is also my long-cherished wish. I also want to see what level my swordsmanship can reach. Can you really surpass, you, the world's number 1? Saying that, there was an inexplicable frenzy in Chris's eyes. Is somewhat different from his usual calmness. Not because of anything else, just because the opponent in front of him deserves his attention. In swordsmanship. 1. If Hawkeye Mahawk is second. In the world, who dares to claim to be number 1? Can learn swordsmanship with Mahawk. Is the dream of all swordsmen in the world. Chris is no exception, he has been looking forward to this day." Saying that, Chris gently untied the blood-red knife on his neck. Under the eyes of the public, the blood red instantly became bigger and turned into a sharp blade. After a long period of infiltration by Chris, the blood red at this time has completely become a black knife. The so-called black knife requires the user to temper it in constant battles. Integrate his own experience, strength, momentum and armament hockey into the blade. Such a black knife, with its owner, can reach a certain state of mind. And the biggest feature of the black knife is that it is sturdy. That have been forged to a certain extent are basically not broken. For example, Hawkeye's Black Blade Knight is the strongest black blade in the world. Although Chris has never experienced thousands of battles, his practice is even better than the battle. Besides, since I saw Caribou's clone fruit, Chris also successfully copied his own avatar by virtue of the copying fruit. During this time, every night in the middle of the night, he was performing swordsmanship with his clone. Fight. That kind of intensity is no less than fighting with outsiders. Therefore, his blood red, and under him, became a black knife. At this time, the blood was red, and the sword energy was restrained, but faintly, there was still a ruthless aura. As if to devour foreign objects. The moment he saw the blood red, the eagle-eyed Mahawk's eyes vivi trembled, a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes, and he said something. Your knife, it's Very strange. It seems that he has some kind of spirituality, the forger. I am afraid that he has devoted his life to it. It's a really good knife. Chris Vivi nodded and said lightly, I also got it by accident, and happened to conquer it. Although I don't know where it came from, I can feel that this is also a great sword. Chris's eyes swept across the blood red lightly. The rank of this knife is definitely not low. Otherwise, it is impossible to want to attack Chris on that day. The blood is red now, and it has been submissive. Hawkeye Mahawk was indifferent to Isho, which also proved his conjecture. Chris is indeed a rare swordsman in 100 years. Genius, otherwise this kind of spiritual supreme sword will not easily recognize the master. It's the first time I've seen a sword that ate a devil fruit. It's kind of interesting. Mahawk praised, at your age, it is not easy to forge a knife into a black knife. If you were born more than 10 years earlier, the title of the world's greatest swordsman would be to describe you. Mahawk's eyes were somewhat sincere, and his compliments came from the heart. Mahawk himself knew very well that, at the age of 19, he was only a small success. Still far from where Chris is today. Not to mention, owning a black knife forged by himself. The face of Mahawk's admiration, Chris was not complacent, just fainted Isho. He asked nonchalantly, don't you care about the name of the world's largest swordsman? The answer is of course self-evident. The realm of Hawkeye Mahawk, the so-called false name has long been ignored. The same goes for Chris. Titles are useless. Only strength is what you really have, what you really have. Mahawk stretched out his hand and slowly drew out the big black knife behind him. Yi. His eyes like a falcon suddenly became extremely sharp. The momentum of the whole person also suddenly changed. There was a sense of oppression, and he said, I've noticed you since the first time you were offered a bounty. I also followed your every move after that. I'm very curious about where you will go. When I learned that you defeated Crocodile and became King Shichibukai, I decided to find you. I want to see with my own eyes what kind of person you are. Mahawk's voice is very deep and magnetic. Chris smiled lightly and asked, now, have I ever let you down? Mahawk shook his head, then chuckled, you are much more interesting than I thought. Now, I'm even more looking forward to this competition with you. After all, Mahawk took the initiative to attack without any hesitation. He held the black knife like a falcon chasing its prey, and suddenly went to Chris. Chris immediately snorted and focused. He also greeted him with a blood-red sword, without giving in half a cent. This time, he didn't use the power of devil fruit. Relying entirely on his own fighting technique and swordsmanship. He wants to really take advantage of this opportunity to test his cultivation achievements. Cow needle. Hearing a light drink from Chris, the blood red in his hand quickly charged forward. Every time he swings his sword, he can see a faint trace left in the void. When the two faced each other, Chris stabbed out quickly, swinging his sword more than 9 times in an instant. Mahawk's mouth evoked a smile, and Heidai tilted at will and moved quickly. Easily blocked the 8 bull needles. After one blow, the two opened the distance again. This time, the two sides are just a simple test. Eagle-eyed Mahawk's smile, there was obviously a bit of surprise in it. A simple move, he had already seen that Chris was using swordsmanship. A level above. I didn't read you wrong, such a speed with a knife is rare in the world. He couldn't help but admire. At such a close distance, in a short period of less than a second, he can swing more than 9 times in a row. That kind of speed, even for Mahawk himself, is just that. Chris looked indifferent and shook his head, it's still not fast enough. Obviously, Chris wasn't happy with that. Mahawk can easily block the bull needle, which has represented everything. It might work for others, but for Mahawk, it's not worth mentioning. After this time, Chris also probably understood Mahawk's true abilities. The two sides looked at each other and then shot again. This time, Mahawk didn't mean to test. Knight, slash. Mahawk raised the black knife in his hand, yee, and then slashed towards Chris. This blow, although the move is not so gorgeous, but the sword energy gushing out from the knight of the black sword. Be underestimated. With a simple slash, Chris could clearly feel that the air pressure around him suddenly became much heavier. It was as if an invisible hand pressed itself to the ground. He unexpectedly discovered that under Mahawk's slash, his speed seemed to be artificially limited. It was like falling into a quagmire, with great resistance all around him. Chris frowned slightly and snorted coldly. Blood red in his hand swiped lightly against the void, the feeling of being suppressed immediately. Lightened a lot. Immediately, he put the blood red in front of him and lifted it up sharply. Clang! Just heard the sound of golden iron, and the place was dusty. Smoke cleared, and Chris and Mahawk had both dispersed. This time, Chris looked at Mahawk solemnly. He can also be regarded as a real experience, the swordsmanship of the world's largest swordsman. Strength. It's just a simple and ordinary slash, but it can bring such heavy pressure to people. Hawkeye Mahawk faintly isho. Yes, the response is fast enough. I didn't panic because I fell into the quagmire, I was calm, and I easily broke my suppression. Eagle-eyed Mahawk fights against people, and always likes to win with one move. The Dark Knight just now, slashing, is almost the move he is best at and loves the most. Simple and straightforward, but often effective. This is because many opponents will panic subconsciously when they feel that they are being held down. Once caught in a panic, it is easy to find flaws. In the face of the world's strongest swordsman, any flaw is enough to kill. Chris sighed softly, and said coldly, "This trick is straight to the heart, I learned it." Using its own powerful power and sword energy to create a field that makes the people in it unable to extricate themselves. The highest level of swordsmanship, back to basics. Of all battles is to return to the basics. Is enough to remove all kinds of gorgeous coats and only take the essence of the attack. Mahawk nodded with a smile, and cast an approving look at Chris. Good insight. Chris can easily understand his own kendo, which makes Mahawk a little surprised. After all, not everyone can understand what it means to truly return to the basics. Chris was able to point out the most important points of slashing in one sentence: power, sword chi and strength. Then this move, for Chris in the future, is already useless. Mahawk suddenly clenched the black knife yee, put the knife on the side of his body, and dragged it on the ground. He turned his head and smiled strangely. I don't know if you really understand it, go back to the basics. Then let me try again. See if you can take this knife. Mahawk suddenly shouted, then dragged his knife and went straight to Chris. Eagle strike. Great Rift. 312. Earthshaking. The battle of the great swordsmen destroyed the entire island in an instant. With a light drink from the eagle-eyed Mahawk, the place suddenly flew away. Mahawk dragged his knife forward, picking up the gravel on the ground. These sand and stones gradually surrounded Mahawk, forming a vortex faintly. Eagle strike. Great Rift. Suddenly, the black knife in Mahawk's hand was suddenly lifted. Mahawk came with flying sand and stone in a posture of carrying a knife. As the distance got closer, the sand and gravel whirlpools around Mahawk became bigger and bigger. Like a sandstorm. On the Chris, Cavendish couldn't help but click his tongue and say something. Just relying on the sword energy, it brought such a powerful sandstorm. In the sandstorm, with the Mahawk's powerful force, it's like a double attack. Lafitte clenched the cane in his hand with a solemn expression. It is difficult to resist sandstorms, let alone be careful of his attacks at the same time. Hawkeye Mahawk's attack is always simple and effective. Luo Y hugged the demon knife and cried. Vivi narrowed his eyes, and said lightly, the captain cannot use the devil fruit ability, and the mirror rejection will not work. If you want to defend against sandstorm attacks, you also need to rely on his swordsmanship. This is really a great test. Squad leaders were amazed at Mahawk's attack. At the same time, they also sweated for Chris. Although they were far away from the battlefield, they could still feel the pressure of Mahawk's attack. Not to mention Chris, who was on the battlefield. Above the battlefield, a rolling sandstorm swept in. It would be fine if it was just a sandstorm, but Chris was surprised to find out. This sandstorm is not as simple as it looks on the surface. Chris is keenly aware that the sandstones rolling up and down in the sandstorm actually carry a sword energy. Although every sandstone, the sword energy around him is not too strong, but hundreds of sandstones gather together. Sword aura was no less than Mahawk's. Besides, Mahawk's Night Sword was not idle either. It is like a hunting eagle, it is hiding behind the sandstorm, ready to go. It is indeed a veritable eagle strike, the great cracking wind. Chris couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, as expected of Mahawk, every time the attack, without a single detail, is superfluous. Any detail can lead to the death of the enemy. Facing Mahawk's merciless blow, Chris' body weight slowly lowered. He clenched the blood red in his hands, and then slowly closed his eyes. Mahawk was not surprised by this. Swordsman duel, the heart is the most important. Closing your eyes can instead make all the feelings of the swordsman more sensitive and clear. But dare to face it, Chris is the first to do this in front of Mahawk. Mahawk can't help but look forward to how Chris will break 5 and make an eagle strike. The big crack wind is gradually approaching, and the momentum has not weakened over time. Instead, it was even more violent. Just as he was about to hit Chris's closed eyes finally suddenly opened at this moment. I saw Chris's feet one after the other, his body leaning forward, his center of gravity pressed down. Blood red in his hand has been raised high above his head, like a posture of soaring to the sky. Yi Dao Lu, Dachin shake. Chris snorted lightly, and then slashed down with the blood-red big knife. Seeing this, Nami and the others felt a little surprised. They look at each other, you look at me, and I look at you. Reiju's beautiful eyes trembled, and her red lips slightly opened. This action is Chris's daily training action. Just this one action, he will slash tens of thousands of times every day. Smile appeared on Alvida's delicate and fair face. This is what Chris understands, back to basics. With the most basic moves, crack the opponent's complex attacks. Nami couldn't help shaking her head and exclaimed, I finally understand why Chris is slashing blood red day after day. As long as you work hard enough, even the most basic moves can exert great power. Too late to say it, just when everyone expresses their amazement. Mahawk's Eagle Strike, the Great Rift Wind, and Chris's Dachin Shake, have already met. The sandstorm swept over and was about to devour Chris. However, Otatsu shakes Chris with a hard blow. Like a blade of immortal slaying, it cuts through the sky. Directly from the middle, it cuts the sandstorm in half. And majestic sword energy directly attacked the sandstorm. Destroy the sword she carried in the Great Rift Wind, making it completely a sandstorm with nothing but appearance, and flying away in the air. Dachinhen's sword energy collided with the eagle strike hidden behind the sandstorm. A violent shock wave spread rapidly with the battlefield as the center. In the plate of Nami and others were all shot down by this shock wave. Although it was only the aftermath, everyone could still feel the pain in their bodies at this time. This is their remaining sword energy. Burgess raised his arms high and said excitedly, Waiahaha, it really deserves to be the strongest battle. We're so far away, and we're still not completely immune. If it were in the center of the battlefield, I'm afraid it would have been torn apart by now. Enel brushed off the dust on his body and suppressed the excitement in his heart. This level of sword energy can chop anything. Even if I am a Logia-capable person, I can't stop this deadly one. Hakai Mahawk really is a first-class powerhouse, much stronger than Doflamingo. Bartolomeo Hey Isho, Captain or Captain, as strong as ever. Hakai Mahawk's full blow was easily taken by the captain. On the battlefield, there are already ravines. Different from how they looked when they first arrived. At this time, everything has returned to calm. Only a little bit of dust has yet to fall to the ground. This confrontation, neither Chris nor Mahak got any advantage. Mahak applauded and nodded. One forced to defeat 10 guilds, and use the most brutal means to crack the eagle strike, the great cracking wind. You are exactly the same as that guy Shanks. Among Mahak's many opponents, these two were the only ones who broke 5 in this way. He has played against the red-haired Shanks many times, and he can be said to be all too familiar with him. Chris, it's amazing how young you are. Swordsmanship. It has reached the state of returning to its original state. It's no wonder that you can get to this day step by step. Chris looked indifferent and said softly, Kung Fu is a killing technique. The most simple, direct and effective attack is the true meaning of everything. I don't advocate all kinds of bells and whistles, so it's easier to understand this layer. Christopher paused and continued. Just now your eagle strike, the great cracking wind, looks fancy on the surface. But in fact, there is nothing superfluous. This trick is even more clever. Chris and Mahak felt a little sympathetic to each other at this time. Both swordplay against each other is greatly appreciated. However, since it's a competition, it has to be divided into winners and losers. Eagle-eyed Mahak's eyes narrowed and Vivi said lightly, Next, let's start a real battle. Chris has completely won the respect of Hawkeye Mahak. He is regarded as a true opponent by the eagle-eyed Mahak. After the previous test, Chris's swordsmanship successfully piqued the interest of the Hawkeye Mahak. Since it's all swordsmanship, the leader of a team, naturally, unconsciously, wants to compete with one another. When Wu is the first, Wu is second. Since it is swordsmanship. In competition, there must be winners and losers. If it is said that the eagle-eyed Mahak at the beginning was just a little curious about Chris. Want to see Chris' swordsmanship? Exactly how it is now, it is entirely because of him that he feels the joy of meeting opponents. This trip came out, and finally it didn't come in vain. Whatever he said, he couldn't easily let go of this good opportunity. Chris is also indifferent to Isho, twisting the blood-red Vivi in his hand, then I'm welcome. Instant, Chris's eyes suddenly turned cold, and the whole person's aura changed suddenly. Can be seen that the two of them are very serious at this moment. One blade stream, flying dragon flame. Chris took a leap, jumped into the air, and placed the blood-red sword behind him. Ready to go. Mahak went from bottom to top, drawing swords and facing each other. The huge black sword knight attacked directly, and the majestic sword energy rushed towards the face. Seeing this scene, the squad leaders were all surprised. Enel wrapped his arms around his chest, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Has it finally begun? A duel between true swordsmen. Burgess raised his arms high and laughed. Captain is finally serious. The whole aura is suddenly different from just now. Finally able to appreciate a fierce battle, way ha ha ha. For this moment, Burgess has been waiting for a long time. Poison Jia Isho. Once Captain Reese gets serious, Hawkeye Mahak may not be able to withstand it. This, the world's greatest swordsman, today may be the first time to taste the taste of failure. Hawkins stared blankly at the tarot cards in front of him. Seeing his brows, Vivi suddenly frowned and murmured, This is. Luo, who was beside him, noticed his change and looked over. What's wrong, Hawkins? What did you find? Hawkins' eyes, there was a bit of doubt. This time, I didn't measure anything. It's an empty card. Said, Hawkins showed the empty card in his hand to everyone. Caribou looked at it and couldn't help but ask, what does an empty card mean? It just means no result. Hawkins nodded lightly and said lightly, this is the first time I have calculated an empty card. This competition, perhaps because the realm is too high, I can't calculate the final result. I can't even calculate the possibility. Looking at Chris and Mahak in the field, Hawkins shook his head helplessly. By this time, the two had already met. Chris's blood red slammed down and shot down at a very fast speed, bringing out a long flame. Like a flying dragon, it swoops away. Mahak's face was calm, and he went straight up without fear. Heidaoye carries a majestic sword chi, and this sword chi has a tendency to be substantive. The body of the blade exudes strands of black mist, which gather together to form, like a giant eagle, the eagle strikes the sky. One dragon and one eagle, they fight each other without fear. A burst of black and gold intersected in the air, extremely dazzling. From the center of their battle, strands of sword energy poured out. The surrounding ground and some rocks were cut away. One blade stream, 360 troubled winds. Chris stepped forward, bringing out a substantial tornado with the long knife in his hand. This tornado was completely composed of sword energy, and the sound of splitting the space could be heard. Seeing this, Hawkeye Mahak is not to be outdone. Aye, Ling Shi. I saw that he quickly slashed, and his majestic sword intent brought a black rhinoceros horn. The tornado and the black rhinoceros stalemate in the air, consuming each other. Should go upstairs, sand pattern. A hit, Chris didn't hesitate at all. Turn over in the air, jump to another direction, and slash horizontally with the knife from top to bottom. His knife was very fast, and he was in the air in an instant, slashing out a line of cassock lines. With his light drink, this sword chi cassock surrounded Mahak with the eagle eye. Facing Chris's sword air blocking, Hawkeye Mahak's expression remained unchanged. The sword energy cage, but it can't trap an eagle soaring in the sky. Black knife, sending eagle slash. I saw the eagle-eyed Mahak suddenly took a step forward and slashed vertically. Sword energy is overflowing. The black knife's stern blow, immediately like a steel eagle, spread its huge wings. Bravely fought towards the sword chi cassock. Chris and Hawkeye Mahak both tried their best to use swordsmanship. Compete together. With all kinds of intricate moves, everyone in the Chris Pirates was dazzled. Perona turned around in excitement and said with a smile, "Wow. This is really the most exciting battle this princess has ever seen. The competition between swordsmen is simply too interesting, their sword energy can actually change shape." Ha 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 ha. Baccarat was also staring at the battlefield at this time, fascinated. This is swordsmanship. The top battle. The moves are sharp and concise, but without losing the gorgeous style. Even as a bystander, I can feel the danger of that trick. Reiju held her delicate face lightly and smiled. Isho, Chris is like a hunter, Mahak is like an eagle. These two people are fighting against each other, although neither of them has the upper hand. However, this fierce battle has made people feel hearty. With a slight smile on Makino's face, he said gently, "This is the first time someone has been able to fight Chris back and forth. This kind of Chris who is so absorbed in fighting is really fascinating." In the past battles, how much Chris was crushed by his strength, and he couldn't help but feel a little relaxed and careless. Swordsmanship today. Competition that I could see that he was really serious about fighting. The confrontation between the two has reached a white-hot stage. They attack and defend each other. I defend you and attack, back and forth. Chris, look at my style. Gentlemen, swordsmanship. 313. Shocked. Mahak was shocked by Chris's swordsmanship. Mahak joins the Shichibukai Alliance. New World, Mosca Island. The battle between Chris and Hawkeye Mahak has entered a heated stage. The two sides, you come and go, do not give in to each other. Both of them are trying to break the existing balance. Hawkeye Mahak suddenly took a leap, avoiding Chris, and came into the air. Opposite of Chris. Immediately, Chris saw Hawkeye Mahak holding the black blade to his chest with his backhand, which was already pitch black and shiny, now reveals a bit more depth to the blade. At this moment, Mahak's eyes gradually disappeared. Chris looked at this scene in amazement. Looking at Mahawk's falcon-like eyes, his practice became pitch black and dull. This strange and mysterious change is something Chris has never seen before. The hell is this guy Mahawk doing? For this sudden change, Chris couldn't help but be full of doubts. Chris, I've only used this one-on-one person. And you will be the second. Hawkeye Mahawk was expressionless, but there was a hint of excitement in his tone. Chris didn't even have to think about it. The first person Mahawk said was the red-haired Shanks. This made Chris, immediately, aroused great interest. Hawkeye Mahawk is not used by outsiders. What is so unique about it? Chris stared at Hawkeye Mahawk and saw that his entire body was covered by armament. At this time, the eagle-eyed Mahawk looks like an Iron Man. Suddenly, the black knife in his hand suddenly changed shape, making a backhand lift. Hawkeye Mahawk's right foot also suddenly took a step forward. Suddenly, a huge black phantom appeared behind Hawkeye Mahawk. This phantom, like a great ape, stood with a long sword in hand. Hawkeye Mahawk murmured, "Asura realm, ape strike." As Mahawk stepped out, the great ape behind him seemed to be alive at the same time. Holding a black long knife, he quickly ran towards Chris. Of the great ape, there is an aura of destruction. Seeing this scene, Chris couldn't help but exclaimed, "The sword energy is condensed, and it can actually transform into a great ape." Perhaps this scene is too dreamy to outsiders, and it looks more like an illusion. However, Chris knew very well that behind Hawkeye Mahawk, there was a real sword energy. It is the sword chi accumulated by Mahawk, who has cultivated for many years. If you want to condense such a scene, you can't be a great swordsman. The power of this blow should not be underestimated. Chris closed his eyes and said softly in his mouth, 9 mountains and 8 seas are one world, and 1,000 worlds are a small world. This world is multiplied by 3, and there is no self-stop. Chris suddenly opened his eyes, and a dark shadow appeared behind him. However, this shadow is nothing else. Just simple, 3 big knives. These 3 big knives, as if someone is manipulating them behind their backs. Great thousand world. Chris gave a light drink, and a red eye suddenly appeared behind the 3 big knives. Then, Chris rushed forward with a big sword. A great ape and a ghost meet out of thin air. A burst of swords, lights and swords, gold and iron meet. The entire Mosca Island, at this time there was Vivi's trembling. Chris and Hawkeye Mahawk have become entangled. There was a constant buzzing sound. On the coast of Mosca Island, everyone on the Chris was stunned, watching this unpredictable scene. They never imagined that human battles could reach this level. As if 2 people possessed immortal power at the same time. Bartolomeo had set up a barrier at this time, and sheltered the entire Chris pirates within the barrier. The fighting power of Chris and Hawkeye Mahawk is too powerful, and it is difficult to ensure safety without protection. Bartolomeo gave a bitter face and said helplessly, "The attack of Captain Chris and Hawkeye Mahawk is really not a casual talk. Even the sword chi that was struck inadvertently is so powerful. I can feel the pressure on the barrier." Cavendish said, "This is the battle of the top swordsmanship. It's worth it to witness such a battle with my own eyes. I didn't expect that the captain was actually skilled in swordsmanship. You two has such terrifying strength and talent. You know, it took years for the Hawkeye Mahawk to get to where it is now." Burgess looked excited and said, "Captain is a genius born to fight. His talent in fighting is truly unmatched, haha." Man-Demon Jin looked excited, his eyes Chris and Hawkeye Mahawk's fight, and moved away. The captain can have today's strength, in addition to talent, but also his hard work. I dare to say that no one in this world can compare to the captain of the captain. No one refuted this. Chris's cultivation efforts were all seen by everyone. Enel has risen to midair at this time, looking for a better place to watch the battle. There, he was not protected by Bartolomeo's barrier. Can really feel the pressure escaping from the battlefield and the fierce sword energy. He wanted to use this to understand what the competition between the world's top experts was all about. Tisk tisk, my skin is a little sore from such a distance. The sword energy of these two people is really scary. He, a Logia-capable user, can feel the cutting of sword energy, and one can imagine its true power. If it really hits people, there is absolutely no way to survive. Lafitte pressed his hat, smiled, and said very gentlemanly, I didn't expect that the battle would be so fierce. The captain is also very secretive. His swordsmanship level is no less than that of the Hawkeye Mahawk. Gia Isho, hey, it's called hidden power. After all, Captain Chris is a big man on this sea. His plans are very big, and he will always be noticed by too many people, and he needs to leave some trump cards for himself. Kuro shrugged helplessly and pouted, I think today's battle will not be decided for a while. The two are fighting vigorously, and it will take a long time for them to be able to compete. At this time, Chris and Hawkeye Mahawk are really fighting. The knife in his hand swung quickly, tit for tat. Van Auger chuckled lightly, his face indifferent. I heard that there are many expert battles, and they can't tell the winner for 7 days and 7 nights. Captain Chris and the others have only been here for about half an hour. Luo hugged the ghost and cried, and was already sitting on the railing at this time. He didn't seem to be in a hurry at all, he was very absorbed in admiring the fight of the gods. Blue Ogre Dory and Red Ghost Brigitte, it was a battle for 100 years, and in the end there was still no winner. It is sometimes a pleasure to meet an opponent. Caribou couldn't help but raised his eyebrows. No way, if this battle lasts for 100 years, wouldn't we be dying of old age here? Vapa is indifferent to Isho. Don't worry, Captain and Mahawk, both are clear-headed people. Now it's just a chess match, and I can't help but want to fight heartily. In my opinion, this battle is almost over. Wayapa's voice fell. Mahawk, the eagle-eyed in the battlefield, seemed to hear it. He deflected Chris's attack with one knife, then quickly backed away. After stabilizing his body, he quickly waved his hand to signal Chris to stop fighting. Seeing this, Chris also stopped the knife in time and slowly fell back to the ground. Even after such a hard fight, Chris and Mahawk, the eagle eye, still didn't change their faces. Of the two of them are absolutely incomparable. It's far from reaching the point where you need to take a deep breath. Hawkeye Mahawk put away the black knife knight and put it behind his back. He couldn't help but nodded. I have to admit that we can't tell the difference between the winner and the loser. Your swordsmanship level is completely on par with me. Every time I attack, you can find the corresponding solution, and it seems that you can do it at your fingertips. So I don't think we need to keep fighting. Hawkeye Mahawk paused, then continued. It's really hard to imagine what kind of monster you are. But at the age of 19, your strength has reached such a level. It is no exaggeration to say that you are unprecedented, and no one will come since. And your character is far beyond your age. You are not humiliated and open-minded. After this battle, Chris' image in Hawkeye Mahawk's heart has reached a very high level. This was one of the young people he had ever seen, and he was most amazed and even admired. Hawkeye Mahawk knows best in his heart, swordsmanship. Together, there are no shortcuts. By practicing hard can you gain more power. The understanding of swordsmanship requires more effort and talent. At this age, Chris was able to have such an achievement, and he had to be amazed by the eagle-eyed Mahawk. Especially after seeing the great world of Chris, he is more certain. In this era, Chris' name is destined to be famous all over the world. And it will be remembered by the whole era. Or, this era, it is likely to belong to the era of Chris. In any case, Chris has successfully conquered the world's largest swordsman today. Chris Vivi nodded at the compliments from Mahawk, the eagle-eyed. He was still flattered, and his face was indifferent. I have always wanted to fight with you once, and today I finally have this wish. It was only today that I really learned about the true strength of you. The world's largest swordsman. Sure enough, I want to be in swordsmanship. I have a long way to go to defeat you together. Hawkeye Mahawk has always been a character that Chris admires very much. His strength and character are first class. And today Mahawk has personally proved that he is worthy of the title of the world's greatest swordsman. He also gave Chris a heartfelt admiration. To put away their swords, the temperament of the whole person became a little more peaceful. Chris looked at Mahawk and said sincerely, Mahawk, I'm forming the Shichibukai Alliance. I sincerely invite you to join the Shichibukai Alliance, how about? Mahawk and Vivi frowned. He didn't know what the so-called Shichibukai Alliance was. Chris is indifferent to Isho, explaining, I have been working on forming the Shichibukai Alliance, so that our King Shichibukai will unite. In the Shichibukai Alliance, Shichibukai communicate with each other, share resources, and develop and progress together. That way, we don't just have a simple name. Shichibukai will really become a big power too. Hawkeye Mahawk nodded slightly, listening carefully. Chris continued, nowadays, everyone except you and Tyrant Bear has joined the Shichibukai Alliance. And everyone got their act together. When I establish my base in the New World, the Shichibukai Alliance will be able to officially operate. Chris patiently explained to Hawkeye Mahawk, explaining his plans for the Shichibukai Alliance. Let Hawkeye Mahawk really realize what kind of impact the Shichibukai Alliance will bring to him and the whole world. Hearing Chris's words one by one, Hawkeye Mahawk nodded again and again. Hawkeye Mahawk smiled immediately. There is such an alliance, since you formed it, then I naturally agree to join it. No wonder the Empress Boa Hancock has made such a big noise recently. It all has a lot to do with you. And I've noticed recently that Jinbei has also made some moves in the New World. It's really not an easy thing to be able to bring these guys together. At present, Mahawk is very optimistic and trusts Chris. So without hesitation, I chose to join the Shichibukai Alliance. For a long time, there has been no connection between Shichibukai, the king, and they go their separate ways. So the so-called third largest force on the sea is just a name. If we can really unite the seven of us, I think it would be a very interesting thing. Resource sharing or something, I don't care. Saying that, a strange smile appeared on Mahawk's face. I chose to join because of you, Chris. I want to see with my own eyes how far you can go all the way. Chris raised his eyebrows and then gave a rare smile. Today's battle cannot help his wish. Also made a very reliable friend like Mahawk. Chris said lightly, next, I'm going to Pudora Kingdom. I'm going to take this country and make it my base in the New World. I don't know, you might want to go with us. Gentlemen, swordsmanship. 314. Mahawk is very interested in the Kingdom of Pudora, and goes with Chris. Kingdom of Pudora. Hearing the name, Hawkeye Mahawk couldn't help but be a little surprised. The Puduola Kingdom has a reputation for being a rather powerful place. Hawkeye Mahawk did not expect that Chris's ambitions were so big. Arrived in the New World, I was eyeing such a piece of fat. There, both in terms of resource economy and geographical location, are considered very advantageous. However, this piece of fat is extremely sticky. People in that place are not easy to mess with. Why did you choose such a place? Chris shrugged and said lightly, this is an offer from Sengoku. In exchange, the world government will recognize my kingship. Mahawk immediately understood. He has also experienced this little trick of the world government and the marine headquarters. Sengoku's move is nothing more than wanting to weaken Chris' strength. But even if they knew their purpose, they had to obey them. After all, if you want to enjoy the privileges brought by the King Shichibukai, you cannot fight against the world government. Chris continued, it doesn't matter which country I attack. All I care about is getting them to recognize me as king. With this identity, it will be much easier to do things in the future. If you want to develop safely in the New World, you cannot allow the world government to come and harass. The best way is to be recognized by them. Let them have no reason to point fingers at themselves. Mahawk nodded lightly. It fits your personality. But the world government, it shouldn't be so easy, just give you the kingdom of Kudora. Behind this, there are really no other tricks. Mahawk's falcon-like eyes revealed a deep breath. He would never believe that the world government would do business at a loss. They have always been very shrewd, and nothing is too simple. Chris chuckled. It seems that you know the world government better. He sighed softly and said calmly, they naturally made up their minds, these old foxes. The kingdom of Kudora is not only a sturdy people, there are also many hidden masters there. According to the information I got, the world government's trump card this time is Akoku of the Rocks Pirates. Mahawk Vivi frowned and said suspiciously, Akoku. It is rumored that this Akoku is already dead, isn't it? This kind of person is already a person of the last era, and I rarely hear about them. From what Mahawk has heard, Akoku appears to have died in that great battle. That is the battle between the Rocks Pirates and the Roger Pirates. After that, the Rocks Pirates fell apart. Chris shook his head lightly and said, there are many versions circulating in the outside world, and there are different opinions. However, after investigation by the world government's intelligence services, Akoku is hiding in the kingdom of Kudora. This is also a big gift prepared by the world government for me. Strange smile appeared on Mahawk's face, and he said something. It seems that you have your own eyeliner in the Marine headquarters. Mahawk isn't stupid, and it's easy to guess the situation from Chris's few words. Chris was not surprised by this. He didn't admit it, he didn't deny it, he just dismissed Isho. Eagle-eyed Mahawk thoughtfully, then said, Akoku, as a member of the Rocks, Admiral, is not to be underestimated. The former Kaido, Newgate and Charlotte Linlin are now the 4 emperors of the New World. Akoku, who is at the same time as them, is not too weak. Chris was noncommittal about this. Since the world government has made Akoku the trump card in their schemes, it has already demonstrated the strength of Akoku. Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I might as well go with you. It's nice to meet the legendary pirate. Hawk-eyed Mahawk smiled faintly, he has always wanted nothing. Actions are all on your own whim. Leisurely and contentedly all day long. Now that he learned about Akoku, he was naturally very curious. Seeing that Mahawk agreed to his invitation, Chris was indifferent to Isho. Without saying anything more, the two walked towards the coast in a tacit understanding. With the end of Mahawk and Chris' battle, the Chris pirates also set sail again. The boat slowly left the Mosca Island. Mahawk's boat followed slowly behind the Chris. Chris also invited him to temporarily ride the Chris. But Mahawk is used to being alone. Willing to get along with a lot of people. Chris no longer insisted. On the Chris, it was still not calm at this time. The lingering warmth of the battle just now, Sheng. With a smile on his face, Bartolomeo said, the captain is powerful, and the world's largest swordsman can't even take him. From now on, Captain and Hawkeye Mahawk should be called the world's greatest swordsman. He looked at Tromeo with contempt, and snorted coldly, what is the world's greatest swordsman? Do you really think that Captain and Mahawk, both of them, would care about this name? At their level, it's just a fake name, who cares? Bartolomeo was dissatisfied and retorted, the captain cannot care, but as his supporter, he should maintain his reputation. As soon as this title is played, outsiders will immediately be afraid of 3 points. Seeing that the poison is not to be outdone, he will respond. Bellamy snorted softly and said coldly, what's the use of fighting these things now? This matter has already been turned over, and our top priority is to go to the kingdom of Kudora. Man-Demon Jinhei Isho. Speaking of which, the Shichibukai alliance led by the captain is almost finished. With the addition of the Hawkeye Mahawk, there should be no reason for the tyrant bear to refuse. Luo Y hugged the ghost and cried with a calm expression. It's a little unexpected that Mahawk agreed so quickly. That's why our captain has this ability. If we just change another person, I'm afraid it won't work at all. Kuro smiled lightly, pushed his glasses, and said, "So, our captain is someone with great luck. Anyone who stays with him will soon be conquered by him." Cavendish couldn't help but sigh. How long has it been? The Shichibukai Alliance already has 6 Shichibukai under the king. Everything is going well, just wait for the last one, the tyrant bear. Hawkins said with an expressionless face, and his eyes were blank. Although Mahawk's strength is the strongest among the King Shichibukai. But as far as temperament is mysterious and unpredictable, this tyrant bear is the first. When he has a good temper, he treats people gently, like a gentleman. But if he is in a bad mood, he can easily kill the people around him, which is why he is called a tyrant. Caribou nodded in agreement. Indeed, this tyrant bear should be the most difficult one to deal with. It's up to the captain to let him join. Enel sat cross-legged, yawned, and said casually, "What's there to worry about? As long as there is a captain, the tyrant bear will definitely join. No one can resist the captain. He has a unique charm." Enel has long since been completely conquered by Chris. In his eyes, as long as it is what Chris wants to do, there is nothing that cannot be done. Burgess glanced casually at Mahawk, who was following behind, and said excitedly, "Hey, the captain's charm is really too great." Even Hawkeye Mahawk didn't resist. He followed us to Pudora Kingdom without thinking. Way ha 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 ha. Foxy Gia Gia Isho. With the help of Hawkeye Mahawk, we will be more sure of attacking the kingdom of Pudola. The world government never imagined that we would win the Hawkeye Mahawk. This time, their calculations, I'm afraid they will all fail. Coffee, coffee, coffee. Hearing this, all the squad captains immediately laugh out loud. Thinking about it makes me very happy. Yoroch carried the giant pencil and grinned. "So, don't arbitrarily calculate others. Maybe, after calculating and calculating, I will calculate myself." Was also a smile on Van Auger's face. If things can develop to this day, everything is fate. The captain is lucky, and it is a fool's dream to want to weaken us with the help of the kingdom of Pudora. In the end, they will find that our strength will not be weakened, but will be stronger. Van Auger's eyes were full of confidence. He has reason to believe that with Chris means, this tough battle will become an opportunity for the Chris pirates. On the deck, the team captains were discussing fiercely, and the training room was also yin-yang-yan. Chris had already entered the training room at this time and started his own practice. But Nami and the others couldn't be as calm as Chris. Nami was in a good mood at this time, and she couldn't restrain her smile on her face. Chris really doesn't say anything. It's a blockbuster. On weekdays, his swordsmanship is unremarkable, and no one knows what his swordsmanship is. When I saw you today, I have already reached such a terrifying situation. Perona is also full of surprise and excitement. Yeah, Chris's swordsmanship has been able to keep pace with the world's largest swordsman. He's so good, nothing seems to beat him. Baccarat folded his crimson hair and said generously, "However, in today's battle, Chris's swordsmanship is completely exposed. Presumably near us, there will be people from the world government and intelligence agencies about Chris' swordsmanship. Level news, Marine headquarters should be the first to know." Betty let out a breath of smoke and looked indifferent. "It doesn't matter. Anyway, it will be exposed sooner or later. Even if they know it now, it won't get in the way." Alvida nodded heavily and smiled disdainfully. The investigation of Chris by the Marine headquarters should be considered very detailed. But what can we do in the end? It's still not obedient to let Chris become the King Shichibukai. In order to weaken the power of the Chris pirates, they did not hesitate to do this, which shows that they have nothing to do with Chris. Now know Chris's swordsmanship. As much as the hawk-eyed Mahawk, they will only be more frightened. Reiju's beautiful eyes flowed, looked at the sea, and said lightly, "We are getting closer and closer to the kingdom of Pudora. I don't know where Hancock and the others are now. Makino lay gently on the sofa and smiled softly. She must speed up now and rush towards Pudora Kingdom. Hancock wouldn't miss the opportunity to play alongside Chris. Sweetheart Queen took a sip of tea and said, "Now there are Mahawk and Boa Hancock. The lineup of our crusade against the Kingdom of Puduola can be said to be very strong. It will be even better if we can meet some strong people in the next few days." Kaya blinked a pair of big eyes and smiled sweetly. "I think we are already very good now. Chris and Mahawk are both 4 emperors in strength. 4 emperors are enough to win the Kingdom of Pudora." In this regard, everyone nodded. Although the true strength of the Pudora Kingdom cannot be determined, but they have 4 emperor-level characters. No matter how powerful the Puduola Kingdom's military might be, it shouldn't be able to stop it. The Chris pirates had been so noisy for a while before they quieted down. The squad leaders returned to their respective places and continued to practice. From time to time, Nami looked at the memory pointer to identify the going direction of the Chris. 3 days later, the Chris was halfway through its journey. They will be able to reach the Kingdom of Pudora. At this time, outside the cultivation room, there was a huge figure. "This is the beauty from the giant family, Gerd. I met the Chris pirates at sea the day before yesterday." At the invitation of the little giant Lily, Gerd successfully joined the Chris pirates. "Stay with her," Nami and the others immediately. "Appears to be extremely petite." However, although Gerd is huge, it does not affect her beauty in the slightest. Even compared with Reiju, Nami and others, it is not inferior. Nami was holding a map and studying it carefully. She looked up at the surrounding sea area and said, "At our current speed, it will take about 5 days. We can reach the Kingdom of Pudora." Hearing this, the crowd burst into joy. Perona happily flew into the air and turned in a circle. "Finally, it's almost there. This princess has been waiting for this day for a long time, and now I finally have something to look forward to." Haley ha 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 ha. Makino is indifferent to Isho. A battle that will shock the new world is about to begin. After this battle, the reputation of our Chris pirates will be completely famous in the new world. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. "Alert, alert. Guys, above is a picture of Gerd. For this, it is estimated that everyone has no impression." 315. The strongest bounty hunter appears, eyeing the Chris pirates. Squad leaders fight to improve their strength. "Alert, alert, alert. Report, an island was found ahead, and there are suspected unknown persons." The voice of the alarm officer suddenly came, interrupting the conversation of Nami and the others. They got up one after another and looked at the island in front of them. The island looks small, but it does not seem to be an uninhabited island. Although it is far away, it can still be seen that there are wisps of black smoke floating above the island. Bakura stared at the island with beautiful eyes, and smiled. "Isho, I seem to feel good luck again." Betty spit out a few smoke rings and said lightly, "As long as there is good luck around the island, there must be good things. Could it be that we found another treasure trove?" Makino folded her hair and said softly, "It looks like the island in front of you is inhabited. Even if there is treasure on this island, I'm afraid they have already found it." Reiju shook his head slightly and smiled eccentrically. "For us Chris pirates, this is not a problem. In front of us, there is never a lord's thing, there is only a treasure without a lord." Hearing this, everyone knew Isho. Indeed, even if the treasure has been captured first, grab it directly from the hands of others. Don't forget, their identities are pirates galloping around the world. Perona happily flew around in the air and said with a smile, "It's the princess's favorite treasure hunt time again. I hope there will be many fun babies on this island." Ha 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 ha. Alvita stood up, carrying a giant mace. "It doesn't have to be treasure. Look, there seem to be traces of factories on the island. Generally, if there is a factory, there must be some big power behind it. And Bakura said that we have good luck here, and maybe, this will be the base of the tyrant bear. Alvida's guess is very bold, after all they just met Mahak the other day. If you really encounter a tyrant bear now, it can only be said that luck is a bit too much. However, for the Chris pirates, being able to meet tyrant bear may be the best opportunity during this time. Because of that, the Shichibukai alliance can be established completely before taking the Pudora kingdom. Lucky, you can also invite tyrant bear to join the crusade. The three most powerful kings, Shichibukai, went to the kingdom of Pudora together. Such a lineup is terrifying. Kaya blinked her big eyes and smiled sweetly. Anyway, no matter what, we will definitely gain something today. Miss Bakura's feeling has never gone wrong. Name turned her head curiously and said with a sweet smile, I don't know what we will gain this time. Since there is good luck, then we should speed up the going. Saying that, Nami personally informed the helmsman, and the Chris accelerated forward. A short while, they had come to the coast. At this point, Chris had already walked out of the training room. He learned that Bakura felt good luck, and naturally took some interest. This is the new world after all, on the one hand crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Other hand, what is generally found here is not too simple. In any case, he should have come forward to sit down. Chris took Nami and the others to the deck. At the same time, on the opposite island. In a luxurious room, the bounty hunter Sild is lying on the sofa. A little boy suddenly pushed open the door and entered. Report. Found a pirate ship, docked near the coast. They seem to be planning to land on the island. Hildvivi turned her head and smiled contemptuously. Oh, someone actually delivered it to the door. We haven't opened for a few days, just in time for events. Do you see what pirate group it is? Saying that, Sild sat up and took a sip from the wine glass. The little bastard shook his head and said, I didn't see it clearly, I'm not sure what pirate group it is. But you can see that their pirate ship is very large, it should be a piece of fat. Sild hated Isho, and snorted immediately, there is no reason not to let the prey delivered to the door. Everyone, come with me and take down this pirate group. At this moment, all of Sild's capable generals just happened to be gathered in this room. Ferrer swallowed the red wine in the glass in one breath, and said viciously, dare to enter our territory without authorization. I am really tired of living. Watch me go out, don't teach these guys a good lesson. Other side, Labissiere sneered with contempt in his eyes. I'd like to see what kind of guys who don't have eyes. Don't you know that this is the Sild Guild? Venian picked up the long spear beside him, got up directly, and walked towards the door. I haven't moved my muscles for a long time, and I don't know if the marksmanship is rusty. As Wenyan got up, everyone stood up one after another and was about to go outside. Right at this moment, a little scoundrel rushed in. Ferrer was furious and said, Bastard! Why are you in such a hurry? Look at you, where is the fire? In the face of Ferrer's scolding, the minion hurriedly lowered his head and did not dare to speak. Labissiere waved his hand, signaling Ferrer not to get angry. He immediately asked, What's the matter with coming in such a hurry? Little boy quickly replied, Report. Report. We just confirmed the identity of this pirate group. They are very nervous at this time and stuttered. Sild looked bad and said impatiently, What is it? What exactly are they? It's worth your fear. Ferrer also curled his lips and said angrily, Isn't it just a group of pirates, what's so scary? We are bounty hunters, afraid of what they will do. Little minion took a few deep breaths and finally said, As they get closer, we finally decide. This sudden arrival of the pirates is precisely the one that has recently gained fame, the Chris pirates. Words came out, the expressions of everyone in the room suddenly changed. Sildvivi frowned, leaning forward involuntarily. Solemn expression on his face, he confirmed, You are sure, they are Chris pirates? Little guy nodded quickly, It's absolutely true, this is the result after we have carefully confirmed it. Crack. Suddenly, there was a sound of hitting the table in the room. I saw Sild slam the table and looked overjoyed. It's actually them. It took less than a year to go to sea, and he has already become the Shichibukai under the king. I've always wanted to meet them. Labissiere looked solemn and said solemnly, it is said that the Chris pirates are not easy to mess with. Their captain, Chris, is extremely powerful. Furthermore, many of the squad leaders on the ship are not very good. Venian snorted coldly and smiled disdainfully. Labissiere, when did your courage become so small? Isn't it just a group of powerful pirates? What's the matter? The great pirate forces that our Sild Guild has eliminated over the years are not a few. Costa stroked his long sword and chuckled. The stronger the strength, the more interested I can be. Killing the big pirates makes me feel more fulfilled. Ferrer, who had been clamoring before, now looked erratic. He returned to his seat and said indifferently, the strength of our Sild Guild is indeed very strong. However, I also know about the Chris pirates. They're a tough one. When he heard that it was the Chris pirates, his heart sank. Because he is very clear that the strength of the Chris pirates is not comparable to that of ordinary pirates. However, without waiting for Ferrer's voice to fall, Sild suddenly said sharply, Humph. It's just a Chris pirates group, what are you afraid of? As a bounty hunter, it's a shame to let such a big piece of fat fly away like that. I have already decided, go out with me and kill the Chris pirates together. Saying that, Hild stepped outside. Seeing this, the rest of the others quickly followed. Ferrer also smiled embarrassingly, didn't say anything, just followed quietly. Sild summoned the main cadres in the guild and walked out of the island aggressively. Whether it's fame or bounty, Chris is the best choice for Sild. If they can win Chris, then the reputation of their Sild Guild will also be improved to a higher level. Is the most important gain for Sild. Outside the island, Chris led the squad leaders, Nami and others to land smoothly. Take a leisurely step and walk towards the island. About 20 minutes later, Chris and the others came to a quarry. Perona pouted and murmured in a low voice, this broken island, on top of it is nothing but stones or stones. Where is the said treasure? Karina also drooped her head and looked around. After looking around, this island looks like there is a factory. But why has it been so long? I haven't met anyone. Makino shook his head slightly and smiled softly, since Baccarat said, here is our good luck. Then we will definitely find something good, don't worry. Reiju also stroked the hair in front of his forehead, and smiled Isho, yes, maybe the real good thing is right in front. Just as she was talking, Nami suddenly screamed and hurriedly pointed to the front. Look, what is that? Everyone looked along the line of sight, and happened to see a pool. The pool is square and looks huge. At this moment, a huge water column is being sprayed out. Dozens of water columns are shooting straight into the sky, which is spectacular. Such a sight caused a burst of amazement. Perona turned around excitedly, wow! I finally saw something fun. What is that? It can actually spray water jets. Baccarat frowned slightly, and said lightly, it's really amazing. It's impossible for a normal fountain to spray so high. Even if it's an artificial fountain, it usually doesn't do that. Chris looked at the pool and said with a flat face, that's not water, it's carbonic acid. This island should be a carbonic acid processing plant. Hey, I can't see it, you are quite knowledgeable. Soon as Chris finished speaking, a strong voice came out. Sild led some of his subordinates and appeared in front of the Chris pirates with a smile. Sild looked Chris up and down and smiled proudly. As expected of the rumored Chris, he can see through it at a glance. Welcome to the Sild Guild, pirates. Pansfree looked shocked. Sild Guild, you are the bounty hunter Sild. After so many years in the New World, Pansfree has more or less heard of the name. Sild. Unexpectedly, I saw him here today. When Labissiere saw Pansfree, He smiled mockingly. Isn't this Pansfried? Why, did you also join the Chris Pirates? I actually gave up my original job and completely became a pirate. I'm really ashamed of you. Costa's eyes were sharp and he looked at Pansfried. Because you can't be considered a real pirate, I didn't touch you. I didn't expect you to be depraved, so we can't blame you. Saying that, Costa licked his lips, excited. Burgess looked unhappy, and asked, who is that? Sild. The little giant Lily said, he is a famous bounty hunter in the New World. The Sild Guild was established to select some famous big pirates to attack. They have captured many powerful people, and they are one of the strongest bounty hunters in the New World. The painter also nodded, with a solemn expression on his face, and echoed. I've heard of them. They treat pirates ruthlessly, and there are not a few pirates who die in their hands. Poison Gia Isho looked at Sild and the others in disbelief. What kind of big man should I be? It turns out to be just a group of bounty hunters. Looks like they've been taken as prey. Burgess bumped his fists. Hee Isho, don't these guys look at people? To dare to take our Chris pirates as prey, I really don't know how high the sky is, ha 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 ha. Van Augur suddenly looked at Venian, and said Yo-Yo, I advise you to put down the gun in your hand. Otherwise, I'll let you know how wrong your choice is today. Venian, who was aiming at Chris, heard the words, slowly put down his spear, and glanced at Van Augur. It turned out to be a gunman. No wonder he was able to detect it. Just now, he raised his gun cautiously, and his movements were concealed. Sild looked at Chris contemptuously. What kind of big man I thought you were? Looking at it now, he's just a little boy. Wait, Chris speaks, and Enel sneers. Another scumbag. 316. Enel's Sidler. Squad leaders fight to raise armament hockey. Enel picked his ears at will, and gave Sild a contemptuous look. If you don't want to die, you better hand over all the treasures you have collected over the years. It can be regarded as atonement. It's better not to let us get it ourselves. Enel sneered, a bit threatening. Sild heard the words and immediately, laughing out loud, he looked left and right at his subordinates. Labissiere, Ferrer and the others also laughed together at this time. He had a mocking expression on his face. Sild snorted softly and said disdainfully, pirates are indeed pirates, and it's true that dogs can't change their shit. Even as King Shichibukai, I still do this kind of robbery. Costa touched his long sword, and his face was indifferent. We Sild Guild have never been afraid of any pirates. Even if we want to fight the 4 emperors, we dare to give it a try, let alone you. Then Costa pointed to a palace in the distance. Did you see that palace? All the treasures of our Sild Guild are there. If you're brave enough, come and get it. Labissiere Gia Isho. Shichibukai is just a mere king, so why not kill you all? As far as I know, the attitude of the world government towards your Chris pirates is very special. I think the world government might be happy if you get rid of you. This Labissiere is also considered to be a member of the Sild Guild with a high IQ. On weekdays, as a counselor of the Sild Guild, giving Sild advice. Very concerned about the various trends of the world government. It is also always possible to dig out many clues from some details. Ever since he heard that the world government was unwilling to let Chris become the King Shichibukai. Labissiere knew that the world government was more afraid of Chris. They knew they couldn't control Chris, but they were helpless for the time being. This is also the reason why Sild insisted on killing the Chris pirates. Able to help the world government eradicate dissidents, while earning a reputation for himself. Of course, in the end, you can also get a lot of money. This kind of win-win. Good thing, how could he let Wenyan fumble for the trigger, always ready to lift the long gun. That guy with a gun, dare to take a bet with me. Life and death, how? He could feel that Van Augur's marksmanship was very powerful. As a sharpshooter, encountering such an opponent is naturally itchy. Van Augur glanced at Venian lightly and smiled disdainfully. it's up to you. In front of me, you only have the chance to die. Burgess lol isho, hands on hips. Someone dares to challenge Van Auger's marksmanship. It's just courting death. Boy, are you really ready to be shot to death? Way ha 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 ha. Kuro was equally indifferent to Isho, pushing up his glasses. In my opinion, this is a rather unwise choice. When you don't know your opponent, you will pay a very painful price if you shoot without authorization. Glanced at Venian. I just saw a battle of top swordsmanship. It's amazing. It would be great if we could enjoy another marksmanship duel. Said that, Bartolomeo changed his words. I just don't know if this kid's marksmanship will disappoint people. Weipa shook his head lightly and sneered. It's not just anyone who can become a sharpshooter. Looking at him, I'm afraid he didn't even know when Van Auger shot, and he fell to the ground and died. Lafitte pressed his hat and smiled politely. Since the other party has such a request, we have no reason not to satisfy him. Just right, let them see the strength of our Chris pirates. Van Auger glanced at Chris, only to see Chris nodded lightly, expressing acquiescence. After receiving Chris's order, Van Auger knew it immediately. He took a step forward and looked at Venian with sharp eyes. Since it is a life and death situation, I hope you have made up your mind. My gun never comes back in vain. Said, Van Auger jumped directly to an open space next to him and picked up his long gun. Venian's face was gloomy at the moment, and he snorted coldly, ignorant guys, this is a new world. You will regret it if you underestimate your opponents so much. Let me fire the first shot of the day. Saying that, he stepped out and came to the opposite side of Van Auger. Two stood opposite each other, with a distance of 50 meters between them. Such a long distance places high demands on the gunner's sight and prediction. At this moment, a deep voice spread out. So it's so lively here. Fortunately, I followed, otherwise I would have missed the excitement. The people from the Sild Guild followed the sound and saw a man dressed in Western clothes with a large sword on his back. Labissiere was immediately surprised. Mahawk. How could he be here? Ferrer frowned tightly, trusting his eyes, the world's greatest swordsman. How did he stay with the Chris pirates? Impossible, they ended up. At this moment, Ferrer's lips trembled. When Chris was the only king, Shichibukai, he had some concerns in his heart. At this moment, there is another one, who is still famous for a long time, the eagle-eyed Mahawk. Ferrer was even more terrified. In the face of such a strong lineup, his earlier arrogance and domineering had long since disappeared. Seeing Mahawk's appearance, Sild frowned. With a solemn expression, Sild asked, Mahawk, are you and Chris from the same group? Mahawk is indifferent to Isho. I think you already have the answer to this kind of question in your mind. But don't worry, I won't interfere in today's affairs. Sild slowly let out a breath. If Mahawk shoots, he really can't guarantee that he will be able to win today. Just one Chris is enough to keep him busy for most of the day. However, Mahawk immediately said, I don't need to take action at all in today's matter. And, I don't think Chris needs a shot today. Attention to the Chris pirates, all I can say is that you made a mistake. Mahawk looked at Sild and others with a bit of pity in his eyes. He seemed to have seen the results. With the Chris pirates for the past few days, Mahawk has seen the strength of the Chris pirates. He also has a general understanding of Enel et al. Therefore, he has great confidence in the squad leaders of the Chris pirates. When Sild heard that Mahawk was not optimistic about himself and others, his expression darkened immediately, and he said something. We don't know how many arrogant pirates we have encountered. However, their final result, without exception. We killed them all and exchanged them for bounties. Sild looked at Mahawk gloomily, and said, I hope you will keep your promise. As long as Mahawk doesn't shoot, Sild is relieved. Mahawk's expression was odd, Isho lightly, and shook his head without a trace. As Mahawk walked to Chris, everyone's eyes returned to Van Augur. They are somewhat interested in this duel. But Mahawk and Chris didn't care much. Chris told Lafitte and the others, as soon as the gunshot rang, I want everyone from the Sild Guild to get down. When Lafitte, Enel and others heard the words, they nodded their heads immediately. Squad leaders glanced at the opposite side, and each locked their target. Venian and Van Augur, by this time, have both switched to pistols. Like this kind of marksmanship duel, all use pistols, which is simple and convenient. Cruel smile appeared on Venian's face, I'll blow your head off. My favorite thing to see is the scene where the brains of the enemy flow out. Fanka chuckled lightly, death by my gun, is your destiny. Venian immediately snorted coldly, and then lifted the pistol at a lightning-fast speed. Just a bang. A bullet was fired instantly and hit Van Augur. This was to catch Van Augur off guard. However, the moment the shot was fired, Venian suddenly discovered that the opposite Van Augur had mysteriously disappeared. Almost at the same time, Venian felt a chill behind him. I said, you will die. Bang! Fanka suddenly appeared behind him and shot a shot with a facial expression. Venian fell to the ground, a big hole was punched through his head. All this happened in the blink of an eye. 3 seconds before and after. Of the Sild Guild were all stunned at the moment, staring blankly at the fallen Venian. Venian's marksmanship, they know very well. Like his, almost never missed. They never found out how Van Augur did it. Even Hild couldn't see how Van Augur changed positions instantaneously. Kuro shook his head and clicked his tongue. I said it a long time ago, attacking an enemy that I don't understand at all. It's just an act of courting death. Van Augur snorted coldly and looked at Venian, who was lying in a pool of blood. A qualified gunslinger never just depends on speed. Either see through your enemies, or don't be seen through by your enemies. And you, who have neither, are destined to die here. With 2 shots fired, Van Augur managed to kill Venian. And the other squad leaders were also dispatched at this time. Under the order of Chris, they each chose their opponents and killed them. Squad leaders knew very well that the overall strength of the Sild Guild was not bad. It's a good fighting chance. Chris also wanted to do the same, to give them some combat experience. Although Chris knew the current strength of the squad leaders, it was no longer something that the Sild Guild could resist. However, the Sild Guild has been able to exist for so long, and it is also not a vegetarian. Their unique fighting style is enough to cause some trouble for the squad leaders. Enel did his part and went directly to Sild. Costa was chosen by Cavendish, and there was always a habit of fighting between swordsmen. And Labissiere was caught by Kuro at a glance. It is also the responsibility of wisdom. Kuro is down. After seeing and seeing, what is Labissiere's fighting ability? As for Ferrer, with a strong body, everyone has a tacit understanding and left him to Burgess. This kind of has always been a Burgess dish. The rest of the squad leaders either locked their opponents, or set their sights on the little scoundrels. These little guys carry a large green bucket on their backs, with a sprinkler on their right arm. Of them wore goggles on their faces. This is the unique attire of the Sild Guild, and the green barrel behind it is full of carbonic acid. With more than a dozen small minions added together, their combat effectiveness should not be underestimated. The way carbonic acid fights is also extremely difficult. It can provide them with extremely fast speed and attack power, and the corrosiveness of carbonic acid itself is not easy to deal with. Similarly, Labissiere and others also have the same carbonation device. The battle between the two sides broke out suddenly, and there was a sound all over the island. Carbonic acid device shot out instantly, punching one big hole after another in the ground. Seeing this, Perona rubbed her chin curiously. These guys, they all attack in the same way. The strong air pressure and carbonic acid coming out of their arms looked tricky. Reiju's beautiful eyes flowed, and he said generously, "No wonder this island is so strange, it turns out that this is their carbonic acid factory." To transform carbonic acid into its own weapon, the Sild Guild has 2 strokes. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, Nami suddenly said, "Look, these guys from the Sild Guild don't seem to be capable people." Hearing this, everyone looked carefully, and indeed did not find anyone with the ability to make a move. The little giant Lily explained, "The Sild Guild is made up of bounty hunters, and these people are very dependent on the sea. If you don't eat devil fruits, you can avoid the disadvantage of being afraid of the sea. This is an advantage when you are fighting against the able." Gerd on the side also nodded and said, "Indeed, so they pay more attention to the practice of 2-color hockey and strength. It is also quite dependent on the power of science and technology." Carrying a giant mace, Alvita said indifferently, "In this way, today's battle is a challenge to the hard power of the squad leaders. It's a great test of their 2-color hockey and their ability to adapt." Baccarat folded his crimson hair, and smiled. "Isho, if it wasn't like this, Chris could easily deal with the Sild Guild. What he did is just to give the squad leaders a chance to exercise." 317. The Sild Guild is destroyed. Grab their treasure, there are many good things. Somewhere in Carbonate Island, a shocking battle broke out. The captains of the Chris pirates, and the members of the Sild Guild, you come and go. All the squad leaders tried their best to win this battle. Chris brought Nami and others to a high place early, overlooking the entire battlefield. With his own eyes, hawk-eyed Mahawk couldn't help but sigh in admiration and said something. "Chris, each of these people under your command is quite powerful. Anyone has the ability to stand on his own in the new world." Chris chuckled, and said lightly, "It's not enough, they can only reach the Marine Vice Admiral level. There are even some people who don't even have the strength of Marine Vice Admiral. If you want to achieve something in the new world, you still need experience." Chris saw clearly and wasn't fooled by the apparent prosperity. He knows best what the squad leaders he has trained are like. Basically all squad leaders have mastered the 2-color hockey. However, apart from Enel, Lafitte and a few others, they are just getting started. Really not enough to see the real old rivers and lakes. In Chris's eyes, only these guys can pass the Marine Vice Admiral level. Nami and the others followed Chris to watch the battle. Perona floats faintly in the air, looking left and right. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes lit up and she exclaimed, "I didn't expect Kuro to be so strong now. He can completely keep up with the opponent's speed, and he handles every attack and defense with ease." Her line of sight, Kuro could be seen fighting Labissiere. Labissiere's attack relies entirely on the power of carbonic acid. With the help of carbonic acid, his speed reached a very high point. Of his fist is enough to shatter the ground. However, at this moment he was out of breath and out of breath. Other hand, Kuro's face remains unchanged, the clouds are light and the wind is light. Kuro pushed up his glasses and chuckled, "Don't you have that much strength? If it wasn't for my brains, I'm afraid I'd be kicked out by the Sild Guild." Contempt in Kuro's eyes. He originally thought how strong Labissiere would be. However, it was only after the real fight that I found out that this Labissiere doesn't have any specialties other than fighting technique is good. Even if the opponent uses the power of technology to greatly improve his speed. But it's still far from enough. Kuro can always catch him easily, and every attack from Labissiere is under control. Compared to the monsters on our ship, you are really far behind." Saying that, Kuro squeezed his right hand lightly, and then slashed down sharply. An invisible air pressure blade instantly cut through Labissiere's carbonated equipment. "If you scrap your equipment, you will be even more useless." Labissiere looked at the dropped equipment in shock and was at a loss for a while. Suddenly, he felt a chill on the top of his head, and he stepped back subconsciously. However, at this time, Kuro will not give him any chance at all. He had already made up his mind to kill. Kuro looked at the panic-stricken Labissiere coldly, and said lightly, "The weak are not worthy of continuing to live in this world." His hands and fingers twitched lightly, and air pressure sharp blades slowly emerged, wrapping Labissiere inside. This is a fighting style that Kuro realized after watching Doflamingo. Using your own control of air pressure, you can create an invisible blade out of thin air to form a cage. The advantage of this air pressure blade is that it can appear freely anytime, anywhere, making the enemy hard to guard against. If the trapped enemy wants to escape, they must first peel off a layer of skin. Labissiere's two arms are completely black. Arms were in front of him, blocking the air pressure blade. However, his armament hockey level falls short. Couldn't resist Kuro's attack at all, and it was broken in no time. Countless air pressure sharp blades continuously cut every inch of Labissiere's skin. When this guy was dying, he finally realized what it means to be cut by 1,000 swords. Alvida looked at this scene and nodded lightly. Kuro is very smart, and his air pressure fruit has been successfully developed. And, now his observation hockey seems to be pretty good too. Labissiere's speed is actually not slow, but he can be insightful every time. Betty let out a breath of smoke and chuckled. That big man, he's about to be hammered by Burgess. The arrogant and domineering Ferrer finally met his nemesis at this time. Whether it is size, strength, or speed, he is completely crushed by Burgess. Even with his carbonated gear, he was able to take his power up a notch and perform flawlessly. But his opponent is not an ordinary person, but Burgess, who likes to fight with his body the most. The stronger Ferrer's power, the more excited Burgess acted. Burgess, fist attached to armament hockey, collided with Ferrer. Every time it hits, it can make a loud noise. Dozens of them converge, and Ferrer has already. However, Burgess still smiled. You are still very good. This is the first time I've played so smoothly since entering the new world. The captain is right, the opponents are not weak. Come again, way ha ha ha. Without any hesitation, Burgess punched again. Ferrer frowned helplessly, and could only insist on gritting his teeth. Baccarat gathered his crimson hair and said generously, Burgess has taken the initiative. When the battle will end, it's all in his mind. Burgess, excited look, Nami couldn't help shrugging her shoulders. It's hard to come across such an opponent, he won't let it go easily. Reiju and the others looked at Ferrer with a little more pity. To meet such a fighting maniac as Burgess, it can only be said that he is unlucky. Smile appeared on Makino's face. The battle is over here too. Compared to others, Cavendish's battle is not easy. Between the two swordsmen was unexpectedly exciting. Costa's swordsmanship. Fascinated, and very strange. Even if Cavendish mastered observation hockey, he could not accurately predict the opponent's attack point. Moreover, Costa also mastered armament. The blade of his blade has already shown a layer of black. This is something that Cavendish cannot do today. Therefore, in the course of the battle, Cavendish was always at a disadvantage. He was pressed and beaten by Costa, which Cavendish could not bear. He was arrogant by nature and could never accept such a fact. Under Costa's pressure, Cavendish's eyes gradually became sharper. His arm gradually became pitch black, brightly colored. I absolutely won't allow myself to be defeated in your hands. With a light drink, his speed suddenly increased. With the ability of the speed fruit, Cavendish gradually regained his place. From the moment I have been pressed and beaten, it has now put pressure on Costa. This sudden change took Costa by surprise. What's going on? This guy's speed is suddenly getting faster and faster. It's almost impossible to see his sword. Costa gradually became flustered. Mahawk, who was watching the battle, shook his head gently. The most taboo thing about swordsman duel is unstable mentality. The swordsmanship of that swordsman. Strength, though above Cavendish. But the mentality went all the way, and I lost completely. Once a swordsman's mentality is unstable, his chi will naturally start to become disordered. Swordsmanship will also gradually become disorganized, and the strength is greatly reduced. Chris looked calm, and said lightly, now, he has no advantage in swordsmanship. Mahawk's eyes narrowed and he took a closer look. He suddenly discovered that the body of Cavendish's sword actually gradually showed a faint black color. This shows that Cavendish's understanding of armament has gone to the next level during the battle. Mahawk chuckled and said in admiration, as expected of the swordsman that Chris liked, he entered the room in an instant. As Cavendish's momentum rose, Costa began to lose ground. He changed from active attack to passive defense. But as Cavendish's strength increased, his attacks became more and more severe. Costa's loopholes can always be found, leaving scars on his body. Reiju stroked the hair in front of his forehead lightly, and said indifferently, "Isho, no wonder Chris values such an opportunity to exercise so much. Only in this life and death battle can their potential be forced out. After this battle, Cavendish's strength will be even higher." Charlie's cold eyes swept across the battlefield, smiled and shook her head. Compared to others, Sild is the worst. His opponent is Enel, it's just crushing all the way. Smile appeared on the delicate face of Queen Sweetheart. Enel is someone who can fight against Doflamingo. No matter how powerful this Sild is, it is impossible to reach the level of Doflamingo. During the entire battle, Enel seemed to be nonchalant. He was so fast that even with the aid of carbonic acid equipment, Sild couldn't keep up. If you can't even touch your own enemies, there will be no suspense in this battle. Enel released a thunderbolt that slammed into Sild's body. After a few times, the most powerful carbonated equipment in the entire Silder Guild was on Silder's body. The whole was smashed to pieces by Enel. Sild, who lost his carbonated equipment, was greatly reduced in strength. Enel suddenly felt bored and spread his hands helplessly. "Just like you, it's ridiculous to think about taking the captain's head. I thought you were so powerful, but you're just a paper tiger. Since that's the case, I won't accompany you anymore," said. Enel held the going stick and tapped the drum on his shoulder lightly. 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. A giant thunderbolt was released from the drum and turned into a Thunder Wolf. The Thunder Wolf roared, the situation changed color, and swooped towards Sild. Sild felt a strong aura of danger. Subconsciously wanted to escape, but found that his feet were bound by 2 lightning bolts. He couldn't move at all. Enel picked his ears at will, and said contemptuously, "Don't struggle, accept the baptism of God. Useless struggle will only make your death more painful." Enel finished speaking. Thunderwolf engulfed Sild in one bite. Only a scream was heard. Under the baptism of thunder and lightning, Sild was turned into a pile of ashes. This time, Enel did not give him any chance at all, and killed him directly. With Enel completely killing Sild, the Sild Guild was suddenly in disarray. Ferrer was shocked and stunned. What is the boss of Sild killed? How can it be? Ordinary pirates will not be his opponents at all. Burgess snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "It's best not to be distracted when fighting with others. Otherwise, you don't even know how you died." Saying that, Burgess opened his mouth sharply, and the waves went straight to Ferrer's forehead. The next moment, Ferrer was already bleeding from his 7 orifices and collapsed to the ground. At the same time, Costa, who was losing ground, could no longer support it. Seeing Sild, Labissiere and the others fall one by one, he was in a panic. One was not careful, and was stabbed in the heart by Cavendish's sword, and fell to the ground and died. Seeing the cadres falling one by one, the little scoundrels of the Sild Guild changed their expressions. "It's over, Boss Sild and the others have all been killed. This time I really kicked an iron plate. The Chris pirates are really not something we can afford. Boss, they've all been killed, what are we still doing here? Yes, run, we are not their opponents." One person had the idea of retreating, and the entire Sild Guild began to retreat. They scattered like birds and beasts, and they were about to flee to the outside world. Poisoned by this scene, Gia Isho, if you want to leave now, do you want to leave? Today, you all have to die here for me. Said that, a burst of poisonous miasma suddenly covered these people. of the Sild Guild were instantly paralyzed. Mandamongan's expression was indifferent, and he threw some bombs at random, blowing up all the little gangsters of the Sild Guild to pieces. Under the actions of the other squad leaders, the entire Sild Guild was wiped out, and no one survived. Looking at the corpses all over the floor, Lafitte sighed softly. Who told you to provoke someone you shouldn't? It's completely self-inflicted to end up like this. Luo Wai hugged the demon knife and cried, looking at the palace in the distance. Haha, I was so clamoring before, but now the things in this palace are not all in our pockets. Bartolomeo said with a smile, I don't know what good things these guys are hiding. Hopefully not afraid of our disappointment. Nami rubbed her hands excitedly at this time, and said with a sweet smile, what are you waiting for? Let's go and see what's inside. 318. Shocked. One is a glass fruit. One is the mythical cat fruit, the form of a mongoose. Karina's eyes shone with starlight, and said with a smile, the things in that palace belong to us. Since these guys are bounty hunters, there must be countless Baileys in there. Makino indifferently said Isho, and said gently, I'm also curious, what exactly will be there? Since Baccarat can feel the existence of good luck, there should be some kind of rare item. Could it be? It's another devil fruit. Perona flew happily in the air, smiling sweetly, are we going to get the devil fruit again? I don't know what kind of devil fruit it will be, I hope it will be more interesting. Ha 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 ha. Several people are guessing what good things will be left by the Sild Guild. Baccarat folded his crimson hair, and smiled Isho, what is there? You can see it at a glance. But I can feel that our good luck lies in it. Baccarat stared at the palace in the distance, with a small smile on the corner of his mouth. Chris didn't say much, took the crowd and headed straight for the palace. But within 10 minutes, the Chris pirates arrived at the Sild Guild base. This is a large palace and looks very ornate. In this palace, there are still some remnants of the Sild Guild, staying here. At this time, they didn't know what was going on ahead. These people could never imagine that the elite fighting power of the Sild Guild was wiped out. After arriving here, Bellamy and the others rushed in first, and dealt with the remnants of the Sild Guild. Chris pirates have completely occupied this palace. After entering the palace, everyone from the Chris pirates began to search carefully, not missing a single detail. Soon, Hawkins and others found a treasure trove. Captain, we have found the treasure left by the Sild Guild. Hearing this, everyone came here one after another. This treasure trove is very secret, hidden very deep. If you don't look carefully, it will be difficult to find. The Chris pirates did not disappoint here either. She entered, everyone's eyes were illuminated by the golden light, and there was still a little pain in the eyes. Nami happily opened her arms and jumped in and ran in. Wow! A lot of going. This Sild Guild is really rich enough, so many goings, it is simply too happy. Perona looked at going all over the ground and turned away Tezzolo. Tezzolo, these going, are you enough to build us a palace? Tezzolo spread his hands helplessly, shook his head lightly and said, do you think a palace can be created so easily? Besides, just this little going is far from enough. But with the going on our ship and what I can make myself, a small palace should be fine. Building a going palace has always been something Perona has been looking forward to. Thinking about it, it's very fun. That is, there is the existence of Tezzolo, otherwise even the skilled craftsman in the world. If you want to build a going palace at will, it will take a year and a half. For Tezzolo, if he wants to build the going palace, a day or two is enough. Reiju's beautiful eyes flowed, and her red lips slightly opened. The pile of boxes over there are full of Baileys. It must be the Sild Guild, all the income over the years. Everyone followed the prestige and saw that there were dozens of large boxes over there. Kaya blinked a pair of clear eyes and smiled, let's say there are billions. These things are still necessary if we are to establish our own country in the New World. Betty took a breath of cigarette and nodded, with enough money, we can exchange for the resources we want. As a result, the Shichibukai alliance will also run more smoothly. The squad leaders also found a lot of weapons and equipment in this treasure house. Although these things are of no use to them, still useful to the little scoundrels on the boat. After all, the war is imminent, and it is not a bad thing to store more equipment. Soon, under the leadership of the squad leaders, the weapons and gold and silver treasures of this treasure house were all carried on the ship by the Chris pirates. Holding 2 small wooden boxes in his hands, Bartolomeo walked quickly to Chris. With a smile on his face, "Captain, as we guessed, look what we found," said. Bartolomeo opened the small wooden box to reveal the contents. I saw that there was a 1 devil fruit in each. The left one was in the shape of a pineapple, and the whole body showed a light blue color. And the one on the right is a relatively rare tail shape. The whole body is orange-yellow, and it looks a bit strange. Seeing this, Perona exclaimed, "There are actually 2 devil fruits here. If you don't eat 2 devil fruits, the Sild Guild is a waste." 2 small dimples on Nami's face, she said with a soft laugh, "I am really lucky, and I got 2 devil fruits with these. This tail-shaped fruit looks strange." Alvita frowned slightly and looked at the wolf tooth. Such a strange shape and color is really rare. I don't know what kind of fruit this is. Could it be a rare ancient species? Everyone shook their heads, not sure. After all, in the Chris Pirates, no ancient devil fruit has appeared. Baccarat took out the devil fruit illustration and flipped it quickly. After a few minutes, Baccarat smiled and said, "Finally found it." She pointed to everyone with the devil fruit illustration. "This blue devil fruit is the Paramesha glass fruit. Those who are capable can transform their bodies into glass, which is an ability that is excellent in both offense and defense." Caribou asked curiously, "What is this strange devil fruit?" A strange smile suddenly appeared on Baccarat's face, and he quickly flipped the devil fruit illustration in his hand. "Look, the introduction to this devil fruit is here." Saying that, Baccarat pointed to the crowd with his fingers. "I saw a few big characters written on it. Mythical devil fruit." Luo Y hugged the ghost and cried, and a trace of waves gradually appeared in his calm eyes. "It's actually mythical, which may be even rarer than ancient species. And in general mythicals have extremely strong attack power and vitality, and can be called the best among devil fruits." Kuro pushed his glasses slightly and said in surprise, "It is said that Marco, the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard Pirates, is mythical phoenix fruit. I never thought we could get such a one mythical devil fruit." Baccarat said with joy on his face, "This is the form of the mythical cat fruit mongoose. The attack power is extremely strong, and the speed is abnormally fast." Betty spit out a few smoke rings and asked, "Chris, who are you going to assign these 2 devil fruits to?" Chris said lightly, "It's still the same as before, adopting the principle of voluntary. Who among you who doesn't eat devil fruits wants these 2 devil fruits?" Chris finished speaking. Pansfree smiled and said, "Captain, give me that glass fruit. I feel that this devil fruit is very interesting. If it is developed, it should have some great effects on me." Chris didn't say much, nodded lightly, and threw the glass fruit to Pansfree. Pansfree, who got the devil fruit, swallowed it without any pretentiousness. For a giant family like him, the devil fruit is not enough for him to bite. Everyone looked at Pansfree in anticipation, wanting to see the ability of the glass fruit. Pansfree hade Isho, and then with a flick of his right hand, a giant glass appeared in front of him. This piece of glass is very thick. Unlike ordinary glass, it looks very hard. Bartolomeo looked at the glass and said thoughtfully, "It looks a bit like my barrier fruit. Although it can't reach my defense ability, it's not bad to be able to provide myself with a certain defense ability when fighting." Pansfree nodded lightly, then punched down, smashing the glass directly. Eyes of the public, a small glass fragment of 1 and 1 floated in the air. As Pansfree's fingers twitched, these Glass shards also changed form. They can be transformed into various forms, and with their sharp features, they can attack the enemy. Chris looked indifferent and said calmly, "This fruit has yet to be developed, this is just a basic ability. If developed properly, this glass fruit can explode with amazing power." Hearing Chris say that, the squad leaders were secretly surprised. They never questioned Chris's vision, since he said so. It shows that this seemingly ordinary glass fruit has huge development potential. Enel yawned and asked casually, "What about this mythical?" As no one interested. Squad leaders all shrugged, with a somewhat helpless expression on their faces. Each of them has a one devil fruit, and they have no relationship with this mythical. Otherwise, this mythical devil fruit would have already robbed the squad leaders of their heads. Everyone's eyes turned to Nami and the others. Among them, there are some people who did not eat devil fruits. Makino was indifferent to Isho, and then took a step forward. "In this case, I will do my part for this devil fruit. I also want to experience what the legendary mythical devil fruit feels like." Everyone has no opinion on this. Chris also nodded lightly, and handed the mythical civet cat fruit to Makino. Makino didn't hesitate and ate the devil fruit in a few bites. His face was not very good looking. Obviously, this mythical devil fruit looks more special than other devil fruits. After eating the cat fruit, Makino suddenly felt a burning sensation all over his body. Moreover, the inside of the body was also itchy, and the expression became a little ugly. Chris patted her shoulder lightly and said calmly, "Don't be nervous, now you're going to change shape. Don't resist, just relax and let it go." With the help of Chris, Makino gradually relaxed his body, letting a scorching breath roam around him. Suddenly, she suddenly opened a pair of jade arms, and a flame was released from her body. Everyone saw that Makino's appearance had changed a little at this time. Makino in the form of meerkat has a pair of small furry ears and looks very cute. The most prominent feature is the long tail behind Makino. This tail is like a cat's tail, but it is wider and also furry. However, everyone found that there was a terrifying aura on this tail. Lafitte's eyes were solemn, and he couldn't help shaking his head and praised, "Is this zone's mythical?" Sure enough, the flame on this tail, I can feel the danger in it just by looking at it like this. Burgess also nodded, "I feel the same way, even with the armament hockey defense. I can still feel that now. I am afraid it is difficult to resist the attack of this flame." Yoroge folded his hands together and said with a big smile, "A terrifying flame that even armament hockey can't defend against. This kind of attack ability is really unimaginable." Kuro pushed his glasses slightly, and said indifferently, "Isho, it is rumored that mythical's attack methods are all kinds of strange. And this kind of attack is very difficult to defend. I finally saw it today. If Makino develops it, her power will be terrifying." Perona looked envious. "This devil fruit is too fun. It's so cute, and you can set fire to it. Sihu is not pleasing to the eye, just burn it with a fire, just think about it and it will be exciting." Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Caribou, who was deeply oppressed by Perona, couldn't help Vivi tremble, recalling the day he was arranged for. Makino felt the power in his body, with a look of joy on his face. "I can feel it now, there is a power in my body. This power makes me feel like I am a very powerful being." Chris nodded calmly and said, "Zone Mythical itself is an enhancement to the Constitution. Now you have a very strong fighting power." The eagle-eyed Mahawk on the side couldn't help but tut twice. "Chris, the luck of your pirate group is a little too good. I noticed that you have Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, Clone Fruit, Speed Fruit, etc. All first-class devil fruits. It's unbelievable to have mythical now." Mahawk couldn't have imagined it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. One devil fruit in the outside world, but the Chris pirates can easily get it. And I got two at a time. Even more surprising is that there is one mythical among them. Everyone. 319. Morgans promotes the news vigorously. Shock. The whole sea is gone. Even in the New World where the strong are like forests, devil fruits are still very scarce. Ordinary pirate groups always need to go through untold hardships before they can find a one. Like the Chris pirates, you can easily get 2 devil fruits. This kind of situation is really rare. Not to mention, the glass fruit and the mythical cat fruit are both rare and powerful fruits. Especially the mythical cat fruit mongoose form, stronger than the Whitebeard pirates, but only one crew member has only obtained it. Hawkeye Mahawk shrugged and quipped, "Chris, if it weren't for me, I would have become Shichibukai. I really want to join your Chris pirates. With such luck, the world is invincible." Chris whispered Isho, "Being my ally is also a good choice. At least, you can also follow along, you're not at a loss." As soon as he said this, everyone around him burst into laughter. With the chattering laughter and laughter, the Chris pirates returned to the Chris with a full load of harvest. With the Sild Guild made the entire Chris pirates gain something. Except, the gold and silver treasures that were finally found, and 2 devil fruits. The biggest gain of the Chris pirates is undoubtedly the combat experience. First large-scale battle since they came to the New World. Through this battle, the squad leaders clearly recognized their own strengths and weaknesses. In this battle, none has benefited the most than Cavendish. Faced with the pressure from Costa, Armament in Cavendish managed to take it to the next level. Armament Hockey wants to get to where he is today if he keeps his original progress. It might take another half a year or so. After returning to the Chris, the squad leaders began their training without exception. They each found a place and began to digest what they saw and felt today. Chris also entered the training room and started his daily practice. Looking at this scene, Hawkeye Mahawk couldn't help but sigh, what an interesting pirate group. New World, the small town of Viliado. The headquarters of the World Economic News Agency, which is famous in the world of pirates, is located in this small town. This news agency covers a very wide range. Moreover, they have many channels, and they can always get some secrets that are difficult for the outside world to know. This also makes the World Economic News Agency firmly in the top spot of the Pirate World News Agency. Now, in the news agency, heated discussions are taking place. The conference room of the World Economic News, Morgan sat leisurely on the sofa. In front of him, there was a cup of steaming coffee. The employees of the news agency sat neatly at the conference table. Pulido was the first to speak. "President, I just got the news today. Our people saw that earlier, the 4 emperors Kaido committed suicide by jumping off a cliff on an uninhabited island called Bogalitan. After Kaido jumped off, he didn't show up again, and he didn't know if he was alive or dead." The news agency employees were a little surprised by this. 4 Emperor Kaido committed suicide by jumping off a cliff, and his life and death are unknown. This is indeed a very hot topic. However, the President Morgans curled his lips nonchalantly and said, "This Kaido, I don't know how many times he commits suicide every year. I've never seen him succeed once. It's just a cliff, it won't kill him at all." Morgans pondered and said lightly, "Continue reporting. If there is no other valuable news, this news can be used as the headline." In Morgan's view, Kaido's suicide has been reported too many times. The news has lost its original influence. Readers have not been so interested in this news for a long time. So it seems to have become the headline, the next choice. Another female reporter named Bellina said excitedly, "I'm here. There is a piece of news. It was recently discovered that Empress Boa Hancock was on her way at full speed to an unknown destination. She's probably going to make some big new moves." Bellina paused, her expression fluttering, and continued, "Just yesterday, she was encircled and suppressed by 2 pirate groups on her way. These 2 pirate groups have been famous for a long time, and the total reward amount of the 2 pirate groups has exceeded 3 billion Baileys. And in the end, the 9 snake pirates easily broke the game and completely destroyed the opponent. Hearing this, Pulido couldn't help smacking his lips. The strength of the Empress Boa Hancock seems to be getting more and more terrifying. She has made a lot of noise recently. Gutlid nodded. Since she entered the new world, she will be in the newspaper every 3 days, and she has almost become our darling. The point is that she has been so high profile and has no intention of stopping. Morgans, hey, Isho, took a sip of coffee. You also have Hancock's looks, and I'll report on you every day. Whatever she does, as long as she's in the newspapers, there's a rush to buy it. In tomorrow's paper, there must be news of the Empress Boa Hancock. Bellina nodded excitedly and quickly recorded it in the notebook. Gutlid also reported, President, just 2 days ago, Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks of the 4 emperors. They had a secret meeting and Shanks was on the Whitebeard for 3 hours. This, Morgans sat up abruptly, his eyes glowing with light. He hurriedly asked, is there any photos of the 2 meeting, or the specific content of the conversation? Gutlid touched his nose embarrassingly, embarrassing Isho, this. Because the other party is the 4 emperors. We didn't dare to dig deeper, so there's not much information about the circumstances of their meeting. Morgan's face immediately become disappointed. He waved his hand casually. This kind of news without substance can only be used as a gimmick. Occupy a small one. The layout is enough. Hackles said cautiously. The news from my side is that the pirate newcomer, EPUB, has successfully entered the New World. The group of them just arrived, but they directly defeated a pirate who offered a reward of 200 million Bailey. Morgans nodded expressionlessly, and said in a flat tone, this EPUB, we've have also reported it twice. With his strength, defeating such a pirate, although a little surprised, is not enough to cause any waves. It's barely good news. Immediately afterwards, the other members of the news agency began to introduce the news they had received one by one. Either it's about pirates, or it's about reforms within Marine. These news are quite satisfactory, and there is nothing too brilliant. Morgans frowned and Vivi frowned, looking around. After all, it's all small news. There are so many of you, isn't there an explosive news? In the news agency looked at each other in dismay. Past few days, nothing really happened. They have also done their best. Suddenly, a reporter sitting at the end of the conference table suddenly stood up. The reporter was obviously of low status, and Gutlid smiled disdainfully when he saw him get up. Rivers, what's the matter? Do you have any news to share with you? Pulido also said sarcastically, let's not say anything else, is your news true? If you can't be sure of the authenticity of the news yourself, don't say it. Facing the ridicule of Pulido and Gutlid, Rivers just sneered. He didn't pay attention to the two of them at all, and said directly to Morgans, President, I have a piece of news here, which is absolutely amazing. Bellina hurriedly urged, Rivers, don't sell your shit. If you have any news, please share it with everyone. Rivers nodded lightly and said slowly, my news, about King Shichibukai Chris. Hearing this name, Morgan's eyes quivered a little more obviously. Chris is a big man this year, and he is also a hottest figure in the sea. I am somewhat interested in his news. Rivers smiled complacently and continued, my friend at Marine Headquarters has a big news. He told me that the Chris pirates are going to attack the kingdom of Kudora. And according to the news he got, once the Chris pirates successfully captured the kingdom of Kudora, the world government will recognize his kingship. Gutlid sneered, hee, what friends do you have in the Marine Headquarters? It's probably fake news this time. Rivers was not angry, and slowly took out a stack of photos and showed them to everyone. This is the photo we took. In order to cooperate with the Chris pirates, the Marine Headquarters also sent a team. As you can see, there are Momonga Vice Admiral and Onagumo Vice Admiral at the head, but also Doberman Vice Admiral. The 3 Vice Admirals set off together. The importance of the situation does not require me to say more. Gutlid was speechless at this time, and his face was blushing. Looking at these photos, everyone whispered. They naturally understood that when the three Marine Vice Admirals set off together, there must be some important task. Ordinary tasks often only require a Vice Admiral. What's more, these three Vice Admiral are the best among Marine Vice Admiral. Rivers went on to add, there's more to the Marine headquarters this time. The leader of this operation is the Marine headquarters Admiral, Borsellino. Before he finished speaking, there was an uproar in the entire conference room. Marine headquarters Admiral, as Marine's highest combat power, will not be dispatched easily. If they do, it means something big is going to happen. This news is enough to prove the accuracy of Rivers' news. Morgans groaned and said in surprise, Chris, pirates, are they really going to attack the kingdom of Kudora? That country, but it's not easy to mess with at all. Bellina nodded lightly and said, the combat power of this Kudora kingdom is terrifying. The fact that the world government has not been able to conquer it for so many years has already explained the problem. Rivers shrugged and said with a smile, now that there is Shichibukai, the new king, Chris, the world government will naturally make good use of it. With the strength of the Chris pirates, it is not impossible to conquer the kingdom of Kudora. Morgan's face was full of smiles. He took a sip of coffee leisurely and said with a smile, the Chris pirates attack the kingdom of Kudora, and the Marine headquarters strongly supports it. As one of the most concerned pirates in the world today, this news of Chris will definitely cause a sensation. Morgans looked at Rivers and gave him an admiring look. Rivers, well done. Tomorrow's headline is this news. We must do our best to exaggerate, promote vigorously, and strive to create a sensation in the whole world. Rivers nodded heavily, and looked at Pulido and Gutlid without a trace, with a bit of sarcasm. The next day, on the Chris. The news bird just flew by, leaving behind some of the latest papers. Big event. The Chris pirates unite with the Marine headquarters to attack the kingdom of Kudora. Huge news headlines, immediately. Attracted the attention of Nami and others. Nami Lu frowned slightly and said, the news from these news agencies is really well informed. We are going to attack the kingdom of Kudora. Not many people know about it, they can actually inquire so clearly. Baccarat tucked his crimson hair together and smiled. Isho, those guys are. That's what they eat. Sometimes, journalists are more powerful than the intelligence agencies of the world governments. Makino browsed the newspaper. He said softly, so the Marine headquarters actually dispatched Borsellino this time. Chris said there was a mysterious figure, and it turned out to be him. Betty spit out a few smoke rings, and said calmly, they sent Marine Admiral just to guard against Chris. Look, when the fight really starts, no matter whether Marine Admiral or Vice Admiral is involved, they won't shoot. Alvida nodded with a calm expression. Hee hee, the Chris pirates unite with the world government, it sounds nice. It's just a gimmick after all. Kaya blinked a pair of clear eyes and murmured, look, there is an introduction to the kingdom of Kudora here. Their history, geographic location, and current military strength are really detailed. Reiju's beautiful eyes flowed, and her red lips slightly opened. Although this newspaper has a lot of rendering elements, but these are still useful to us. The newspapers produced by Morgans, these data are generally more real and can be used for reference. Although there is no exact number, we can roughly understand the military strength of the kingdom of Kudora. Perona finally looked at the newspaper quietly. Speaking of which, this country is worthy of being carefully selected by the world government. Look at what it says above. 320. Whitebeard, S shock. Redhead shock. Moria, S shock. All shocked. Perona opened the newspaper and read word by word. The rate of martial arts practice in the kingdom of Kudora is about 90%. The military enlistment rate is about 65%. Shivivi shook her head and raised her eyebrows. Looking at this, the kingdom of Kudora is indeed a fighting nation. The world government has really picked us a good opponent. Reiju, Whitebeard's beautiful face showed a faint smile. No way, this also shows how the world government is afraid of us. But it doesn't matter. The stronger the Pudora kingdom is, the higher our ultimate benefit will be. On the Chris was discussing the news, with different opinions. And on the deck of the Chris, Mahawk, the eagle-eyed, was lying on a wicker chair. Just yesterday, Hawkeye Mahawk agreed to Chris' invitation to board the USS Chris. And his own boat was also pulled aboard the Chris. Mahawk held a newspaper in his hand and watched the headlines carefully. To see it in the newspapers so quickly, it's really making a lot of noise. In this way, our actions will definitely be watched by the world. The Chris pirates will finally be fully exposed to the eyes of the entire world, which should cause quite a stir. Mahawk glanced at the photo of Chris in the newspaper. Murmured in his mouth, "The eyes of this world will soon fall on you. Whether you can become famous in the first battle and become the focus and leader of the times, depends on this time." He unconsciously glanced at Chris in the training room, and already had his own answer in his heart. New World, Moby Dick. Of the Whitebeard pirates is moored somewhere in the sea. At this time, they have also seen the newspaper. The captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco the Phoenix, after reading the newspaper, whispered, "Isho, Chris is in the headlines again." During this period of time, he has made more headlines than Daddy and Shanks. Diamond Jozu Hihi Isho, tisk tisk. I didn't expect that this Chris would make such a big noise when he came to the New World. To actually go to attack the kingdom of Puduola, it's really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. Foil Vista lightly touched his saber and smiled. This also shows that Chris is really a bit powerful. Otherwise, the world government will not rashly let him attack the kingdom of Pudora. Several hanging bottles were hanging from Whitebeard's body. He took the newspaper and glanced at it. Afterwards, Whitebeard burst into laughter. Boo la la la, it's finally time for him. Chris's speed is not too slow. He has entered a new world. I really want to rush over and see him with my own eyes. Ace put his finger on the hat and whispered, "Isho, Dad, I see that you are very fond of this Chris. They never seen you care so much about a new person." Whitebeard glanced at Ace and said lightly, "This little guy always reminds me of some past events. Now, he can no longer be regarded as a newcomer. It won't be long before the battle in the Pudola kingdom is over, and he will truly become the overlord of the new world." Hearing this, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were all surprised by Vivi. Lakju Vivi frowned. He was very clear about Whitebeard, the definition of the new world overlord, One Piece. In Whitebeard's eyes, there are only 4 overlords in the whole new world. Red-haired Shanks, Aunt Charlotte Linlin, Kaido of the Beasts, and Whitebeard himself. This is also recognized by the world as the 4 emperors of the sea. As soon as the name of the 4 emperors came out, no one dared not to be afraid of it. Now, according to Whitebeard, Chris is going to be the next sea emperor, which makes Lakju a little confused. With doubts in his eyes, Lakju asked, "Dad, if you say that, it's too flattering for Chris. He is indeed very powerful, but if it is said that he can become a figure comparable to the 4 of you, it is too early." Bramank also nodded and said softly, "With his strength and prestige, I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince the public. Others, I'm afraid they won't recognize Chris." Strange smile suddenly appeared on the face of Phoenix Marco. "This is not necessarily. Have you forgotten who is in the Puduola kingdom?" After thinking about it, Ace Vivi suddenly realized, since Chris is going to capture the kingdom of Pudora, the reclusive masters will naturally not stand idly by. That guy Akoku will definitely have a fight with Chris. Saying that, Ace's eyes flashed a little. Whitebeard looked indifferent and said solemnly, "This guy Akoku has been hiding in Pudora kingdom for so long. Everyone in the world thought he had passed away long ago, but who would have thought that he was still alive and well? If Chris can take down Akoku, this record alone will be enough to shock others." Diamond Jozu heard the words. He nodded lightly, his eyes solemn. the guy who used to work with Dad is not easy. This Akoku, indeed, has the power to shock the world. If he comes back, the shock it will cause is no small matter. Of the Whitebeard pirates knew very well that this Akoku's power was unfathomable. Was in the Rocks pirates, he was on a par with Baihakai and others. Although the later encounters were not very good, the personal strength was still there. None of them dared to say that they could defeat Akoku. So, if Chris can beat Akoku, is not unreasonable to say that he has the strength to be the fifth emperor at sea. Jin Guduo murmured, "Don't forget, in addition to Akoku, there are many people who are not easy to mess with in Kudora Kingdom. For example, Isaac is a ruthless character, and there are not a few pirates who have suffered losses in his hands." When Ace heard this, he glanced at Marco casually. Marco must know this best. Marco suddenly lay down and spread his hands helplessly. "Okay, I admit, that guy Isaac is really difficult to deal with. When I fought against him, although it wasn't a life and death battle, it took a lot of effort. It hasn't taken any advantage in the end." Even Marco said that he was a tough guy, so the squad leaders naturally knew each other's strengths. This Kudora Kingdom is indeed a piece of iron. At the same time, in another sea area in the New World, the Redford is driving slowly. The red-haired Shanks held a bowl of wine in his right hand and a newspaper in his left, and laughed. The Chris pirates join forces with Marine headquarters to attack the Kingdom of Kudora. Said, the red-haired Shanks drank the wine in the bowl. Was a burst of hearty laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha. This guy has finally entered the New World. On this sea, it's going to be interesting." Ben Beckman was playing with a revolver and said with a blank face, "Chris is very ambitious, and he picked a big challenge as soon as he came up. This is obviously to take the Kingdom of Kudola and establish a prestige in the New World." Yasop drank rum and said drunkenly, "I knew this guy, just at first glance. The master who can't be idle. To dare to challenge the Kingdom of Kudora directly, he is indeed a sea warrior." Yasop was full of smiles, admiring Chris. He drank some more wine and continued, "Auntie has also coveted the Kudola Kingdom for a long time, but she finally gave up. This shows that the Kingdom of Kudola is not as simple as it looks on the surface." Took a big bite of a chicken leg and muttered, "There are many hidden masters in the Kudola Kingdom, and they are all tricky guys. This Kudola Kingdom is not necessary for the Big Mom pirate group. It's not worth the effort to win it for Auntie." Ben Beckman sneered, "What a shrewd person Big Mom is, she never does business at a loss. But Chris is different. He needs to fire his first shot in the New World in front of the whole world. It's very important to him." Shanks drank the wine and said slightly drunk, "Chris is a real man. It's a pity that we are too far away from Kudora Kingdom. I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up with this battle. I really want to take a look. If I can play against Chris, it will be even better." Yasop pouted when he heard the words, "Captain, you are thinking about bullying the newcomer again. This time is different, since Chris dares to move the Kingdom of Kudora. He has a chance to knock you down in turn." Ben Beckman et al. Immediately. Laughing loudly, they all shook their heads and looked at Shanks. Shanks shrugged helplessly and said, "When did I bully the newcomer? If he can knock me down, all the better. Anyway, the sea is still too calm now." The red-haired Shanks suddenly looked into the distance and said solemnly, "Chris, let's make trouble. On this sea, set off a carnival. ... The Great Route, the Devil's Triangle." Absalom held a newspaper and sighed, "Chris pirates have made headlines again. They are in the New World, and they are making a lot of noise." Gecko Moria looked at the photo of Chris, her eyes deepened, and said, "Chris's footsteps have arrived there before you know it. It seems that this Kudora Kingdom is the base," he said. Hogbok Vivi frowned, "Captain, you read what's written in this newspaper. It is said to be the Kingdom of Kudora, and it is one of the most powerful countries among the non-world government countries. Their military strength and combat level are first class. The Chris pirates can really succeed. Gecko Moria dismissed it and whispered Isho, "Are you worried about them?" "You don't have to. Who has personally played against the squad leaders, knows how powerful they are. The people on the Chris pirates are all monsters, and they can't be handled with common sense. During this time, I believe their strength has improved again. Look, they'll shock the world." Gecko Moria glanced at the sky very confidently, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Since joining the Shichibukai Alliance, he has devoted himself to spiritual practice. After losing to the squad leader and the others last time, Gecko Moria clearly realized that he might have fallen behind. Therefore, during this period of time, he has been working hard to cultivate and improve his strength. Since I promised Chris to go to the New World, I can't break my promise. One by one, they have done great things in the New World, and we can't be too far behind. Hearing this, Absalom Hihi Isho, his face full of excitement, "Captain, have you really decided? Are we really going to the New World?" Ever since Gecko Moria lost to Kaido, he has been shrinking in the Devil's Triangle. Never re-entered the New World at all. Even when his subordinates mentioned this idea, he would scold him. Now, under the stimulation of Chris, he finally chose to take this step again. Gecko Moria put down the newspaper gently, and said calmly, "I can't let him steal all the limelight alone. As a member of the Shichibukai Alliance, it's time for me to go out and make an appearance." New World, Dressrosa. Inside the palace, the Don Quixote family gathered together. Doflamingo looked at the latest newspaper without saying a word. He already knew these things, so he didn't make a fuss about it. Torapal snorted and clicked his tongue twice. This matter has now become a commotion. The Chris pirates are really pushy. Gladius glanced at the newspaper and sneered. Now they are in the limelight, but if they fail in the end, the Chris pirates will completely become a joke on the sea. Sugar sat on the sofa and put a one grape in his mouth. Even if they finally succeed in capturing the kingdom of Kudora, they will not feel well. At that time, it is inevitable that the soldiers will be destroyed, and the overall strength will also drop a lot. Diamante looked up at the sky casually, and said casually, "Anyway, this is the plan of the world government. With the help of the Pudola kingdom, suppress the Chris pirates. Who told them to be too flamboyant? It's only their own fault to get to this point." Pika sat aside and made her shrill voice, "But then again, the strength of the Chris pirates is not weak. If they can successfully capture the kingdom of Kudora, the first shot of this new world will be fired." Derringer sat cross-legged on the sofa and said with a smile, "Anyway, now we are also a member of the Shichibukai Alliance. The Chris pirates will benefit, and we will also benefit. He finds his base one day earlier, and our cooperation with him can start one day earlier. Anyway, what we care about is always the resources in his hands. What do you think, young master?" Guys, the above is a picture of Sugar. This one seems to have let go of the picture, but it seems that I didn't, and I forgot. In addition, preparing to start the war, let's paint the atmosphere first, and attract the attention of the whole world.